Well, a very good morning, ladies and gents, and a very warm welcome to Croft Circuit, the home of motorsport in the northeast of England, here in a very sunny North Yorkshire, just south of the town of Darlington, for day 2 here on BARC TV, ready for action with the British Automobile Racing Club and with Caterham Motorsport, with all of their factory-backed championships here with us this weekend. We have support as well from the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy and the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship as well. 10 races to bring you here this afternoon. Rather blustery but conditions yesterday. It is a lot warmer here today at the Croft Circuit, and a great day of racing in prospect. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action on this afternoon's race meeting on all 10 races. I'm joined by Caterham expert and former Caterham champion Chris Hutchinson once again. Good afternoon, Chris.
Well, it's good morning still.
Well, it's not quite afternoon yet. We go live. We go racing at midday. Good noon, I think we could say.
It's the Costa del Croft this weekend, isn't it? It's really warm out there. We've lost a lot of the wind that we had yesterday. Some fantastic racing action all throughout yesterday, and more of the same in prospect for today. So I'm really looking forward to this. And all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder are here with us, starting with the Academy were here racing yesterday. They're not with us today, but the Roadsports, the 270s, 310s and the Caterham 7 Championship UK all out in action, today, all having 20 minutes on track each time they come out. And we're going to start with the fastest of the day in the 7 Championship UK, but say lots and lots of racing action to get you through till about 6ish when we finish this evening.
Yes, indeed, and then, a long trip back to the south for yourself, a trip back to the Midlands for me, but it is great to be here at Croft as we see the cars just being led out by the safety car ahead of race number 1, which is the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. They've got 2 20-minute races here today. They had a cracking race yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't a cracking race for Harry Senior, one of our championship contenders, because he didn't get off the start line. Yeah,
it's kind of reaching the halfway point of the season for a lot of the championships, including the 7 championships. So, stories developing all the way through, and and as you say, Harry Senior not having the best day yesterday, so Paul Donkin didn't either, so let's see how that plays out today, but they're all there ready to go.
Yes, so I can't see Paul Donkin's car down there actually. Has it gone through? Yes. Okay, well done to him's team then, and Harry Senior will be starting at the back for this second race, because they start in the order that they finished yesterday's race. We can go down to our pit reporters James Pearce and Sam Parker. Meanwhile, they're down there awaiting the cars on the grid in just a moment.
Thanks, Dave and Chris. We are down here on the grid. Sam and I are back again for the second day of action here at Croft, live on BARC TV, and for Caterham as well. We've got a good day today, and the sun's out, the wind is less.
The wind is less, and it's super hot already this morning.
Yeah, it's warm today,
but because the wind has died down, we are greeted with all of these tiny little bugs.
They are everywhere.
So you'll see a lot of people brushing themselves down. And
in every single interview, if you just sort of see us doing that, you know why today. But it's a big day, 10 races instead of the 7 yesterday. Plenty of Caterham action. I'll let you talk about that.
Absolutely, yes. The Dutch Barn Vodka 420R Championship have 2 races today, which first up will be them, so they will be making their way through in a moment behind us. And the 310R Championship has 2 races, 270s have 2 races, and Roadsport has 1 today. So plenty to interest the viewers, because the Caterham racing is never dull.
Yeah, no, it's not. We had some great races yesterday. Same for the Mini Trophy, which of course we'll have again today. The Virtue Mini, 2 of those races today, and of course we had the Northern races yesterday, the local drivers, the last one. That was such an interesting race. Obviously 2 red flags. There was a lot of drama on the track as well, but it was a good way to finish the first day of action, wasn't it?
Absolutely, so eventful. Yes, I did see the restart of that race actually.
Yes.
So there was an issue on the start line for the first one, and then the restart, pole sitter stalled, which must have been so scary for him, because having all those cars fly past you and hoping to be avoided, and obviously it was someone right near the back that couldn't see that it was a stopped car, so it's very dangerous. But thankfully everyone's okay. I don't think the cars are too happy, but
everybody is okay after that one yesterday. And as we said, it's that moment when you see the car stopping, even from us on the pit wall yesterday, when you see the car stopped, you wait for it, don't you? You tense. So I can only imagine what it's like as a driver on the grid.
Oh, it's very scary. Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yes,
But yeah, the
indeed.
cars are starting to come up behind us now.
They
So
have
it's a
indeed.
staggered grid. I don't know if you noticed yesterday in some of the Caterham races where they're side by side, but in the 420s they're staggered.
Ah, fantastic. And we are out on the grid for the first one today. There is an invitational grid walk as part of the
Yes.
weekend, which is very exciting. So, as we have got people all lining up on the grid, and obviously we've got Harry Heaton who's going to be starting on pole for this one. Sam, shall I hand over to you to go and have a little chat with some of
Thank
our
you very
drivers?
much.
No worries.
Yes,
I'll
I
let
will
you
do that.
loose on the grid.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's going to be interesting because we've got quite a few fast drivers that are starting from the back in this race. So Harry Senior was on pole position yesterday. He had a drive shaft break, so he's now starting at the back. Paul Donkin had an engine issue, so he is also at the back. And Mark Kendall, his clutch went, so he's also at the back. So it'd be interesting to see how they make their way through the pack. But first of all, let's go and speak to He's actually Henry, but everyone's been calling him Harry. It's confused a lot of people, you know, because even other people here are like, oh, there's Harry. Obviously, I know you're Henry.
yeah. The Christian name is Henry. Yeah, so on the passport, on the driving license, on the race license, it's Henry. But do you know what? Harry's serving me well, so it's a win every time I've been Harry. So. If I can keep it up, that's staying on the car.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Harry suits me well when I win. So, yeah, we'll see how long it takes.
Okay, Harry. We'll call you Harry from now on. A little bit of a dink in the exhaust there. Was that from anything yesterday?
No, it wasn't anything from yesterday. That actually dates back to Snetterton. And true to being a Yorkshireman, I'm tight. So I've not yet replaced it. So I need to get around to replacing that, to be honest with you. But I'm getting my money's worth out of it.
I was going to say, it's not broken, it's just dented.
It's just dented, yeah. So it's working well. Seemed to work well yesterday, so we'll keep it on. We'll hopefully it'll perform well today as well.
Yes, well, track to conditions are different today, aren't they, to yesterday? We had that really, really strong wind. So how do you think it's going to pan out in the race for you?
Well, it's hot.
Yeah.
It was hot yesterday, but I think the wind perhaps masked that heat a little bit, certainly when you were out of the car, but it feels very hot. The sun's been beating down on the track, so the track temp will be a little bit higher. Tyres are a race older as well, so there's going to be a lot of working out to do on those first couple of laps. It'll definitely be feeling a little bit different underneath us. Temperatures are going to play a big part today, so managing that as best we can. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, looking forward to it. Thank you. See you in a bit. Let's have a walk on down. There's Tom Eden. Matt's car there. I think a few of the drivers are taking shelter in the shade because it is very, very warm. There's Harry Cook just here. He had a good race yesterday. Let's go and speak to Chris Fraser, who is Mr. Dutch Barn Vodka. Let me just move in through. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to squeeze in and interrupt. Chris, it was a good race for you yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a war of attrition in front of me, but fourth best one I've ever had, so really good. Looking forward to this, though, should be fun. And we've got the car fixed now, so hopefully I'll have a working gearbox and a working clutch and 2 new bits of exhaust, because there was all sorts of things going wrong with this thing in the end, but we got there, so yeah, good fun.
And it's your local track.
It is, yeah. We're about 50 minutes away, so it's nice to sleep in your own bed and then come to the track. So it's good. And then we get to have my son come along and watch, which is a bit of fun.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, have a good race. Enjoy.
Cheers, Sam.
And we'll see you later. Yeah, so Chris has got the full Dutch Barn livery on his car. Looks really good. Stands out quite a lot. There's Harry Landy's car. Like I say, a lot of the drivers seem to have walked off the grid because they're trying to keep cool for as long as they can, because it gets very, very hot in these cars, especially when you've got the sun beating down on you. So Tom Eden's car, he was down there chatting to somebody. But I'd like to speak to... might have to walk all the way down the end because I'd like to speak to Paul Donkin. So hopefully he is by his car and we can have a quick chat with him. There's Justin Armstrong's car there. He's leading the AM Championship at the moment. But he obviously had that collision with Craig Story yesterday. And he'd lost his rear wing and he had a big score in the tyre afterwards. So it was, I'm surprised he made it through actually. Dale Head. Let's go have a quick word with Dale actually, because Dale has done this championship full time previously, but he's just come back. Hello, Dale.
Hello,
So
you all right?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Trying to keep cool as much as possible. It's very hot today, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, yeah. Don't want to get
too hot inside the car.
No.
Yeah,
So how did you find it coming back this weekend? Are you just doing some guest rounds this year?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. So I did Brands. I'm going to do this Zandvoort, maybe Alton. But yeah, no, it's all right. I'm a bit rusty, but yeah, I'm getting back into it. I'm making my way up the grid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any signs of your brother coming back? Because Dale's brother Aaron is a former champion in this category.
Yeah, he's going to be back at Zandvoort.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Zandvoort, yeah. Yeah, he's going to do. He'll do Zandvoort, not Alton or Silverstone, but yeah, he'll be there for that.
Yeah, Zandvoort's a good one to do, though, isn't it? European round.
brilliant, yeah.
I haven't been there yet, but I've heard great things about
Zandvoort.
Zandvoort.
For Caterhams, yeah, really good. Yeah,
Excellent.
great racing.
Cool. Well, enjoy this race.
Okay then, we'll do.
See you later.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, the Zandvoort's going to be a great race, and it's not somewhere I've been yet, and I'm looking forward to going there. Actually, we'll just spin round. We're going to have a quick word with James Hall, who is here in his acid green Caterham. Hello, James. Keeping cool under there.
Trying my best.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, that and the bugs and all.
Oh,
It's pleasant sitting in the car, but otherwise, yeah, just can't really complain about the weather. It should be nice for racing. Yeah.
It is. How are you finding Croft?
It's a very good track. I think it really suits these 420s. There's a bit of everything here. Yesterday I had a great race, sort of sparring with Dale over there. So yeah, I think so far I've really enjoyed my time at Croft. So yeah, hopefully today continues that sort of stream of fun.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, it's you've got the staggered grid. Do you find, because it used to be side by side in the other categories, so do you notice quite a bit of difference being staggered?
There's a little bit of an advantage, if you're ahead of someone slightly, but it gives you everyone a bit more space, which I think is good, especially in Caterham racing where starts can be a bit fraught sometimes, to put it lightly, and especially yesterday when we had, cars, sort of destroying their clutches and stuff. It gave everyone a bit more room. So yeah, it's got its drawbacks and benefits. I think I prefer it slightly, to be honest.
Brilliant. Well, lovely. Have a good race, and I'll see you later. Thanks, James. Here's Gary Curtis. Let's have a quick word with Gary Curtis. He's probably thinking, oh no, don't come to me. Hello, Gary.
Hello.
How's you? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Pleased to be here.
Good.
But there's some fast people behind, I think. There's Craig
Yes.
and Harry and people behind who'll be coming through. So I think that'll be the big thing today.
Yeah.
Big thing today. A little bit warmer. It might be a closer pack, It'll be a really good race.
Yeah, you enjoying Croft as well?
I like
Everyone
Croft.
seems
It's
to like
great.
it.
I think it's got a bit it's got technical bits and it's got ballsy bit around the back. You've got to be flat.
Yeah.
If you're not flat, you're losing out time. It's got everything. It's good. Very good circuit.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy. I'm
Thank
looking
you.
forward to watching this one. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Right, let's go and have another word. I won't look at Steve's. Looks like he's got his eyes closed there. He might be trying to process everything and get ready. It's very tricky. Some drivers have different. Well, let's speak to Johnny actually. I'm going to come to Johnny.
Hi Sam.
Hello, Johnny. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Johnny, you've got quite a few cars here this weekend.
Yeah.
What categories have you got them in?
So we've got a 270. So we've got Anne Hall in 270, Richard Cooper in 310, and then the wonderful Steve and James in the 420s.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's exciting. And we've got the weather, apart from these really annoying flies.
Which you can see on my white shirt.
Yes, I wore a black one specially. I knew the flies were coming. You see.
You were wise there.
There
You
we
were
go.
wise. Thank you, Johnny. Right, I'll see you in a bit. So Johnny's runs Oakmere, which is a Caterham dealership, but also a race team. So yeah, he's been involved with Caterham for a very, very long time, and he's raced them as well. So we've got Chris Welch there, and then there's JB, our official photographer for Caterham. Craig Story. Will he want to talk to me? Let's see. Yeah, I'll move in and have a quick word. Hello, Craig.
Hi.
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Yeah.
Bit of an unfortunate race yesterday.
It was definitely a lot of bad luck. Yeah, unfortunately, that's racing. So yeah, just hoping to maybe have got rid of the bad luck and get some good luck now. That's just the plan. Get in, get through cleanly, and hope I can catch up some of the faster front boys. Really.
Yeah, because your pace here is really, really good, and it was at Anglesey as well. With podiums overall, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure you can make your way through. Hopefully, nobody battles too hard and holds up the pack.
Hopefully, yeah. I was hoping for a kind of similar weekend to Anglesey, and obviously it just didn't happen for race one. But it was just unfortunate incident between Justin and I early on. There was nothing really either of us could have done about it. It was just racing. It was really tight racing, and then I was just unlucky with a teammate later on in the race. So just see what we can do today.
Yeah.
have fun.
That's what we're here for, isn't
And I've got two very fast guys behind me as well. So, yeah, I think we're all three hoping to kind of break through the pack together. So let's see.
Yeah. Good luck. Hope that
Thank
works
you.
out. See you in a bit. Enjoy. Yeah, that's it. It can get very serious, this racing, but we're all here to have fun. That's what we signed up for. So, yeah, let's have a quick word with Paul. I haven't spoken to Paul this weekend. Everyone moves away from me when I come towards. Paul, obviously, unfortunate yesterday. Then not quite finishing.
It was just a tale of woe this weekend. It's my home circuit, but that's going to happen, isn't it? Obviously, I think the championship's blown. Harry's got his own problems as well. Me and him are starting at the back. We'll see what we can do to come through. These things happen. The pressure's off for me now. I think there's still some on Harry because he's still in the champ fight. We'll see what happens, but I'm all chilled out. What will be, will be. Yeah. So try and enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a good mindset to have.
Exactly. So, we've got 2 races today, the lovely weather, home circuit, as I said. Let's see what happens.
You've been successful here, though, at Croft, haven't you, in other cars that you've raced?
Yeah, it's always been kind to me. So really, your good luck can't last forever, can it? So, but that might change in the next 10 minutes. We'll see. But I'm just saying there, it's a long way to the front. I've never sat here before, so it's a bit daunting. But let's see what we can do.
Yeah, that's it. Good. Well, enjoy it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Paul. There's Mark Kendall. Yes, Mark had the clutch go yesterday, so that was unfortunate for him because I think he had an issue at Anglesey as well, and his engine had to come out and a repair done. There's Harry. I'll have a quick word with Harry. They're starting to move us off the grid, so a quick word with Harry. Hello, Harry. Sorry to interrupt. I know you got the fan there, which is a great idea to try and keep cool because it does get very hot. Hopefully, I'm sure I will be seeing you quickly making your way through this pack.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is to be over there, not back here.
Yeah.
It's fortunate it's not a massive grid like you get in like Roadsport or something. I'd hate to be in your shoes if you had the same issue. So it's doable, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, enjoy it. Thank you, Harry. Good luck. Right, I will hand back to Chris and Dave now because we obviously have to clear off the grid. So I hope you enjoyed that and get to see it from trackside, which is quite unusual. So we'll see you on the other side, and I'll hand you over to Chris and Dave.
Thank you to Sam and James Pearce down there, just getting up close and personal with some of our drivers in the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. They start off the day, were followed then by the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, identical mini BMW Mini Coopers for their second of 3 races this weekend. Then we've got the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship and the Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship. And then the class, which was the highlight for me yesterday, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. They had an absolute belter of a race yesterday with 9 cars fighting for the lead at one point. Then we have a rather more open field, the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. A bit of a race of attrition for them yesterday, the championship where you can use just about anything you like on their grid. Some very special machines indeed we'll see in that race. The Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK follows that. Then our third race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, the Edge Caterham 270Rs, and finally the 310Rs round out the field for their last race of 3 this weekend. So, Chris, a cracking day lining up. I must say a big thank you to Dutch Barn Vodka as well for their sponsorship of Caterham Racing.
Yeah, we spoke to Chris Fraser there, and you can see he's moving forward this weekend. 4th place, what a great, just one away from that podium, so you want to get up there. But yeah, thanks ever so much to Dutch Barn Vodka and all of our championship sponsors. We'll call them out throughout the course of today as we look at this grid of 420R machinery, this top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK. This is the fastest Caterhams that we run here over the Motorsport weekend. They've got 180 horsepower, they've got a 6-speed sequential gearbox, slick tyres and all fully uprated suspension, and really significant race machinery up on the track. But yeah, here we go with the starting grid for them.
Yes, this grid based on the results of yesterday's first race. It was the first win of the season for Henry Heaton. He starts on the pole alongside championship leader Matt Armstrong in car number 19. Row 2, number 9, Harry Cook alongside 8, Chris Fraser, the championship sponsor. Row 3, Harry Landy, great run for him yesterday, starts alongside Tom Eden. And on row 4 we have Darren McCormack and Justin Armstrong, father of Matt, who's on the front row. Completing the top 10, Dale Head in number 6 and 98 James Hall. You'll notice the cars with the green numbers on our graphics. They're the AM class drivers as opposed to the Pro-Am, the quicker drivers. And there's a couple of Pro-Ams we saw starting a little further back, so watch out for fireworks from the back of the grid. Row 6 we've got Gary Curtis alongside Steve Metcalf. Row 7 Chris Welch and Craig Story. Bit of contact in yesterday's race put him out with a bit of damage. Row 8, Paul Donkin. Engine problems yesterday put him out of the race, and Harry Senior didn't get off the grid with that drive shaft problem, so the man fighting for the championship lead with Matt Armstrong will have to come through from 16th. Mark Kendall, a clutch failure on the line in yesterday's race meant he didn't get away, so he starts at the back for today. So 17 cars out there for what will be a 20-minute race. And full credit to the drivers and their teams who had problems yesterday who've made it back out.
Yeah, absolutely. There's obviously a lot of work by all the teams in the background to go and swap out engines in Paul Duncan and DPR Motorsport's cases, and yeah, some drive shafts being replaced out there as well from yesterday, and with Mark Kendall that clutch. So yeah, not an easy night for the teams, but they've got them all out here. They've had a relatively relaxed morning as we start here at midday. And yeah, the stories from yesterday. So Henry Heaton obviously had a fantastic that win, as he said, under the name of Harry. A lot of people calling him that. But Matt Armstrong also didn't want to push it. Matt Armstrong is in championship lead, especially with Harry Senior now at the back of the grid. So we've really got to see Harry Senior coming through to sort of retain his championship charge. And as you heard from Paul Donkin, maybe one too many sort of retirements, and therefore he may have seen his championship sort of fade away, even though we're only just over halfway. It means it releases him a little bit, and it gives him a bit more freedom than maybe you do get if you're at the championship. But I think over anything, it was the AM class doing so well yesterday, fully involved in the battle, and you've seen how many of them they are just behind that sort of front three of the Pro-Am drivers. And yeah, I don't think it's going to be an easy route through for Donkin and Senior, but they will have the bit between their teeth, and you can see the friends and family out on the banks all supporting as well, just cheering them along. But yeah, some really good racing stories yesterday, and some really good racing action, and none less so than this 420, the top flight of Caterham Motorsport. They're going for the title of British champion, so there's quite a lot on offer here today.
It certainly is, yes. So we'll take you on a lap of the Croft circuit as they go round on their green flag lap. It's a 2.1 mile layout, this circuit, at the former Croft Aerodrome up in North Yorkshire. First corner is at Clervo, the right-hander. Then this little left flick around the tyre stack. Very easy to run wide into the gravel there. A very tricky corner. Then the circuit moves to the right and continues in quite a long right-hander. That's Hawthorne Bend. Of course, Mike Hawthorne was Britain's first Formula One world champion back in the late 1950s for Ferrari. As the pack moves around, warming up their Toyo tyres. There's Donkin and Senior towards the back. Watch for them coming through. Then they come out of Hawthorne and into the old chicane, into the back straight. We can see down the back straight here. So out of the chicane along the straight, and then into the right-hander at Tower Bend. Very fast right-hander. You'll see lots of slipstreaming down this back straight. We had a lot of overtaking manoeuvres made here. Then the right-hander at Tower. There is a gap with no barriers on the outside, so if you go off, you're in the farmer's field next door if you go straight ahead there far enough, and you're heading towards Darlington. After the right-hander at Tower, you head into the Jim Clark S's, and then out onto the back of the circuit at Barcroft. Then it's Sunny in and Sunny out, the double right-hander, just coming through there, the pole sitter Henry Heaton. Then it's along the straight towards the complex.
Great angles today of the Sunny Inn complex. You can see there that after we saw some great action there yesterday, more of the same today.
Yeah, slightly different camera angle. If you were watching yesterday, our cameras moved around to the exit of Sunny Out, just to give you a different view of the action. Then they head up towards the complex, which is a left followed by a tighter right-hander. There's the right-hander. Car's taking the curb on the inside. Then it's up towards the very tight left-handed hairpin, which ends the lap. One of the tightest hairpins in British motorsport, along with Shaw's hairpin at Mallory Park.
Someone said Pembury as well. They've got a nice tight hairpin at
yes, Hatchett's the first corner. Yes, it's not quite as tight as those two, I don't think. A full 180 here. So here they come up to the grid then. You can see the heat haze as the marshals get them into line. This will be a 20-minute race for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. Last couple of cars moving into line at the back.
Can Henry Heaton make it 2 from 2 today? Matthew Armstrong got his championship to think about. We see the green flag at the back. Second of 3 20-minute races for the 7 Championship UK cars about to get underway.
So the marshals are given the all clear. The 5-second board will be held aloft. Then the red lights will come on the gantry. It's time to go racing here at the Croft circuit. Away they go down towards the first corner. Henry Heaton, the metallic turquoise car, gets the best start ahead of the red and blue of Matt Armstrong. It's 3 wide for third. Look at Chris Fraser at the inside. Big lock up. He's going straight on into the gravel. Chris Fraser completely missed his braking point there. He hits the tyre wall. That's end of game for the championship sponsor, unfortunately. Already Paul Donkin and Harry Senior, the red car and the light blue there, making their way through as they go into the chicane. Somebody's run wide onto the dust there. I think that might have been Harry Landy in the blue number 21. But up front, it's Matt Armstrong who has outpaced Henry Heaton off the line. And I think the safety car is going to be called. I saw the light there in the background. We'll wait and confirm that in a moment as the cars head out of tower, up through the trees. Yes, you can see them slowing and waving. The safety car lights have come on.
Yeah. Just missed his braking point, didn't he? In the sort of busyness of that start, he got a lot of head of speed and he was making good progress, but unfortunately he just missed his braking point and he just didn't have the temperature in his maybe in his brakes and in his tyres, and it just locked up. You can see the flat spots there on his. He did make it all the way to the barrier as well, so he'll be seeing whether he can get pushed out, but he looks like the marshal said no, you're going to be towed away. So unfortunate end for championship sponsor Dutch Barn Vodka, Chris Fraser. We'll see him though out in race 3 a bit later on today, and yeah, it's a shame, and but we'll get a chance to see them all back out, and like they'll have another chance to get to heat into those tyres, so they hopefully won't have the same issues that Chris suffered there.
Well, let's have a look again. Chris made a decent start down the inside, cutting past Harry Cook, but he just completely missed his braking point. He was lucky he didn't take Matt Armstrong with him. I thought he was going to charge into the back of the number 19 car. Just missed him. Went sliding sideways into the gravel, all the way over the gravel and into the tyre wall. Yes, very lucky he didn't collect another car on his way past there. So that's end of race for Chris Fraser, originally from Australia, but based fairly locally to Croft. And the man behind, Dutch Barn Vodka, made in a Dutch barn in North Yorkshire. And the comedian and presenter Ricky Gervais has been a big promoter of the brand as well, and said yesterday we might like to get him out in a Caterham at some point. I'm sure he'd enjoy it.
All those drivers will now be spotting the fact that the car is already towards that's where the sort of assembly area is, and therefore they'll all be gearing up knowing that the safety car will be in next time. And they're all the kind of things that you build up knowledge of as time goes on. It looks like Harry Senior didn't make too much ground, but Paul Donkin did make a couple of places, so maybe a couple of places each for those two drivers. But Harry not having the start he potentially needs to get to right up there, but they'll have plenty of race left by the time they get back to that green flag. Still 17 minutes left. They're all getting that heat back into the tyres, into their brakes, and they'll be gearing up again, ready, and putting the tactics back in their heads about where they want to go. But yeah, Donkin has made up quite a few places over the course. 4 places for him. Craig Story also moving up 4 places as they came across the line there as well. So yeah, good for them to see them moving up already. And as we said, Donkin free, and got his teammate in front, his DPR Motorsport teammate just in front of him as well. So maybe they're just carving on through and will help each other out.
I wonder if the plan was for Story, Donkin and Senior to try and make their way through together up the order past the slightly slower cars, as we see the safety car head them through the Jim Clark S's, named after the legendary Scottish driver, 2 times Formula 1 world champion for Lotus in the 60s. Some claim him to be one of the greatest F1 drivers ever. British touring car champion as well, of course, in the Lotus Cortina.
Absolutely flat out around all this part of the track for all of the Caterham series you'll see today. Really is fast and daunting, but we actually saw overtaking yesterday so blustery with the conditions that there was sufficient headwind and tow to allow them to make overtakes in places where you just never really see it. But the wind is significantly less today, so you've heard everyone talking about the temperature and all the bugs that are hanging around in the air as well. But yeah, so the tow will be different today, and the cars will be a little bit more consistent because they won't be getting blustered and blown around. But our leader now, Henry Heaton, is going to become the in fact it was Matt Armstrong, wasn't it, who over the line, I think. So he will become the safety car, and I think he might have even decided to go. I can hear sort of the revs raising in the background, but we'll get this race back up and running again. 15 minutes to go.
So here we go then, already they're up to speed. Matt Armstrong, the championship leader, not incidentally to be confused with the YouTuber of the same name from the automotive world, will lead them away. His father Justin currently in 7th place, 4th in the amateur category as they come across the line then to restart this race for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Henry Heaton in 2nd place, Harry Cook in the black and gold car is 3rd. Tom Eden going well up there in 4th place in the yellow number 64 as they head up into Clervaux.
Could see Harry Senior really frustrated. He got locked behind Gary Curtis on the restart there. You can see how much of a gap there is in front of this blue car to the red in front of him, and it's just because he couldn't overtake until the start-finish line. So he got caught out on that restart just by Gary just not being right on the ball. Ooh, another driver off wide. That's
James Hall and Craig Story.
Yeah.
So 2 cars running wide there out of the chicane, almost onto the rallycross course on the infield there. There's Justin Armstrong, the number 23. He's ahead of Dale Head. He missed the last round at Anglesey. After Croft, they go to Zandvoort in the Netherlands, then on to Alton Park, and finally the Silverstone International Circuit. Also may have seen these cars supporting the British Touring Car Championship at Brands Hatch earlier this year. What a brilliant show of racing they put on there. Matt Armstrong leads through Sunny in and Sunny out. Harry Cook getting the tighter line there, trying to come through for 2nd place. There's a battle between Harry Landy and Justin Armstrong there, fighting for 6th position. Ross McCormack up ahead of them. Tom Eden in 4th, the yellow car. He's leading the AM category ahead of McCormack, then Landy, Armstrong and Dale Head, who's got Paul Donkin up behind him now, with Craig Story having dropped back again. Harry Senior has been able to make up places as a result of that, as Story has a go at the almost citrus yellow car of James Hall, the 98. There's Paul Donkin ahead of Dale Head now, so he's made up another place into P7. Another 4 places gained by Donkin. Has had 1 win this year, Paul Donkin, at Snetterton at the season opener. Matt Armstrong's had 4 wins. Harry Senior's had 4 wins as well. The only other winner was Henry Heaton, who won yesterday's race.
Harry Landy making good progress throughout. Oh, Justin Armstrong off wide again. It must be dusty on the exit of that hairpin. I think a couple of other drivers looking like they might go wide. They are not finding the grip they had yesterday through that, maybe carrying a few extra miles an hour because of the wind. But yeah, Harry Landy made a really good move throughout the latter part of yesterday. Craig Story looking down the inside of James Hall, not going to make that happen. But he has maintained that and is in 3rd place in the AM Championship. So that's James Hall again flirting with the outside. They are just not getting the grip from the tyres. They have to run the same set of slick tyres throughout the course of the race weekend. Therefore, as the weekend gets older, so do their tyres, and they don't give up quite the same grip they would have had in qualifying. Henry Heaton now having to defend quite heavily from Cook, who looks like he's the man on the move, as McCormack loses a rear right the way through Sunny, which is not a nice place to lose the rear of your car.
Great sensation of speed as they go up the straight towards the complex, the left, then the tighter right-hander. This is the complex, then it's up towards the hairpin. Justin Armstrong being reeled in by Paul Donkin, who is absolutely flying along. Wouldn't surprise if he does the fastest lap this time around. Harry Cook currently has the fastest lap in 3rd place with a 1:24.762. Over the line they go. In fact, it's Harry Senior who's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.439. He's in 10th place behind Dale Head. Here are the leaders. Harry Cook all over the back of Henry Heaton for 2nd. Eden is 4th. Very fast-paced start to the day after the safety car went back into pit lane. There is the 28 of Senior. He's 9th now. He's got ahead of Dale Head as they came over the line. You can see some drivers moving to the inside to avoid that patch of dust that's been dragged onto the circuit at the exit of the chicane. Then down towards the right-hander at Tower. Here comes Donkin up the inside in the red and white car, attacking Justin Armstrong. Harry Landy in the blue car, number 21. Ahead of them, Ross McCormack still running well up there in P5.
Really good. We're just outside lap record pace, so faster with the more still conditions. No wind today. The lap record is of 24.428, so we're just outside that at the moment. I think we might see that go. This is fast and frantic action from this 7 Championship UK. McCormack doing a fantastic job with that the sort of yellow and black car out front of Harry Landy. Then comes Justin Armstrong. He was not willing to let Paul Donkin go. And obviously the Armstrong family connection there, and not wanting Donkin to get back to the front. But Harry Senior's now made short work of that midfield. He joins this front pack now, but it gets harder and harder the further forward you go to get and make up those places. Donkin looking down the inside there. That would have been a last minute charge, but hasn't made it happen. He's going to see whether he can get the run out onto the track. But just like in the Formula 1 with the DRS train, the tow is the same for all of them. You've got a track limits there as well. That'd be interesting to see. Harry Senior's right up with Paul Donkin. He looked like he might be making a move into Clervaux this time through, and it's still Henry Heaton having to defend from Cook in second and 3rd.
So Matt Armstrong led by 0.8 of a second at the end of that last lap. Heaton in 2nd, Cook in 3rd. Cook running wide onto the dust there. Tom Eden rather on his own in fourth. He's got nobody to battle with. Harry Landy is now up to fifth. He's got ahead of Ross McCormack in
and
the
Senior
blue car
is
there.
ahead of Donkin as well, look.
Yes, here comes Harry Senior. He's going to try and go around the outside of Justin Armstrong at Tower. I don't think that's going to work. It nearly worked. He ran out of room there on the outside, though, and Donkin's going to get back up the inside. He was very, very late on the brakes there. That was nearly an into the field moment for Harry Senior.
An awful lot of speed round that corner, but it didn't quite have the grip to maintain it, but it still kept him in position, didn't lose out, so it was no harm, no foul there. But yeah, here comes Matt Armstrong. In fact, that gap's coming down slightly. Henry Heaton's been twice wide round there, not hooking that apex up, so he'll be having to see whether he can do anything about that. But McCormack is still ahead of Landy, ahead of Justin Armstrong. Harry Senior looking in it's Chris Welch having a spin down at Tower as well, so his race weekend not going to plan, as he's now got a sort of empty track, a bit of test session for him. But Harry Landy now is still, Harry Senior ahead of Donkin and maintaining that. Justin Armstrong is an absolute blocker, isn't he? But Harry Landy and McCormack also not willing to capitulate at this stage.
Here they come over the line then. The lead gap is still 0.8 of a second. All the actions in the midfield. Look at them weaving about there to try and get the toe. Senior's going to try and go around the outside at Clervaux. I don't think that's going to work. Justin Armstrong hugs the inside line. He's going to run wide onto the curve. Very tricky little section of track that is, but they get through. You really have to go single file through there, or you're in the gravel on one side or into the tyre stack on the other. Through the chicane. They keep it on the tarmac. Nobody running wide.
Yeah, Senior's got a good run down to the Tower this time. He pinched him in Clervaux, and that means he's got the run. Still not able to do anything. That Justin Armstrong, in fact, Justin Armstrong's gone down the inside of Harry Landy, so now they're going to car between them. And Harry Senior not in that position. And in fact, Harry Landy's toe gave Justin Armstrong that advantage that he needed to maintain that position.
8.5 minutes and a few seconds of this race to go for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and a brilliant battle going on for what is P6 in the midfield. Here comes Harry Senior, who started from the back of the grid. He's almost towing Paul Donkin with him now. They're struggling with Harry Landy's blue number 21, cutting back to the inside as they go towards the complex. Can he get the nose alongside? He'll try and get it done before the right-hander. He's done it. Good driving by Harry Senior. His next target is once again that man Justin Armstrong. Now Paul Donkin's going to have a go into the hairpin as Harry Landy switches back to the inside. He locks them up as he turns it back through. Landy dives back through on the inside, outbraking himself there. Paul Donkin cracking racing here in the midfield. The lead gap is coming down by a couple of seconds as well, because Henry Heaton's just done a personal best lap. It's closing up slightly on Matt Armstrong.
Oh, that's around the outside of Clervaux. It doesn't work very often, but again, he's manoeuvring Justin Armstrong out of position. Nothing doing, though. He will be in the perfect toe. Got to be careful on this hot day of not having any air into your nose box. He's been following cars so closely, but I don't think Justin Armstrong's got quite the same toe advantage of Harry Landy, so it is going to be Senior to the outside. He is to the outside. He's being pinched heavily to the outside. But no contact with him down the straight. Justin Armstrong was pinching him on the inside, and then just two cars came into contact, and that sent Justin Armstrong onto the grass. And that was just two cars wanting to be on the same bit of track all at once. Justin Armstrong's going to be feeling a little bit aggrieved by that, but equally he was putting all that pressure down to the inside and maybe just didn't leave quite enough room for Harry Senior. He carries on though, and Paul Donkin and himself make up that place. Harry Landy now has been deposed by Donkin after we saw a little bit of a Geronimo moment into the hairpin, but it did all work out in the end. Our leaders, though, have got quite a significant gap over this chase group now, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Matt Armstrong, Harry Cook can be doing their own battle, not really having to worry about anything behind.
That was a heart-in-mouth moment coming down the back straight there. I thought those cars were going to lock wheels and they could have been flipped up into the air, but Justin Armstrong sent spinning into the infield. Hopefully he's been able to get going again. There's Dale Head, number 6, at the back of this group through the hairpin. Tom Eden's being reeled in for 4th place now by Ross McCormack, who's having a cracking race here. Darren McCormack, I should say, in the number 62 car. This is for the lead of the AM class as well. Into Clervaux they go. Harry Senior up behind them in the 28. Then it's Paul Donkin coming through the field after their problems yesterday. Justin Armstrong has pulled into the pits with some damage as a result of that collision. Top 3 are well clear. They're covered by just under 2 seconds. The trio of Matt Armstrong, Heaton and Cook still in the same order. Here comes McCormack, he's up to 4th now, and Harry Senior being forced onto the grass. I don't think Tom Eden knew he was there then as he moved back across to take the line. He didn't see that Senior was thinking about a move around the outside again.
Did so well to get that car slowed down. He was a desperation move trying on the outside there, but as you say, I don't think Eden knew he was there. He's got the move done now. Eden, I think, was going, crikey, okay, I'm going to let you go. But yeah, he was an unbelievable amount of grip that he found on that grass, and McCormack's the next one. He's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? Can he make it across? Gavin, was that contact? They're going to, it's got off even as well. What a shame for the end of that battle. Was there contact between the two of them on Sunny out and between Sunny in and out? Looked like there might be, but what a shame. But Senior was making his way through. He's made those places up. Donkin has got over the top of him now. And it's all change at the front.
And Paul Donkin suddenly finds himself in 4th place with Harry Senior going with him. I think these two will try and tow up to the back of the top 3 now. We'll see how far behind the first 3 they are. They almost hit each other now. What's going on? This is more like a go-kart race out there at the moment.
That was Donkin shaking the toe, so he jinked back. He knew that he wasn't alongside, and therefore he could make that move. A little bit wide there through Clervaux. They're really on the raggedy edge, these tyres, and the wind conditions. They're all having to relearn all the acceleration braking points, given that the wind is so significantly different today. They head out down the back straight again.
That's Justin Armstrong. He's rejoined out the pit.
He's rejoined in front of the battle. That's not necessarily a good sign as he heads down into the hairpin then, or to the tower bend, and he's got the group behind him. They should really let them go, as he will have the blue flag, but he's trying to maintain that. It's a little bit of needle there, isn't there? I don't like the look of this, as Donkin then heads up into to the Jim Clark S's for this time. So they head across then and out, but Donkin is currently in that 4th place. Good for him, and Senior will be still looking to see what he can do about it.
There's a challenge going on for the lead there. We just caught a glimpse of. Henry Heaton's having a look for the lead. We've been concentrating on, he's taken the lead into the complex. It's all happening. Henry Heaton suddenly has overhauled Matt Armstrong for the lead. Now Henry Heaton, he missed the last round at Anglesey, so he's not really in contention for the championship until dropped scores come into play, possibly later in the season, but he's taken the lead from Armstrong. There's just under 4 minutes of the race to go. Now these 3 are about 11 seconds clear of Paul Donkin in 4th place, so it's between these 3. Harry Cook just looking on from behind, but Matt Armstrong maybe getting ready to fight back. It's hard to know where to look in this race.
It's brilliant, and so Henry Heaton's got less pressure on him, hasn't he? Because Matt Armstrong knows that any dodgy move, anytime it's 50-50 or less, then he's gonna be up the one at risk. But he's still got a lot of head of speed as they head down into tower. He's going to take the inside line. I think he will retain that now lead, or get back into that lead. Henry Heaton will let that happen. He's got to be careful that Cook doesn't get back involved, and so he's got to play the game of chess. When does he make his move and try and make it stick? Tower is obviously going to be a good overtaking opportunity for them today, but we have seen overtakes in other places as well.
Well, it was a relatively tame affair to open the weekend for these drivers yesterday. This is an absolute cracker here at Croft for our first of our 10 races today. Here they come into the right-hander at Sunny in, and the short sprint to Sunny out. Henry Heaton perhaps getting ready to attack again into the complex, trying to get into Matt Armstrong's slipstream here. He's going to have a look possibly at the inside. No, he's not close enough this time. It might get him as they come out of the hairpin. He stays right on the back wheels of the number 19. Just over 2.5 minutes to go, but all the time Harry Cook in the black and gold number 9. There he is. He's towing up behind them, the reigning 310R champion. It's his debut season in a 420R in the Caterham 7 Championship UK, and he wants a first win. A couple of laps to go then as they come over the line this time.
He definitely wants that win, and he's been so close, hasn't he? Jumping into this car the first time, having been the 310R champion from last season. And it's not often we see the people jump up and compete very close to those tyre barriers. In fact, over the gravel and grass on the inside there, such was his line, these slick tyres giving him all the grip he needs, and they've now worked out how to keep it within track limits, haven't they? But it's dusty where they brought all of that onto the circuit. Tricky conditions, but 1 minute 56, so we're going to be penultimate lap time. So Henry Heaton's got to work out, what do I want to do? Do I want to be following him on this lap? Clearly that's his opinion right now, because he didn't go for the overtake that time through. I think he'll be thinking he's got to do it on the next lap and then see whether he can hold on, but it's just whether Harry Cook's going to be able to get up with them. More moves there for Senior and Donkin. I think it is now Donkin back ahead of Senior as they went into tower. Yeah. Justin Armstrong is still in that on the track at the moment, but a lap down.
Yeah, they're swapping places for fun, Senior and Donkin now. I think they've worked out they can't catch the top 3, so they're battling over 4th place. It's Landy 6th, Head 7th, then Story, Hall and Kendall rounding out the top 10. McCormack's 11th after that spin. Tom Eden's out of the race, unfortunately, with damage after that tangle down at Sunny. As here come the leaders. They're coming round to start their final lap at this time in this Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK race, and what a belter of a race it has been. Here's the battle further back. This is Craig Story, who had those problems yesterday, battling for 8th with James Hall, the 2 Dayglow yellow machines being reeled in by Mark Kendall, who started last on the grid. He's going to have a look up the inside. There isn't quite room there at the complex. There's battles everywhere you look. It may be a relatively small field of 17 cars, but they're all going at it absolutely hammer and tongs. Remember, these cars have got another race to get through later on today. Here come your leaders down the back straights.
Oh, he's not close enough, is he? He's got a bit of a distance. I don't think he's going to make a Ruva to Tower, so he's going to have to do it in the complex, and that's always risky. He just got to Henry Heaton in second place. He's got less to lose than Matt Armstrong, so it's all still to play for, but that would have been his prime overtaking opportunity, and it hasn't happened.
Here they come then towards the Jim Clark S's for the last time. Still Matt Armstrong, your leader from Henry Heaton. Harry Cook looking on in third place. Heaton's really pushing as hard as he can. He's never going to go up the inside at Sunny. You can't pass through there. We saw a move at Barcroft from Ben Lopez Appleton in the 310Rs yesterday, but at Sunny there isn't quite room there to get up the inside.
He's got ahead of speed though.
Here he comes then into the complex. What is Henry Heaton going to do? He's overtaken here once on Matt Armstrong. He goes to the outside into the left-hander. He won't get the inside, I don't think, or will he for the right-hander? Harry Cook's right on them as well. We could have a three-wide finish here if they get through the hairpin in one piece. Here they come into the left-hand hairpin. The checkered flag is awaiting them. Can Henry Heaton get the slipstream down the straight? Matt Armstrong puts his foot to the floor. Here they come up towards the line. What a cracking race, won by Matt Armstrong, the championship leader. Win number 5 of the season. Heaton second, Cook third, and they were covered by 0.565 of a second. Well, as they say, where I come from in the West Midlands, what a Boston race. Fourth place goes to Senior, fifth to Donkin.
And you could see there that Matt Armstrong did a very intelligent thing. He backed Henry Heaton up through the complex into the rear of, so Cook was right involved, and therefore Henry had to worry more about Cook than he could about pushing forward. Very intelligent driving from a young head there, and yeah, brilliant. And all the pro-ams have got to the front of the field, and you can see that Harry Landy won the Battle of the AMs. Great for him to see that win in the AM Championship ahead of Head and Story. But it's yeah, a lot of action and a little bit of contact between drivers out there today, all having to learn the new track and new conditions as the wind has faded but the temperature has risen, and as their tyres get slightly older. But fantastic for Matt Armstrong for his championship. Take that win, a good win ahead of Henry Heaton for another strong result, and Harry Cook in that third place.
And Matt Armstrong's main contenders a little bit further back as well. Senior fourth, Donkin fifth, and Harry Cook in third with Henry Heaton. Of course, as we said, he missed the last round, so he's not at the moment in contention until drop scores begin to come in with 3 more rounds to go. We'll confirm the provisional result in a moment. Just waiting for our last man to cross the line. That's Chris Welch, who unfortunately had a spin earlier on. And the provisional result as follows then. Matthew Armstrong the winner by 4/10 of a second over Henry Heaton in the end, with Harry Cook just 0.17 further back in third. Harry Senior battling through from the back for fourth, with Paul Donkin battling with him for that fourth place. Then a gap back to Harry Landy, who wins the AM class in sixth position. Dale Head in seventh. Then Craig Story also from the back of the grid. James Hall and Mark Kendall, who started last, rounding out the top 10. Darren McCormack recovering from a tangle to take 11th ahead of Gary Curtis. Then Steve Metcalf and Chris Welch rounding out the top 14. The only other finisher, Justin Armstrong, a lap down after a trip into the pits. And of course we lost Tom Eden with damage after that tangle with McCormack, and Chris Fraser went off on the first corner. Pause for breath needed after that one. What a cracking opening race of the day.
Yeah, and plenty more Caterham action coming all the way through the course of the rest of the day. All actually just 6. But yeah, all the cars are making their way down to Parc Fermé, so we can go and join Sam and hear from some of our drivers.
Happy with that. He was, I think, equal of the points after pole position yesterday, because they get points for pole, but now he will be definitely in front of that championship, so he will be delighted with that. So hard to keep these guys at bay on this circuit, but yeah, very hats off to Matt. He'll be very hot in there. Henry's already got his helmet off, but I'll wait for them to get out of the car, because that's what they won't want to stay in there any longer than they need to. So that's right, Matt, I'll give you a few minutes. And all the cars are just coming in now. Yeah, a bit warm, I can imagine, but fantastic. Well done on the win. That's just what you needed.
Yeah, it was a good race. I thought I got a gap at the beginning, so I didn't have to defend at the end, but luckily it still paid off at the end, so happy with it. But yeah, it was a hot one.
Yeah, I can imagine. And how are the tyres? Obviously that's race 2 on those tyres, isn't it? So how was it? You finding it with the heat?
It felt good for like 3 laps, and then it was pretty difficult, so I think the temperatures made a bit of a difference today, so I think race 3 will be pretty hard as well.
Yeah.
we'll see.
Well done. Fantastic job. Right. Oh, sorry. I'll spin you around this way. And Henry's walked over there now. Oh, sorry, Harry Heaton has moved over here. He's just congratulating his family. Fantastic job, Henry. Like it was great racing between the top three.
Yeah, great racing. Fair play to Matt. Fantastic win for Matt. He had it absolutely dialed in today. He's had some serious pace. The race of two halves, really. The first half, I was just trying to hang on, not push too hard because it's so hot, and not overdrive it. And then the car kind of came to me, and I was having a little bit of not a bite, but a nibble at Matt. And I thought, right, okay, we don't want to slow ourselves up too much because Harry was with us. And then I was trying to tee it up just for the last lap and couldn't quite get there. But yeah, pretty happy with that. Second place. It was a good race.
Second and a win for so far this weekend, and obviously good, start there later on. So that was a good starting place, and hopefully, being more fun for you guys.
Yeah. Look, it's hard work around here to overtake. So, your starting position is everything really. So yeah, it's good to be starting from the front row. But I'll see if I can go one better this afternoon. Give Matt a bit of a run. And I'm sure, I don't know where Harry finished. He obviously had a disappointing result yesterday. I'm not sure where he finished, but he may well be in the mix depending on where he finished. Do you know where he finished today?
Third.
He finished third. Fair play. Fair play. Well, when I said it was hard to overtake around here, he's obviously made easy work of it. So fair play, Harry. We might have a bit of a ding-dong battle in race 3. So yeah, let's see.
Bring it on. I can't wait for that one. Well done. Thank you. And let's move over to Harry. Great race for you as well, but you must be happy with third place.
Yeah, happy. I sort of was hoping I could challenge them a bit more. I was sort of stuck behind, and then I think my turn 2 wasn't brilliant, which didn't help down the back straight, but it was good. I sort of fell back and thought it's over, but then they sort of made a few mistakes, and I was like right back in it, and I thought I could sneak a second or something, but they defended well. So.
Well, you've taken to these cars pretty well because Harry. It's not Harry. It's Henry and Matt are both very experienced in this category.
Yeah, it's still frustrating though. When I was used to winning last year, so I'm hoping to get up there soon. But yeah, still learning a few things, I guess. Yeah.
Third place though is awesome.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, next up is the Virtue Minis. So I will hand over to Chris and Dave.
Thanks very much, Sam. Well done to our Caterham racers. We take a little break from the Caterham action next for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Identical 130 bhp, 1.6 litre BMW Mini Coopers, normally aspirated. Goodyear slick tyres, Team Dynamics 15-inch wheels, adjustable toe and ride heights, adjustable AST dampers, 6-speed Cooper S BKD gearbox with competition clutch. And these drivers, a lot of them young guns looking to be the touring car stars of the future. We had a cracking race yesterday for the Virtue Mini Challenge. That was won by Olivier Algieri from pole position for his third win of the season, but he was only down in 10th in the points, the Westbourne Motorsport driver coming into yesterday's race. He's had quite a bit of bad luck this season, unfortunately. It's Olivier with 4 retirements to his name, sadly, this year. In fact, no driver up until yesterday had won more than 2 races. Olivier the first to take 3 this year. It was Alex Keynes who led the championship coming into this weekend, who's had just 1 win so far this season. Now, the grid for race 2 is based on the results of the race yesterday with a partially reversed grid, similar to how British Touring Cars does it. And it was the top 9 that was drawn, so number 9 was drawn. So 9th place yesterday was Leo Purchase, number 171. So he will start from pole alongside 78 Kieran Roberts. Only his second appearance of the season, Kieran, the junior saloon car graduates. Second row, Ashley Gregory and Ronnie Smith, last year's Rookie Cup winner. Row 3 is Alex Keynes, the championship leader, alongside Josh Wilby. Alfie Garford on row 4 alongside Reese Hurd. Alfie, the current Rookie Cup points leader. Yesterday's winner, Olivier Algieri, starts on row 5 alongside James Sherrington in car number 40. Row 6, we've got last year's junior saloon car champion, number 10, Harry Smith, alongside 11, Gabe Fairbrother, who came through into the top 12 yesterday. Started last on the grid after problems in qualifying. Row 7 is Louis Fleet, number 610, and 15, newcomer Cameron Richardson. Row 8, 138 Henry Foote alongside 51, Craig CJ Morgan. Row 9 is Paul Manning, 46, the oldest man on the grid, alongside 43, Cameron Wood. And completing the top 20, 69 is Monroe Renard, and 4, Simon Sweetland. Cars 96 and number 4, both receiving a 2-place grid penalty for incidents in yesterday's race. So Ronnie Smith was one of them, and Simon Sweetland the other. The final row of the grid, the 2 cars that didn't finish yesterday's race. Luca Marinoni Osborne, he pulled up at the Jim Clark S's a couple of laps from home, and Louis Capezzoli, who qualified on the front row, unfortunately went off on the first lap into the gravel at Clervaux and then pulled the car into the pits. So first appearance in a couple of years for Louis, so we'll see the Accelerate Motorsport driver coming through from the rear of the grid. This will be a 15-minute race for the Mini Challenge Trophy, sponsored by Virtue Motors, also in partnership with Scorpion, Mintex Brakes, Miller's Oils, Goodyear Tyres and Sunoco Race Fuel. So a big thanks to them for all of their support of the Mini Challenge, the trophy category. We have seen them a couple of times this year supporting the British Touring Car Championship at Brands Hatch and at Thruxton. We also see, of course, the Mini Challenge JCW on the Toka support package. After this meeting at Croft, they go to Donington, to Silverstone, then to Brands Hatch again for their season finale. Well, we caught up with some of the drivers down in the paddock a little earlier on with James.
Kieran Roberts starting on the front row of the grid for this race. You looking forward to this one?
Yeah, really excited for this one. It's the first time I've been on the front row, I believe, in car racing, so really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, you're going to get that clear air ahead of you. What is the strategy coming down to turn 1?
Well, to be honest, you can never really plan it in minis, but we're just, hopefully, we can just get a nice clean start. See if we can get pole off the line, but if not, we're tucking behind and just see how the race plans out from there.
Fantastic. As you said, potentially your first front row start, obviously things progressing over the season as we get to the halfway stage. What is the plan for you and the team over these last few races?
Bring the car home in one piece. I think everyone wants to do that. But to be honest, just look for high results. Unfortunately, this will be my last weekend here in Mini Challenge due to funding issues, but yeah, just to be honest, just get the best result we possibly can and bring the car home in one piece.
Well, Kieran, if it's the last weekend, you finished it in style with the front row, so best of luck today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So Ashley Gregory starting third on the grid for this race. Ashley, what's the plan?
I think move forward as much as we can, really. We just missed out on the podium yesterday, so ultimately if we bring some silverware home, that'll be the plan.
Yeah, and things going well in the championship as well. You've been doing pretty good up there in the top 6.
Yeah, so we currently sat 6th overall. We had a DNF at the last round, which unfortunately put us back to there. But no, we keep looking away, and I think we'll be right back in the mix soon enough.
That'll be good. Obviously, conditions changed a little bit today. It's a little bit warmer, a little less windier. How will that change how you attack this one?
It will change it massively, to be honest. The wind obviously slowed everything right down yesterday, and ultimately if you weren't in a pack of cars, you weren't going to be fast. Whereas in today, the wind's not going to impact that, so ultimately if we're out at the front, we should be able to stay out there and keep our nose clean.
Oh, best of luck out there today.
Thank you very much.
So good to hear from a couple of our drivers out there then. The cars are out on their green flag lap, ready for this 15-minute race for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. There's Louis Capezzoli. Good to see him back out at the back of the field, the grey car. Leo Purchase in pole position, the man from Dorset in the black and the blue and orange car. Had a win at Snetterton earlier this season, but the best he's had other than that is a 5th place. Alex Keynes leading the championship on consistency, really. He's only been out of the top 4 on 2 occasions this year, a 7th place in round 6 at Brands Hatch and a retirement at Snetterton. He wants to go into historic racing someday, Alex Keynes. Look, his ambition is to race a Shelby Daytona Cobra, he tells us, the classic American machine. Many of these drivers looking to get into the British Touring Car Championship Sunday. Watch for Louis Capezzoli coming through, the number 99. Making a return to the Mini Challenge Trophy for the first time this season. Was the rookie champion a couple of years ago, but didn't race last year. Kieran Roberts, we just heard from, the red car there. That's the car previously raced by his uncle, Matt Hammond, who's a former Mini Challenge champion. And Kieran, the man from Wiltshire, making the move up from the Junior Saloon Car Championship, where he raced a Citroen Saxo. Also got a couple of the Wera Alliance Racing Academy cars out there, the Wera Tools back machines. That's the black cars with the turquoise trim. Alex Keane's in the green and yellow car. The Wera cars, that's number 15 Cameron Richardson, also Alfie Garford, number 88. And we would have had Jensen Mason, number 185, but he's not here this weekend. So Leo Perch is on pole, alongside him Kieran Roberts, then row 2 Ashley Gregory, we just heard from her. In the blue and pink number 22 car, Ronnie Smith alongside her, last year's Rookie of the Year. In the Race Car Consultants car, it's the white and turquoise liveried machine. Row 3 we have 62 Alex Keanes. He ran wide coming out of the last hairpin in yesterday's race and dropped to 5th from 4th. That's the green and yellow car for Graves Motorsport, who also run our pole sitter Leo Perches. Josh Wilby, number 95, has had a couple of wins this year, the white and red Team Avago car on the outside of row 3. We should have 22 cars out there for this 15-minute race for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Big thanks to the Virtue Group for their sponsorship of the championship this year. Okay, ready to rumble then. The 5-second board is held aloft. Time to go. BMW Mini Cooper racing here on the Croft circuit. Perches and Roberts on the front row of the grid. Away they go. And down towards that first corner. Ronnie Smith making a decent start from the second row of the grid. They are all away cleanly. And up towards the first corner at Clervaux, it is Leo Perches who has got the lead. The man from Poole in Dorset, the number 171 Ashley Gregory, has come up into second place as they filter their way through Clervaux. Alex Keanes are on the inside, not the best of starts for Kieran Roberts. He's dropped back to about 4th or 5th. Simon Sweetland has a little bit of a rub there through Clervaux with the 69 car of Monroe Renard. And he's dropped to the tail of the field with Louis Capazzoli coming through. Ronnie Smith has run wide onto the dirt there, kicking up a bit of dust. Ashley Gregory's going for the lead. Somebody's gone rally crossing at the back. I think that's Simon Sweetland again, the number 4. Alex Keane's being squeezed towards the inside there. Gregory up the inside of Leo Perches. Ashley Gregory's going to take the lead on the inside. And off goes Kieran Roberts. He's into the field. That's the first one this weekend that's gone into the Farmers Field next to the circuit at Tower. Hopefully he can dig the car out there. The ground is fairly dry, so he should get out. And Kieran Roberts rejoins. Gregory leads the way from Perches, side by side for third. Alex Keane's having a go at Ronnie Smith for third position, trying to get up the inside at Barcroft and into Sunny. Now it's easier to do that than in a Caterham in a Mini, but you can see Keanes has gone wide on the exit and Ronnie Smith will be straight back up the inside. Josh Wilby is in behind them, and then one of the Wera cars, there's Olivier Algieri, the black and white car. He won yesterday's race, his third win of the season, making him the driver with the most wins so far this year. Here's one of the Wera Tools liveried cars up the inside. Who's that? That's Alfie Garford making a move on Reese Hurd in the blue number 59 car. Another car trying to filter up the inside is Gabe Fairbrother. Stymied by problems in qualifying yesterday, had to start last. He's attacking, I think that's James Sherrington, the number 40. So it's a solid draft, almost NASCAR style of cars over the line for the first time. Led by Ashley Gregory. She's had 2 second places this year, one at Snetterton and one at Thruxton. She's determined to get her first win. She leads the way through Clervaux for the second time. Perches second, Smith third. Then it's Keanes, Wilby, Garford and the rest of them. And the field at the moment covered, with the exception of Roberts after his off, by just over 7 seconds. Simon Sweetland has not come through. I don't think Harry Smith has come through either, the number 10. So he may have lost them on that opening lap. Reese Hurd having a look at the inside, the blue car, number 59, battling with the number 40. I think that is of James Sherrington. Gabe Fairbrother is behind them. They're all through Tower okay this time. So everybody is out there except for Sweetland. Yes, Harry Smith is there, the number 10. His transponder's not working. He's been timed manually. So Simon Sweetland has come into the pits, number 4. Bit of damage from that first corner skirmish, I think. So Ashley Gregory leads the way through. Sunny in and Sunny out. Alex Keanes in third position, trying to protect his championship lead. There's Gabe Fairbrother. Watch for him coming through. Now, he was the highest placed driver to return from last year's championship. He was, I think, third in the championship last year. So he was the pre-season favourite, but he's had a fairly difficult season, it has to be said, Gabe Fairbrother. He's attacking there, as is the 95 of Josh Wilby, side by side through the hairpin. It's 50 points for a race win in the Mini Challenge, so very competitive indeed. Bit of dust being kicked up there out of the hairpin. Fairbrothers had one win this year at Thruxton. Great Fairbrother up the inside, Josh Wilby, and behind them is Galfie Garford, the 88, the Rookie Cup leader. Reese Hurd in there as well. Super close racing. You can see why they call these drivers the BTCC stars of tomorrow. Somebody's cut the chicane. I think that's Josh Wilby. He'll filter back in where he left the circuit in the order. This is frantic stuff. Ashley Gregory still leads from Perches in second, Keynes third, Ronnie Smith fourth, fifth is now Alfie Garford, sixth is Reese Hurd, then side by side for seventh between Harry Smith and I think that was Josh Wilby in there as number 40 James Sherrington runs out wide. Another graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, used to race a Citroen Saxo. Through the Jim Clark S's they go up towards the right flick of Barcroft and then into Sunny. Can Ashley Gregory hang on for a long overdue first Mini Challenge Trophy victory? Perches in second place, Keynes third up the inside, that's Josh Wilby regaining ground after that moment at the chicane. Harry Smith goes wide onto the dirt there, Olivier Algieri is up behind them, and then it's Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother and Algieri marking themselves out as possible championship contenders. Somebody's gone wide there in the background. One car just wide on the grass, didn't see who it was that's gone off there. Facing the wrong way, I think. We'll pick up who that was in a moment as the cars filter their way out of the hairpin. Now who's dropping down the timing screen? We'll have a look. It's Josh Wilby, I think, yes, the 95 car that went off there. Just caught a glimpse of him sliding off. He's gone into the tyre wall at the complex. That's his race over as Harry Smith through on the inside past Gabe Fairbrother at Clervaux under braking. Impossible to keep up with all this. James Sherrington is in behind them, so Gregory leads from Perches, Keynes, then Garford is up to fourth now, Hurd, Ronnie Smith down to sixth, Algieri is seventh, then Fairbrother, Sherrington and Morgan. That was the top 10 as they came over the line. Up towards Tower they go for once again, but the red flag is coming out. Red flag is coming out, race is being stopped, I assume because of Josh Wilby's car off at the complex. We've also lost Cameron Richardson, number 15, into the pits. Harry Smith is showing as dropping down the order as well, but that's because his transponder isn't working. So Josh Wilby, he's out of the car, appears to be okay. Just went wide there coming into the complex and went spinning off into the tyre wall. Okay, the race is stopped. And the cars will be assembled ready for a restart. There's just over 9 minutes on the clock, so we'll wait to see how long the restart's going to be. My prediction would be a 10-minute restart, but we'll wait and see what the clerk of the course decides. The race, I think, stopped in the interest of safety because that car would be in the firing line if another car was to go off there. So Josh Wilby, having slid off into the tyre wall, I think will be just taken to the medical centre for a quick check-up as a precaution. And the marshals will remove the number 95, the Team Avago car. So the pack being brought into line, they're not being taken into the paddock, so they are being left on the grid, which means there will be a restart. Hello to some, gives us a chance to say hello to some of our commenters on the stream. Good to hear from you. Hello to the Jamesy boy watching from Glasgow. Hi to Jan Echterman, Gianluca 46 Rossi, cheering on Ashley Gregory, who's currently leading. Hi to David Taylor, who says, who's coming to Thruxton for Trucks, Brick Car and Mini Challenge Club Sport next weekend? I will be. David, I think, racing his BMW Mini next weekend in the Club Sport category. Hi to Ink25. Donny Popovsky watching from Australia. Justine Cornish cheering on Matt Armstrong in the Caterhams. Let's have a look back at some highlights so far of our Mini Challenge trophy race. Leo Perches led into the first corner with Ashley Gregory challenging. Decent start by Ronnie Smith up into third. Simon Sweetland went off into the gravel and tagged Monroe Renard. We saw him make a pit stop and rejoin at the back. Then Kieran Roberts got sideways and off into the field he went at Tower Corner. Managed to dig his car out of the rough, if you like. There was a frantic battle developing for what was 4th and 5th places. Josh Wilby going side by side with a couple of cars. Gabe Fairbrother was one of them, getting pushed wide there, coming out of the hairpin. But then it all came apart for Josh Wilby, of course, further round, as he went off on the outside of the complex and slid into the tyre wall. Some more of your comments coming in. We said hello to Justine Cornish. Hi to Harrison Marsh, who says, good luck, Louis, cheering on Louis Capezzoli. Where's he got up to in the order at the time of that stoppage? He was up to 13th from the back of the grid. Who else have we got watching today? Hi to Jasmine Sherrington, cheering on James in number 40. Hi to Paul GT7. Charlie Woods, normally a mechanic for Olivier Algieri, but sadly Charlie not too well today, so couldn't be here at Croft Circuit. Well, soon, Charlie. Hi to Dan Hughes. Charlie Longman. Mackenzie Taylor, he's cheering on Gabe Fairbrother. Hi to Nathan Shaw, who's watching from Anglesey in North Wales. Peter Jones, also cheering on Louis Capezzoli. Langton Motorsport, cheering on Olivier Algieri as well. Duncan Patricio cheering on Ash Gregory. Quite a few fans of James Sherrington on our stream today. Hi to Reese Parker as well. Big thanks to all of you for watching. Give the stream a like and a subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube. Many thanks for your support, everyone. Here's a replay of the start of our Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race. Everybody got away cleanly off the line. It's a decent start by Leo Purchase from pole position, looking for his second win of the season. Ronnie Smith getting up the inside for third into Clervo. Wasn't the best of starts for Kieran Roberts, unfortunately, in the number 78. Simon Sweetland, a bit of rally crossing there as he came back on. He tagged Monroe Renard, which caused a bit of damage to the right front and sent the number 4 car into the pits. Ashley Gregory took the lead through the chicane for the first time up the inside, as Simon Sweetland found out his steering was damaged, I think, because he went through the chicane there onto the grass. Alex Keen's getting squeezed on the inside by Ronnie Smith, but then Kieran Roberts lost the back end of the 78 car and off he went into the rough. Managed to dig the car out of the field and was able to rejoin before he headed too far down towards Darlington, as the pack headed out through the Jim Clark S's. Alex Keynes up the inside, tried to challenge for third place on the inside, the 96 of Ronnie Smith, but outbraked himself, ran wide on the exit. Smith was able to get back through. And behind them, Josh Wilby, Alfie Garford and Reese Hurd fighting it out. Olivier Algieri in the black and white car, they're yesterday's race winner. Fantastic race developing up front for the top 10 places. Wonderful sound of these buzzy little 1600cc normally aspirated engines, not the supercharged Mini Coopers. Harry Smith kicking up a bit of dust there. As they completed the first lap, it was Ashley Gregory in the lead. Gabe Fairbrother charging through on the inside, battling with Algieri, with James Sherrington in behind them. Highlights everywhere you looked, all the way down the order in the early laps. Louis Capezzoli making his move from the back on the inside of Cameron Wood there, the 43, as they came through Hawthorn. Purchase with his headlights on, trying to intimidate Ashley Gregory out in front. Ashley, the former short oval racer in mini stocks in her younger days at Watered in Lancashire. There's Gabe Fairbrother. Just awaiting news on a restart at the moment. Timing screen has gone blank for the moment, so we're waiting for an update. It was Gregory and Purchase trying to pull away from the third place battle over the early stages. We'll try and see what happened to Josh Wilby. The 95 car, I think, was just caught on the outside as they went through the left into the complex, and he went sliding off on the outside. It wasn't this lap around, because there is the number 95, the Avogo racing car, up alongside Gabe Fairbrother, holding off Alfie Garfer. They were battling for 4th place. Fairbrother going out a little wide onto the grass. Thanks again for all those who've subscribed and given the stream a like. Plenty of your comments coming in. Get back to those in a moment. Just looking back at the early laps of this mini challenge trophy race. Alfie Garford going side by side with Wilby there as they went through Clervaux. See what a tricky corner that is, the way it flicks round to the left and then back to the right into Hawthorn. There's Josh Wilby cutting the chicane. Managed to rejoin without gaining any advantage. That put him out of line with everybody else. He had to try and cut back into the line behind Reese Hurd. Alongside him was Harry Smith in the number 10, the junior saloon car champion. Gabe Fairbrother going wide over the curb, and James Sherrington as well. Gregory continued to lead by about 3 car lengths over Leo Purchase, with Alex Keynes holding 3rd place, and they've gone clear of the increasingly more frantic battling behind. But for Josh Wilby, it was all about to come apart. He was almost side by side with Harry Smith. Olivier Algieri pushing behind, and on the outside as they came into the complex, there was a little bit of rubbing there, and that sent Josh Wilby sliding off onto the grass, into the tyre wall, and out of the race. Red flag coming out in the interest of safety, just to check on Josh, who appears to be okay, the young man from Doncaster. And the red flags came out as a result. So we await a restart then. We're awaiting news on the length of restart. Hello to a few of our commenters. Hi to Millie Henderson cheering on Alex Keynes in the 62. Jason Marsh, another supporter of Louis Capozzoli from Jay's Windscreens. Christian Healy watching in the West Midlands. Good to see a fellow Midlander on the stream. Chris Manning says, cheering on Paul, number 46, old but still got it. He is the elder statesman of the grid, is Paul Manning. Kelly Smith cheering on Harry Smith in number 10. Hi to Langton Motorsports and Fix a Wheel. Bryn Brooker cheering on Alfie Garford in number 88. From all the next base team, says Bryn. And David Simon and his wife here this weekend. They're marshalling here at Croft this weekend. David says, everyone give a thought to all the marshals getting attacked by insect life around the circuit given the heat this weekend. Yes, big thank you to the volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we call them. There's some of them on the grid at the moment. And yes, with the heat here at Croft this weekend, there's insect life everywhere given the rural location of this circuit. So everybody being attacked by flies and thunderbugs. Fair play to you out there on circuit today. Also to all our medical staff, recovery crews and all the other officials and staff here at Croft Circuit this weekend. A big thank you to all of you for your services. Waiting news on a restart then. The timing screen currently says 9 minutes 36. That's a bit too specific, I think. I would suspect we might get a restart of about 10 minutes, but we'll await confirmation on that.
I think the clear-up might have cost them about 10 minutes, though, might.
Yes,
so we'll probably see.
Yeah, we shall see.
Yeah, it's, didn't seem to be anyone else involved, did there? And there didn't seem to be heavy barrier contact, but they got to make sure all the track and all the vehicles are back in place and ready to go. You can see the heat haze across this Croft circuit today. It's absolutely baking, and whereas yesterday the wind was taking some of that heat or the intensity of that heat away, it's not there today. And also looking at the track conditions for the Caterhams and for the Minis out there, they look like they're struggling a little bit for grip, don't they? They
certainly are, yes.
And then they're getting onto the grass at the edge, which is actually more dust, and it just brings more dust onto the circuit. So they've got a bit of a sort of a vicious circle there going on with the grip out there. And yeah, lots of people trying for the moves up the inside of the hairpin, especially these Minis where they can position their cars up the inside and almost sort of block the apex of the corner. There's so there's a different style of racing with the Minis.
Quick hello to Ben Watson, another supporter of Louis Capezzoli. He's got plenty of fans watching on his return this weekend. Says from the back up to 13th, serious talent. He certainly is, Ben. John Robertson cheering on Luca Osborne in number 81. A number of engine changes and still on the grid. Yep, had more problems sadly with that car yesterday. Started from the back. Where had Luca got up to at the time of the stoppage? All the timing screen's gone blank, so we can't tell you at the moment, unfortunately. David Simon says it's his wife marshalling today. He's actually sat at home today with the air conditioning on. We've got cars making their way forward then onto the grid. Timing screen says 9 minutes 36. So are we restarting from the moment that the red flag went out? I'm not sure.
That will update itself shortly.
Yeah,
It's
we'll
just
see.
all the processes and procedures will be in place. The timers have to get all the kind of positions they want people to restart in down to the grid, and then all the grid people, the marshals out there. Thank you ever so much on behalf of all the drivers today, for all our Orange Army and all the volunteers that make these weekends happen. It's not the work of a few people. It's an absolute army of people out there, and so thank you on behalf of all the drivers. But yeah, the time is TSL timing. There we'll be getting all the kind of what the grid should be, and then the marshals will make sure all the drivers get lined up in that order, and I'm sure we'll see the timing screen tick over to I would imagine maybe a 5-minute restart. That's kind of where my head's gone to right now.
That'll be a sprint for the line by the look of things. Quick hello to Joe Woodhouse cheering on Alex, I think that says. Well, the only Alex on the grid is Alex Keynes. Brendan Lynch watching from Portugal. Lucky Brendan cheering for Olivier Algieri. There's Kieran Roberts. Now, he had that off up at Tower. The officials just checking on his car. Kieran racing for the Accelerate Motorsports team. Monroe Renard as well, number 69, the Graves Motorsports car.
See his bumpers just being reattached, I'm sure.
Yes.
Duct tape and a hammer is being used to make sure that all sticks in place.
They've even got red tape, look, so it matches.
They've come
Good thinking.
Come prepared, yeah. Is that going to be enough to satisfy the onlooking official?
Yeah, the scrutineer is looking on. Front bumper was hanging off after that trip into the field. Good race cars, not so good as a plough, the BMW Mini.
You saw how deep the field and the crop that's in there. I think they are actually asking. Are they asking that to be moved away, or is it just to put it back?
They're moving them back.
Position.
Yeah, getting them into the correct
right
positions.
Place. So
yes.
It looks like we're pretty much set and ready to go again.
Jack Madison, hello to you. Another supporter of Louis Capezzoli. He's got all his friends watching today, hasn't he? Right to George Penlington, keeping an eye on the Mini Challenge action as well. The Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Next week at Thruxton on BARC TV, we'll have the Mini Challenge Club Sport category. So Ashley Gregory will restart on pole. They are into the order that they were in when the race was suspended.
And have their full green flag lap at the restart. The procedure will be followed as per normal, so we'll see the minute, 30 seconds, and off they go on their green flag lap. So they'll get a chance to see again when the conditions have changed again since they were out there a little while back now. So maybe some of the dust would have been blown away.
We're waiting for confirmation of how long this restart's going to be. We don't know as yet. The timing screen says 9 minutes 36, but I don't think that will be quite as specific as that. We're waiting for that to update. They move off for their green flag lap then. So they make their way around then. They've been organised into the order that they were in when the race was stopped. Into the second part of our first mini challenge race of the day. The first of two today, second of the weekend. 610 Louis Fleet in the black and green car going there. The purple car was Henry Foote, 138. Simon Sweetland's rejoined at the back after his pit stop earlier on. Cars weaving to warm up their Goodyear tyres. There's Monroe Renard. That's a little bit of contact at Clervaux for the first time through, not causing him any problem. Kieran Roberts will have to restart from the back. There's number 4 Simon Sweetland, the Max Tune Motorsports car. Ashley Gregory on the pole. Snorbit says good luck Kimmy 171. That's Leo Purchase, must be nicknamed Kimmy, maybe after Mr. Raikkonen. MD says let's go Alex Keynes.
Extreme rake in these cars, aren't they? The front significantly lower than the than the rear, really sort of perched up on those front wheels to get those the rotation in. But really bouncy at the rear as well. If I've noticed, if they hit the curbs, the car does react quite nastily, and the back will bounce around. And again, partly due to the amount of suspension travel there is as they've raked those cars up in the air. Clearly, to get the front weight down and get these cars turned in.
So the first cars will now be arriving on the grid, ready to be lined up for this restart. Chris joining us for this one. Have you spotted any possible talents to move into Caterham racing in years to come?
Well, they certainly run close enough, don't they?
They do.
For the same effect. And they say it's a slightly different style of racing in these cars, but they're obviously just a good ground for people to learn their skills in these touring car style cars.
Yes, most of these drivers looking to get into the BTCC one day. Seen a few mini challenge graduates make the move up in the last few years. So all set then, ready for a restart. The revs are up and off they go. And a restart of around 9.5 minutes according to the timing stream. So you must be going from when the red flag went out. Ashley Gregory makes a good start. So does Alex Keynes. He's going to have a look down the inside into Clervaux. Side by side is Leo Purchase. Are they all going to make it round? They're all running out a bit wide. Purchase goes over the gravel. It's Gregory who's got the lead. Ronnie Smith has come through into second place. They've all just about made it round. Kieran Roberts making up a couple of places already from the back of the field, but a perfect restart by Ashley Gregory. A couple of cars cutting the chicane on the inside. Louis Fleet, number 610, was one of them. Alex Keynes side by side now with Ronnie Smith as they head down into Tower Corner. There's one of the Wera Tools cars that's possibly hit problems. I think that was Cameron Richardson who went into the pits just before the red flag came out. He may have joined in from the pit lane possibly as they make the way out of Tower for the first time. And it is Ashley Gregory who leads the way, and she's eked out a gap of about half a dozen car lengths already ahead of Alex Keynes. Ronnie Smith in third position. Establish the rest of the places as they come out of Sunny. But Ashley Gregory making a perfect restart there. There's somebody wide, that's Reese Hurd, the blue number 59, just kicking up a bit of dust on the outside. It looks like everybody is going to make it round the first lap of this restart okay. Alex Keynes in second place. Ronnie Smith under fire from Alfie Garford. Has a look down the inside. Olivier Algieri is up behind them. He's made a decent restart up into P5. He's going to go for P3 up the inside of both of them. Look at that. Well, Gabe Fairbrother and Alfie Garford took each other wide there. And Algieri said, thank you very much. I'll go through into third place. There's one car being squeezed wide by Reese Hurd. Couldn't quite see who that was as they came over the line. It may well have been Gabe Fairbrother possibly. But Leo Purchase certainly got squeezed out on that first corner. He's down to about 8th place as they cross the Alliance House. Gregory from Keynes. Algieri is now up into third place. Then Ronnie Smith, Alfie Garford. It was Gabe Fairbrother who got squeezed wide coming out of the hairpin there. Out of the chicane along the back straight. Ashley Gregory, a lead of just under a second ahead of Alex Keynes at the end of the first lap of that restart. Olivier Algieri trying to close in third place. Gregory with the fastest lap, of course. First flying lap will come in next time around. Kieran Roberts making the move up from the back of the field, chasing Cameron Wood in the 43 car. Is that number 610 slowing there on the inside? Yes, problems for Louis Fleet in the Team Avago car, I think, the man from Rotherham. He's dropped to the tail of the field, so could be heading pitwards. Out of the Jim Clark S's. Up the inside, here comes Olivier Algieri. What a cracking weekend he's having. He won yesterday. He forces his way down the inside. We don't very often see an overtake through Sunny. Harry Smith's done the same thing. He's got up into 4th place in the Mooney Hire number 10 machine. Still side by side between these two, Gabe Fairbrother and Alfie Garford. They've got up behind them. That is in a second. No, it's Ronnie Smith side by side. Sorry, Fairbrother got up the inside there, and that forced Ronnie Smith out wide. And there's a tangle there. Off go 2 cars. One of them is Alfie Garford. The other is Rhys Ferd. You can't go 4 wide into the hairpin and Croft. There's more contact at the back of the field. That's Simon Sweetland and Monroe Renard. Again, it's the second coming together they've had today. Rhys Ferd's got damage. He's heading for the pits. You can't go 4 wide into that hairpin.
Definitely a case of 3 into 1 wouldn't go. The guy in the middle had nowhere to go, and the 2 on the outside flanks just sort of squeezed and sandwiched all together, and the cars just reacted in that nasty way and pinged them to the inside. And there was a bit of contact after the yellow flag there, which is not ideal.
Alfie Garford's got going again towards the back of the field, bit of damage to the right front of his car. He got turfed aside as Ronnie Smith came back on and tried to fit his way through the hairpin. Ashley Gregory continues to lead. Algieri has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.763. He's in 2nd place. It's Alex Keanes down to 3rd. Harry Smith is up to 4th, and Gabe Fairbrother was the big winner in all of that schmozzle at the hairpin. He's through into P5. Rhys Ferd, we know, has pulled into the pits. Louis Fleet didn't make it round. Unfortunately, he's out of the race. We had technical problems with his car. The first 3 have broken away very slightly ahead of Harry Smith in 4th. Gabe Fairbrother is 5th, then Ronnie Smith. Leo Purchase, who started on pole initially in this race, is down into 7th. But Olivier Algieri is getting closer and closer to our race lead. He's absolutely flying this weekend, the Westbourne Motorsport driver, the man from North Wales. James Sherrington under fire from Louis Capezzoli, who's coming through from the back of the grid. Don't forget, he's into the top 10 now. He gained 3 places on that last lap with all the bit of chaos ahead of him. Side by side there, further back, Kieran Roberts trying to make up another place, attacking Paul Manning in the number 46 car. As a look at the inside on the hairpin, and he'll go through into 11th position. Good recovery from the back after that off on the first lap.
Tactics, isn't it, about where you put your car and how do you in that complex, where do you want to actually make your move and defend or block passes, and absolutely nose to tail through the first complex.
Speaking of making a move, Olivier Algieri is having a look for the lead now as they come through Hawthorne. He'll try and go through on the chicane. We rarely see overtaking manoeuvres made there. Ashley Gregory cuts very tight to the inside. Algieri goes out wide. This is going to allow Alex Keanes a chance for an attack as well in the green and yellow cars, and also Harry Smith starting to close in from 4th place. He's Ashley Gregory about to lose the lead in the 22 car. Takes the tight line for Tower, holds the lead ahead of the black and white machine of Olivier Algieri. Cutting to the inside now on the exit of Tower is the 62 of Keanes. Then Harry Smith, Gabe Fairbrother, Ronnie Smith and Leo Purchase, the pole sitter in this race. His wing mirror flapping there as they go towards the Jim Clark S's. Alex Keanes up the inside trying for 2nd place as they come towards the right flick at Barcroft. Up towards Sunny. I think Keanes is going to get the move done here on the inside. Good driving there by Alex Keanes, and this time he doesn't outbrake himself. He's got P2. That's allowed Ashley Gregory, though, to pull away very slightly again at the front of the field. We've got 3.5 minutes just under of this race still to go.
Gregory didn't take the chicane that time. He actually went down the escape route and obviously maintained his position because of it. So I think these other drivers might be, they might be a little bit concerned about that, but we'll see.
Diving to the inside, Olivier Algieri for 2nd place, and retakes Alex Keanes. Good late move there by the 38, and Algieri is on an absolute mission here this weekend here at Croft. But Ashley Gregory, she's been able to pull out her lead to about 1.25 seconds as a result of their dicing on that previous lap. 4th place is Harry Smith, closing in on Keanes now, taking Gabe Fairbrother with him. And then behind them, Ronnie Smith, there's Purchase. Capezzoli's up to 8th from the back of the grid. CJ Morgan and Kieran Roberts, who's come through from the back in this one as well, rounding out the first 10. It would be a great shame if Kieran Roberts does not have the funding to continue in this championship, because you can see his speed at the wheel of the red number 78 car. Ashley Gregory leads the way, looking for her first win in the championship this season. Single file through Tower Bend this time, no slipstreaming manoeuvres being made. There's 43 of Cameron Wood in the Chandler Motorsport car chasing Paul Manning. Chandler Motorsport with a couple of cars in this series, Cameron Wood and CJ Morgan and Harry Smith run by them this week, and they would have had Charlie Barr as well, but he's absent. There are the leaders, a little more spaced out now with just under 2 minutes to go. I think they'll be coming around to start their final lap this time. Still Ashley Gregory who leads the way. Can she take her first win of the season? Here comes Gabe Fairbrother attacking for P4. He's got the championship in mind. All over the back of Harry Smith, who scored his first win earlier. Second place, I should say, earlier this season at Snetterton, just behind Leo Purchase. At the inside is Smith on the hairpin, defends from Gabe Fairbrother. They've got to be mindful that Ronnie Smith is behind them, and here comes Capezzoli. He's taken Leo Purchase now, coming through the hairpin. Interesting to watch him in race 3 later on. We'll try and take a look where he is on the grid when we can. Side by side, Fairbrother and Ronnie Smith. Louis Capezzoli will start third for race 3 later, so that will be interesting to see how he goes from there, if he can come through into the top 10 from the back of the grid. On the last lap now of this Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race 2 of the weekend, and Olivier Algieri is in attacking mode once again. He's in the slipstream of Ashley Gregory, one side then the other. He's been forced to go around the outside. Ashley Gregory defending the racing line through Tower Bend. Alex Keynes just looking on from third place. This is going to be really close. Algieri's just done new fastest lap as well, 1:39.762. Only a couple of thousandths of a second faster than his previous best. Down towards Sunny for the last time. Up the inside, Algieri braking very late there. Can he get up alongside? He's forced Ashley Gregory to go wide up the inside. They make a little bit of contact, possibly on the exit there. Ashley Gregory stays out wide on the curb, and Keynes has come through as well. Olivier Algieri then going for his weekend double. He forced the issue there down the inside at Sunny for the last time. Gregory ready to fight back. This is going to be interesting on the hairpin for the final time. You can see Ashley Gregory's fired up. She's all over the back of Alex Keynes. There's the battle for fourth place. Capezzoli running wide. Alex Keynes, can he get up the inside on the hairpin? It's going to be a drag race to the line. No, Keynes is slow off the hairpin. Olivier Algieri moves back across, and he's going to make it 2 wins out of 2. Second for Alex Keynes, and you have to feel for Ashley Gregory there, dropping for third on the final lap. Ronnie Smith wins the battle for 4 there to Fairbrother, Capezzoli, Purchase, Morgan and Roberts as quickly as that. Harry Smith will be in there somewhere as well, because of course his transponder isn't working, so we have to wait for his position to appear. He finishes 6th ahead of Capezzoli, so Purchase, Morgan and Roberts completing the top 10. And Olivier Algieri, with a banzai move down the inside into Sunny for the last time, snatches his 2nd win of the weekend and his 4th of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy season.
Opportunistic move on the last lap, wasn't it? And it paid off for him. A little bit of contact side, which you don't like to see, but I think Ashley just got manoeuvred off onto the dusty part and couldn't recover back to the racing line.
Well, they managed to hold it together through the final few corners there. Typically fraught mini challenge racing. Well done to all the drivers there. Provisional result then, Olivier Algieri takes his 2nd win of the weekend, half a second clear of Alex Keynes, with long-time leader Ashley Gregory in 3rd. Ronnie Smith finishes 4th and wins the Graduate Cup. Olivier Algieri winning the Rookies Cup. Gabe Fairbrother coming through for 5th ahead of Harry Smith. And Louis Capezzoli, great drive from the back of the grid for 7th place. And Leo Purchase, Craig, CJ Morgan and Kieran Roberts rounding out the top 10 ahead of Paul Manning, Henry Foote, Cameron Wood and Luca Osborne coming through from the back. The other finishers, James Sherrington dropping to 15th ahead of Alfie Garford, who of course got spun out at the hairpin. He recovered to 16th. Then Monroe Renard, Simon Sweetland and Cameron Richardson completing the finishers. Reese Hurd was caught up in that little contretemps at the hairpin and retired into the pits. And we also lost 6'10 Louis Fleet, and 95 of course Josh Wilby didn't take the restart. Algieri gets the fastest lap as well. Race 3 coming up a little later on, and the grid is based on the fastest times from qualifying yesterday, because the mini challenge does it the other way round. Qualifying sets fastest times set the grid for race 3, second fastest for race 1, and race 2 is the reverse grid race. So they do it a little differently. Waiting for cars to come into Parc Fermé. We'll have a quick look at some of the highlights of that race. Well, Leo Purchase got hung out to dry around the outside on the first couple of corners. He dropped back. As Ashley Gregory cleared off into the lead ahead of Olivier Algieri and Alex Keynes. Side by side, a bit of bumping and boring between Gabe Fairbrother, Ronnie Smith and the black car of Alfie Garford. Garford got spun aside, and Reese Hurd was really the innocent victim in all of that, as Garford was spun across the front of him after contact with, I think it was Gabe Fairbrother. Brilliant move on the hairpin from one side to the other by Olivier Algieri. And then his move on the last lap up the inside at Sunny. I thought they were going to bang doors and go sliding off onto the grass, but they managed to hold it together. That was a leery passing move there by Olivier Algieri, and he snatches his second win of the weekend. But we can shortly go down to James in Park Fermé to hear from the drivers after that frantic race for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy.
A dramatic end to that race out there for the Virtue Mini Trophy. What a finish. The drivers having conversations as well as we get to the end of this one. Our winner is making his way down, so we'll go and have a chat with Olivier. Of course, he won yesterday's race as well, and he is our leader at the end of this one as well. 38 driver. Let's go and grab a quick word from Olivier as he steps out of the car. The celebrations. Olivier, congratulations for that one. 2 wins this weekend. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I mean, starting from P9, it was never going to be easy. I'd like to say the red flag helped things a little bit to give everyone a chance to calm down a bit. And once we got going after that, just picked one after the other and then managed to do a last lap move for the lead, which obviously worked out.
And a couple of tricky laps at the end there. Obviously a little bit of drama again. It was getting closer. What was that strategy on the last lap?
Yeah, I knew that was only a few certain corners I could get the job done, but when I seen the gap I had to go for it, and it was good.
Well done, Olivier. Congratulations. There we go, Olivier, you're a winner for this one. We will grab a chat with Alex, who is right down here. Alex Keen's obviously championship leader going into this one as well. Alex, well done for that one. P2 at the end, they managed to get up on that last lap. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. We managed to get a good start before the red flag. Yeah. Quickly get up into third, but then obviously the flag came out. I was a bit gutted because we kind of got away, the three of us, and I thought, oh, we'll just sort of cruise around until the end and then battle it out. But yeah, the red flag came out and then we managed to get another good launch off the line. Challenged for first into turn 1, but it didn't quite come off. We managed to retain third, I think. I can't remember. And then yeah, it was just sort of just cruising around from there. I didn't quite have the pace to take it to Algieri, who won, but managed to just capitalise on them two fighting on the last lap and come around the last corner in second. So yeah,
good for the championship too.
Yeah, it's all points. So yeah, I don't like to talk about it too much because it just takes fun out of everything. But yeah, good for it.
Look fun out there today. Well done, Alex.
Yeah, cool. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Well done. Let's grab a quick word with Ashley as well. She's moved to the side. Obviously, she was leading all the way into that final lap where we were standing trackside. So interesting to see them coming across just 0.4 of a second as they came into the last lap. Ashley, a tough last lap there. Talk us through what happened.
It was so close. I mean, we led it all the way through. We were so quick, and then unfortunately we just got pushed out wide on the last lap. Is what it is. We're still on the podium, so we'll take that.
I was going to say, still at the podium. Still a fun race out there as well, despite the fact, obviously, red flags and that really tricky last couple of laps.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, once we broke away at the start, I thought, this is ours now. And then the red flag came out, and I knew it was going to be really difficult to get away. But we did a mega job off the line again for the second part of it. And then, yeah, just unlucky to lose it at the end. But never mind. Still at the podium.
Yeah, it's what happens in racing. Ashley, good luck for this afternoon. Congratulations again for the podium. So there you go, what a dramatic end to the Virtue Mini Trophy. We've got another race for them later on. For now though, time to head over to Sam, who's got some interviews with our Edge Caterham 270Rs who are coming up next.
So I've got Monty Hine here, racing the Edge 270R Championship. Last time I interviewed Monty, was it 2 years ago? Yeah. 2 years ago, here, he was about to do his first ever race in Caterham Academy. Yeah. Obviously, since then you've done Roadsport and now you're in 270s. Mm-hmm. So obviously you've learnt so much over those last few years and you're super competitive now, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been a great couple of years climbing up the Caterham ladder. Yeah, it's nice to be at the sharp end of the field today. After a somewhat poor qualifying, but we made up the places yesterday, so looking forward to see what we can do today.
Yeah, definitely. And it's getting really hot without not so much wind either. It's going to make it changes the track conditions, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's probably running a little bit hotter today and less wind, so the toe is going to change in places. Maybe less strong in some straights, but stronger in others. So factoring that all in, but it should be a good race. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy. Thank you, Monty. Right, Harrison Cavers also races in the 270R Championship. Harrison, how are you finding it so far? And is Croft? Do you like Croft? Because we raced here last year for the first time, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Only did about 3-4 laps though, and then I got taken out, unfortunately.
Yes.
But I've done one race, so already better than last year. Yeah, but it's quite a nice track. Yeah.
Yeah. And how are you finding 270 around here?
A lot better. A lot more grip, more power. It's fun going in sunny and sunny out. So yeah, quite enjoyable.
Yeah, that's way better than an Academy car, isn't it? Through that part.
Yeah, you're not sliding nowhere near as much. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So looking forward to this one. Where do you start in this race?
9th. So improvement from yesterday.
Yeah.
Hopefully get up to the top 5, something like that. Yeah. Should be good.
Brilliant. Wicked. Looking forward to it. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Cars on their way to the grid then for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. This is the third rung on the Caterham ladder, the 270R cars. The grid based on the results of their race yesterday. So it's Lionel Tolmash who starts on pole position in the car number 22 alongside 78 Nick Heighton. Alex Coombs and Paul Oglesby on row 2. And then Monty Hind, who we just heard from, alongside Andrew Bailey on row 3. Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, got in a tangle yesterday and had to fight his way back up to 7th place. So he looks for win number 7 of the season today. Starts alongside Tim Hardcastle. And completing the top 10, Harrison Cavers, we just heard from, alongside Django Jones in car number 8. Row 6 is 48 Jasmine Shaw. See her in the background there, the maroon coloured car. She had a good run to 11th yesterday, starts alongside Henry Speaks. Row 7 is Nick Sampson. He tangled with Ben Wheatley and Bruno van Dijk while fighting for the lead yesterday. So Nick Sampson starts on row 7 alongside Graham Finlayson, the Scotsman. Row 8 is Andrew Mackay alongside Brian Joyce. And Hall on row 9 alongside Bruno van Dijk, who ended up out of the race with damage from that tangle in yesterday's race at the complex. On row 10, we've got 2 drivers who went off on the first corner of yesterday's race, Gary Cross and Louis Darling, who's one of our championship contenders this year. So watch for him coming through if he's back out there. And at the back of the field, hopefully we'll see Andy Palmer, number 63, who failed to start in yesterday's race after a problem in qualifying.
Time for a reset then for the 270R. They had a bit of an eventful race yesterday. It was especially at the front of the grid, which let Lionel take that win, but he was looking fast anyway. We saw, as you said, Ben Wheatley coming back through the field, and with Andrew Bailey as well, having to do the hard work, and they've still got a bit of work to do, but we've seen such speed in that Ben Wheatley car that I don't imagine that it's not going to happen. Louis Darling from the back of the field, we saw him starting deep in the field yesterday, got caught out, and someone tripped over his wheel, which meant that he got sent to the inside and took out Gary Cross. So yeah, lots of stories again developing in this 270. I just hope that they have a really solid, good race, and how these, like I say, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, 135 horsepower. They're no longer road legal in this specification, but they can have team support, so teams are allowed to help them. No windscreens is the kind of big, obvious outside thing, and also wider track front suspension compared to the Academy and the Roadsport. So a little bit of racing machinery, as you heard from Cavers, gives you a lot more sort of race feel out there, a bit more speed, a bit more poise and balance, and these cars go again another, say, 2-3 seconds faster than the Roadsport cars. But thank you to Edge as sponsors for Caterham parts, and onwards into this, the second of their 3 20-minute races that they've got this weekend.
Lionel Tolmash, yesterday's winner on pole in the black and gold car, alongside him Nick Heighton, the black car with blue and white flashes. Alex Coombs is in turquoise, and Paul Oglesby in bright green. Had a win earlier this season at Thruxton. Louis Darling's had a couple of wins this year, while Ben Wheatley on the inside of row 4, the blue and black car, he's had 6 wins, looking for number 7 here today. Monty Hind and Andrew Bailey on row 3. The red lights coming on, the lights go out, and away we go down towards Clervaux for the first time. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looks like it is Lionel Tolmash, the man from Lincolnshire, who's got the best getaway. Not doing the full season this year, so he's not a championship contender, but he leads into Clervaux for the first time. But Ben Wheatley runs wide over the dust there on the outside. Are they all going to make it through? Yes, they are. There is Bruno van Dijk's repaired number 3 car trying to get around the outside. Louis Darling's in there as well. So watch for those two coming through the back. Somebody's gone grass tracking down the back straight. That's Paul Oglesby on the infield, but he's got the car back going again. It's Tolmash who leads. Second place is Nick Heighton. Third, it is Alex Coombs. There's Ben Wheatley, who's already made up a place ahead of Tim Hardcastle. So they make their way through Tower Bend. Looks like they've all made it through okay around the opening lap so far. There's Louis Darling, the black and gold Williams Motorsport car, making his way past Graham Finlayson as the leader's out towards the far end of the circuit at Sunny for the first time. Tolmash leads the way. Fantastic shot this is from up on the banking above the circuit. You can get a sensation of the speed of these cars. Nick Hyton in second. Coombs is third. Oglesby's recovered in fourth. Monty Hind rounds out the top five ahead of Ben Wheatley.
Yeah, Wheatley not able to make a couple of positions there. I think people would pay to find out how Louis Darling gets these cars off the line. He's absolutely flying one of the cars out wide. They're looking like he might spin to the inside as well.
That was Andy Palmer, I think, from the back of the grid.
But so progress made off the line from Louis Darling. He'll have made up quite a number of places, so there is still a spinning car at the back there, isn't there?
Yes, who's that's gone around? We'll pick that up in a second. There'll be yellow flags out at the complex. Yes, it is Andy Palmer, unfortunately, so he nearly spun in one place and then spun at the next corner, unfortunately.
All the drivers finding out in this race, as before, that there's quite a lot of dust on the circuit, less grip than they had yesterday, and also with the lack of wind, obviously not different speeds that they're carrying into all these corners, but Lionel Tolmash carrying the most speed of everyone at the moment, heading this field and looking good at it as they all navigate through this early part of the lap, this everlasting right-hander. You've got to get back on the power and then keep on the power all the way down to Tower Bend. It's really fast through the chicane. Absolutely only one line, and you can see that you've only just got enough space, sometimes a little bit less, but we've got a battle for the lead. Hyton taking over the top of Tolmash with Coombs looking on, so Coombs continuing his good performance from yesterday. Oglesby, like you say, had a grassy moment earlier, but actually has managed to keep that speed in the car. Off he goes.
Louis Darling is up to 12th. He gained 8 places on that first lap from 20th on the grid, and Nick Sampson's a place ahead of him. He gained a couple of spots as well. Watch for them coming through the field. The lead battle closing up a little now. It's Nick Hyton who leads the way in car number 78. Late entry for this weekend on the programme. Leads Lionel Tolmash. Now, let's look back further down the order. That's the black and gold car. That's Louis Darling. The red and white is Nick Sampson. There on the tail of Henry Speaks, who's had a bit of a luckless season so far in the number 37.
All three of those are normal front runners, so they'll be looking to see if they can move back through the field as a unit. But at the moment, they're kind of getting blocked, and not blocked by slow people either. I think there's Andrew Bailey just in front of them as well. So again, all these drivers trying to get back up and over the top of Hardcastle, who's in his kind of normal place in there, about 6th or 7th place. But the rest of them trying to get to the front. Oglesby having a look down the bottom underneath of Coombs and looking into turn 1. Just about got a wheel overlap, but has to pull out of that, and actually probably would have lost out to Wheatley had he persevered with it.
They've got to be mindful that Ben Wheatley is there, who scored a hat-trick at the season opener at Snetterton, another at Anglesey, but yes, the safety car is being deployed. We know not why. Who hasn't come through? Monty Hind's missing, the 76. He's gone off somewhere. He was in the top 6, so we've lost Monty. We don't know where at the moment.
Just before the race, so looking forward to this one. So unfortunate. Obviously, that car has been positioned or pulled off to a place where they need to go and recover it. But yep, a safety car for the grid then for them to recoup, and Louis Darling make another place up on that lap as Monty Hind was falling back. So again, good progress early on, and Andy Palmer can now go and join the queue again and get himself back in that battle.
So we're not sure where Monty Hind has come to grief at the moment, but he's not come through on that lap, so he's the car we have lost somewhere out on circuits. See if we can see any marshals on the move. That's the Jim Clark S's. There's the course car out on circuit. So we'll wait to see where that pulls up.
Heading down to the Barcroft area, which is obviously really quick down there. Let's hope there's nothing happened on the accident.
Yeah, we had a big shunt there in the TCR UK race here recently at Croft when Steve Laidlaw got a bit of contact and went off backwards at Barcroft. That was a big accident for the TCR man. As the safety car leads them round. Just waiting to confirm where the car has come to grief there, Monty Hind. He was running in the top 6 early on.
So the safety car will pick them up, and they will make their way behind until the track is clear and everyone is, all the marshals and vehicles are back in position again. And then, oh, there he is. So
that's taken a big wallop, hasn't it?
It has, and I wonder is that out the back of the circuit? Maybe
that's that's at Sunny Inn, I think.
So you can see the front left of that car is completely missing. It looks, is driver in the car still? They may be trying to get people down to it. But there's quite a significant amount of damage on the front left of that car, isn't there?
Yes, that's taken quite an impact with the tyre wall, so we hope that Monty's okay.
We'll get
Harris. And the red flag is coming out. In fact, yes, when I saw that car, I thought we may get a red flag. So that's going to take some time to clear up there and to check the barrier is okay. But we hope that Monty is okay. He's taken quite a wallop there into the barriers by the look of things.
We'll let the medics and the marshals do their thing, and the drivers here will have to, get ready to.
The guy in the red with the white, I think, is the doctor.
They'll come round and they will, as we saw in the minis just a little while ago, they'll wait for all the officials to let them know what they need to do and where they need to go, but they'll be held short of the grid, and then they'll re-grid this. 13 minutes ago, I imagine we'll have sort of, 13-minute-ish restart, as you can see the white flag there as well from the marshals. So if the recovery vehicles, the white flag means there are slow cars or vehicles on the track.
So the service vehicle and the telehandler coming out there to recover Monty Hines' car, the man from Coventry in the LFP Motorsport run Caterham 270R. We hope that Monty's okay. And the white flag just being used there by the marshal at the complex to warn that there are service vehicles on the circuit.
Another opportunity for me on behalf of all the drivers, and one of these times, very important, the jobs that all these volunteers and marshals and rescue units and doctors and medics out there. So it's fantastic services and facilities that we get to go racing. We need them all to do that, and looking like we get all the sort of pieces of the puzzle together, and then we can get this 270R race back up and running.
It looks like the driver, I think, is out of the car. Can't see him in the car there, Monty. So
he'll be just chatting to the marshals.
No serious injuries resulted there.
We chat to the marshals and medics and everything, and they'll get that car put on a low loader and back into the pit lane, and then we can get the race up and running again. You can see the tow and the recovery vehicle is now on site, so they can start recovering that car away and out of a position of danger.
So as soon as that car is recovered, we'll get the cars back on the grid, ready for a restart. So the timing screen currently showing checkered flag, but it does that when a race is neutralised. And then we'll get advice on how long the restart is going to be. So we'll take a short pause from the action while the marshals and recovery crews do their stuff out on the back of the circuit. We'll be back underway just as soon as we can. Where we see the remains of Monty Hines' car. Look at the state of that. That's very much the end of his weekend.
Yeah, a lot of energy going into that. Obviously, the tyre barrier and the car doing what it's supposed to do, and the front left obviously is folded back into the front of the car, but everything doing its job there. You can see that the safety cell and the roll cage, exactly the very, very strong cars, the Caterhams, years and years of racing and all the skill and knowledge that goes into that. And yeah, so number 76 not looking particularly pretty at the moment, but I'm sure the teams and once you will get that car all back up and running, ready for our next outings. The next time we'll see them is at Alton Park. So he's got a bit of time before that happens. But yeah, not a nice way for his weekend to end after, you know, such a promising first race.
The main thing is that Monty appears to be okay. He'll obviously be taken for a quick check-up at the medical centre. That is some heavy damage to the 76-year-old. As we say, the driver's area has held up. The roll cage did its job. But that is very much the end of Monty's weekend. Look at the state of that.
Yeah, you can see where the sort of wheel and tyre just gets bent back. It's you know, they're designed to fail in that kind of way. You absorb all that energy. But yeah, it's a bit of a sort of a banana shape at the moment, isn't it? That race car. But it does, you know, at these times it's important to know that, you know, you're driving these cars and they have got you know, an inherent strength. There's all the marshals just waiting, and as we are as well, to get this race back up and running. But yeah, not the kind of progress Ben Wheatley might have expected to make a few spaces up, but he hadn't done too much by the time we got to the red flag. And it'd be interesting to see what lap they choose to take the restart from. So they'll count back to when probably the last complete lap from the red flag, and they will get then the drivers all lined up and as they, you know, in the order that the timing had at there. And then we'll also have the, you know, the lottery of how many minutes they'll give to this race. They've reset to 20 on the timing screens now, but I imagine that might be reduced down just a touch. And obviously we had a bit of delay in the minis earlier, which means that we're running slightly behind, and we do run to quite a tight curfew. So they have to try and make up some of that time, and it might be that we have to have a slightly abbreviated 270R race. But we'll get all those information coming through as they are now bringing that car just back into the paddock area, just behind us in the commentary box now. So taking through. See the car. So all the cars have been held short of the grid, so that the marshals can then call them out in the order they'd like. So all of these sort of things that happen over a course of a race weekend, they all have a procedure and a set method for how do you organise these race meetings. It's a lot of regulations and admin goes into these weekends, and yep, the drivers are all have their morning briefing on the beginning of the race weekend, just to let them know all the specifics of the race meet and how it all works, and how do they do their green flags or their gridding up procedure, and they also cover off what happens in safety cars and what happens in red flags as well. So all these things are in the blue book of regulations that we get, but also the reiterated in the morning driver briefings that they have at the start of the weekend just before qualifying. Heat haze here at the Croft circuit, a little bit more wind than we had sort of first thing in the morning, so the breeze is picking up again, and we saw that they're finding different conditions out there on the track for all these Caterhams, but the heat haze is definitely the talk of today, and the sort of lower grip that we're seeing as the drivers are going around the circuit. But yeah, all I don't know what the actual temperature is outside, but every time I step outside my commentary box, I'm quite glad that I'm in here in quite a cool area.
Well, temperature's meant to be soaring up to the near 30s today, so spare a thought for the marshals out there in their overalls and the drivers strapped into their cars in overalls and helmets as well. It's going to be a struggle for them, I think, today, but once they're underway, I'm sure won't have that on their minds. They'll be concentrating on the track. So the timing screen has flicked back to 20 minutes distance. The course cars making their way back into the paddock area. So I think we are shortly going to get the cars lined up for a restart. They'll be lined up in the order that they were in when the race was halted, I think.
Could even be a safety car restart. They can choose to do that as well.
Yes, the safety car is in position. So,
but yes.
In the meantime, we'll have a look back at some of the highlights of that second race for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. It was Lionel Tolmash who led them away off the grid from Nick Heighton in second, Alex Coombs in third, Paul Oglesby trying to make his way down the inside. Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, making a quick run over the dust there, ran out of room on the outside as the pack made it through for the first time. Bruno van Dijk towards the back after a bit of damage yesterday. Paul Oglesby ran wide coming off the chicane for the first time, went down the grass but kept his foot in and retained fourth place ahead of Monty Hind as the pack made their way into Tower Corner for the first time. Oglesby side by side behind Ben Wheatley up into sixth place ahead of Tim Hardcastle. Harrison Cavers on the outside fighting it out with Andrew Bailey, the car with the blue roll cage. Louis Darling starting to make his way up from the back, gaining 8 places on that first lap, so he'll have a little more advantage on the restart if they restart in the order they were in when the race was red flagged. Alex Coombs putting Nick Heighton under pressure for that second place. Nick Sampson in the red and white car in there as well, making his way through after that tangle yesterday. Andy Palmer went grass tracking. Now, he's not been a great weekend for Andy because he missed yesterday's race after problems in qualifying. Went off coming out of Sunny and then spun it at the complex a corner later. So Andy ending up back at the rear of the field behind Anne Hall there in the number 62 car, the Oakmere Motorsport machine.
Yeah, we didn't see Andy Palmer in that first race, so we weren't sure what happened to him. But as they came to start their second lap, then they were all sort of line astern as they went into turn one.
It was Lionel Tolmash who led the way. Nick Heighton getting a little bit crossed up as they came out of the first corner at Clervaux. Everybody else coming through line astern. Bruno van Dijk having made up a few places from the back as well. Gary Cross further back after that tangle with Louis Darling in yesterday's race, as Nick Heighton was ready to make a move as they came up the back straight towards Tower Corner. He went round the outside of Lionel Tolmash to take up the lead, with Alex Coombs then attacking for second place. Nick Heighton led as they came through the Jim Clark S's. But then as they came out of the Jim Clark S's up towards Barcroft, first four had broken away slightly, but it was Monty Hind who went off just behind them onto the grass and into the barrier. You just caught a glimpse of it there on the extreme left. And that was a sudden stop for Monty.
That was an incredibly hard hit on the outside of Barcroft. You're absolutely flat out trying to get the car turned, and he was on the grass not able to do that. So that was a significant impact into the barrier. Glad to see that he is out of that car and hopefully being looked after, making sure that he is all in one piece. He'll be sore. But here we've got the cars back up and running, and the safety cars brought them all around. So it looks like we might be going around to start. I don't know whether they're being gridded up or whether they will start as a sort of safety car procedure.
The clock is running, so I think we're going to be starting behind the safety car. There's 12.5 minutes on the clock at the moment, so they've again gone from the point where the race was red flagged, and it will be a restart of about 12 minutes for this Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship race, with Nick Heighton in the lead. So we're going to restart from behind the safety car, with Heighton ahead of Tolmash, Coombs in third place, then Oglesby and Wheatley are the top five. The safety car is in pit lane and off they go down towards Clervaux for the first time. The tyres will be a bit colder, so drivers will be mindful of that, but Lionel Tolmash isn't, is he? Oh, Nick Heighton onto the curb, goodness me, nearly cannoned into Alex Coombs there.
I'm not sure Heighton was fully up to speed with that restart at the moment. I think he was a bit of confusion there maybe in that car. He certainly didn't get up and running, and Coombs tripped over him a little bit as they went into turn one. The rest of them all single file, and as they ended into the red flag under a safety car, they just did a safety car restart, as I said they might, as they're all heading then down into Tower, fully up to speed now. Heighton behind Lionel Tolmash. Coombs has been locked up and took out Coombs into the hairpin. It looks like they're both going to be able to do it, but there's another incident there for the 270, so Oglesby just missed his braking point or was outbraked into the side of Coombs, and Coombs was left as an innocent bystander.
Well, those cars will be heading to the pits. I think there's probably suspension damage for both of them there, after Heighton and Tolmash out in front then, but the battle for third rather blew up there, with Paul Oglesby locking up wheel to wheel with Alex Coombs. They made contact and went sliding off, so I think that's end of race for both of them. And yes, Wheatley. There is Ben Wheatley in third. Louis Darling has got ahead of Nick Sampson. So what position are they in? They're about 8th and 9th now.
It's all coming together now, isn't it? 11 minutes of this race to go. Green flag still being shown after the safety car. Louis Darling on the rear of this pack, which easily considered the lead group, and Nick Sampson just behind them. So all the fast cars are starting to get to the front of this grid. A little bit of a breakaway, but Wheatley is the right side of that gap, isn't he? Before then comes across Cavers, Hardcastle, Bailey, Speaks and Darling. So yeah, all the fast drivers making their way to the front of this field.
Three of them together as they go into Clervaux for the third time. It's Tolmarsh who continues to lead the way. Ben Wheatley looking for win number 7 this season. Tolmarsh looking for his second of the season and of this weekend out in front. Alex Coombs is looking for his first win of the season. He's yet to get on the podium this season in the Edge Caterham 7270R Championship. Here comes Heighton down the inside. Bit of debris left there from either Coombs or Oglesby's cars. As Nick Heighton retakes the lead from Lionel Tolmarsh. Ben Wheatley all over the back of them there. Nick Heighton, who said he was a late entry this weekend. He has had one podium this season at Anglesey last time out, but yet to win this season. He now leads the way ahead of Tolmarsh as they head into Sunny In and Sunny Out. Those three have broken clear by about 1 1/4 seconds from Harrison Cavers in 4th position. He's running well in the number 51 machine.
Henry Speaks off wide again there, kicking up the dust. So again, a little bit of grass tracking, but they all managed to make it back on. I think that gap is evaporating rapidly in this hot heat and hot air of the drivers out there. Yeah, Heighton a little bit cautious into turn 1 on the last couple of times through. I wonder whether his line or just not yet up to speed or something just means that the other drivers seem to catch him up. But you can see the racing is absolutely hard and fast in the middle of this pack, and that's Louis Darling looking to see whether he can get through, having dispatched with Henry Speaks as well. So there's the battle with Sampson, trying to see whether he can get through as well. It does look like they've all made it through this turn 1 again. 9 minutes left.
Through towards Hawthorn. Andrew Bailey under fire from Nick Sampson in the 15. Had a strong run earlier this season at Thruxton, but with 3 podiums, then missed the trip to Anglesey and then had that tangle while fighting for the lead yesterday. Here comes Ben Wheatley having a look on the inside, side by side between Tolmarsh and Heighton. Tolmarsh again back round the outside. It's exactly what we saw in yesterday's race. They're all making those moves into Tower at the end of the straights. And it's Tolmarsh, the black car with the gold cage, now back in front. Darling's gained another couple of places. He's up into P6 now. The man who was second in the points coming into this weekend, had 2 wins at Thruxton, was delayed by that tangle at the first corner of yesterday's race, which has sent him to the back for today. So he's got to recover over the course of his weekend. There's Cavers in 4th and Darling's out to 5th. He's got ahead of Tim Hardcastle now, the Dayglow red and blue car. He's got Sampson behind him. He's got past Andrew Bailey. Then it's Henry Speaks. The cream rising to the top, certainly, with 8 minutes to go in this
Louis Darling's got
270R race.
Louis Darling's got a head of speed, hasn't he, up there and making a way through. Bruno Van Dijk also carving his way to come and join the fun at the front of the field. But yeah, so Louis Darling absolutely got that speed, and Wheatley not able to make that move, but again he's being patient with the move. Here is another move being made by Darling around the outside of Cavers. He can make that work. I think he is. So into turn 1 he's really got late on the brakes there, so he moves himself behind his championship rival just ahead. Obviously he did a bit of damage to that lead yesterday by not being able to finish after that start line incident, and where it ended in the barrier as well. So yeah, they're all coming together. Darling is now behind Wheatley, his championship guide, but still Tolmarsh out front, in front of Heighton, as it has been for the majority of this race.
Saw Django Jones there losing out to Bruno Van Dijk, who's coming through from the back. He's up into P10, the former Academy race winner from last season. Skipped the Roadsport step and moved straight into 270R, as a couple of drivers have done this season. Just under 7 minutes to go. Tolmarsh has pulled out a bit of a gap now over Nick Heighton at the front. They've got to be mindful, though, that Ben Wheatley is there in 3rd place behind them, the car with the light blue nose and roll cage. He's being reeled in turn, though, by Louis Darling, and Harrison Cavers trying to go with them. The second group is headed by Sampson in 6th, then Hardcastle 7th, Bailey and Speaks behind them. It's Bruno Van Dijk next in 10th position. We haven't seen much of Bruno so far this season. We saw him on the podium at the season opener at Snetterton, but he missed the next 2 rounds at Thruxton and Anglesey, struggling for budget. I think the man in the number 3, the Londoner.
Yeah, back as a guest, enjoying his racing, and as soon as he gets in the car, you know he's going to be action-packed, and he was at the front of the grid for qualifying, but got to take didn't partake too much in yesterday's racing, but now back there and making his way all the way through and up into that top group. Peaks goes side by side.
That is Van Dijk around the outside. He's just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:33.832, and he's now on the tail of Andrew Bailey in the number 31. Henry Speaks, man who works for Aston Martin in his day job, losing out on 9th place there. Leaders heading on the back straight. Is there going to be a move for the lead into Tower this time through? Still Tolmarsh who has it at the moment, and Ben Wheatley trying to get round the outside of Nick Hyton for that second place. Up the inside goes Bruno Van Dijk. He takes Andrew Bailey, and that's 8th place for the number 3.
Each corner he's coming to, he's making another place, isn't he? He's just caught out behind Hardcastle now, who there is a slight gap to Sampson just in front, so it's with only 5 minutes to go, that's getting tight. Wheatley is, though, ahead now, isn't he? In fact, that's still ahead of Darling and Hyton, so have we got a wholesale change for the lead here? No, so it's Tolmarsh out front.
Nick Hyton must have made a mistake. He's dropped down to 4th.
Yep, so we've got Wheatley up to 2nd. Darling diving down the inside there, really late on the brakes. Can he get it all stopped up? And Wheatley gave him room to do that, but it was a real opportunistic move there, as Hyton now having to defend. His car's just not necessarily picking up in all the normal ways that I might expect to see, and he's now having to defend from behind, and a little bit of tight up there with the 51 of Cavers up the inside, but Wheatley saw that coming and really had to leave a bit of room, and Louis Darling did keep it all under control, no lockups, and didn't move away from the curb, so absolutely fair racing there.
Another fastest lap for Bruno Van Dijk that time through. He's up to 8th place now. Can he catch this group at the front of the field? It's still Tolmarsh who leads. Wheatley now 2nd, Darling 3rd. We've got 2 light blue and black cars and 2 black and gold cars, so it's pretty tricky to tell the order until you can see the numbers clearly, as Andrew Bailey with that rear wing missing under fire from Henry Speaks. Harrison Cavers was still 5th with Nick Sampson up behind him. Is there about to be a change there, though? Here comes Sampson, the white and red cars. Damage on the front of Cavers' car, the nose cone's hanging off.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that. It's definitely contacted something. It's hanging on by its Zeus clips there, which is not good because Cavers is going to really struggle to see, and also it's going to act as a windbreak, so Bruno Van Dijk may well get past him in this long drag where he does. So Cavers is really having to give up her speed because he can't see where he's going. Again, wings sort of hanging off, so yeah, everyone is making their way through, and unfortunately that's not going to get any better on its own unless the wind can rip it clear of the race. But Tolmarsh out front has got some significant pace in that car, able to pull a little gap over the top of Wheatley, and we've not seen that at all this race year so far. Wheatley's often scampered off into the distance, so Tolmarsh showing that had he been able to do the whole season, and this is Darling going down the inside of his championship rival, and again Wheatley's got such a significant gap over him in the championship. I think he'll just let that happen, and Darling kind of lent on that and knew it would happen, but he clearly got speed into that complex to be able to do it. We've not really seen anyone else manage to do it so cleanly through there.
Well, he said that Tolmarsh had pulled out a little bit of a gap. They've closed slightly up on him there in the second half of that lap number 7. The gap's down to 0.63 now between Tolmarsh and Louis Darling. Van Dijk is now up into 6th place. Yes, Harrison Cavers has pulled into the pits to remove that errant nose cone. 3 leaders together now, Tolmarsh, Darling, Wheatley. Nick Hyton has dropped back a little bit now. He might have made a mistake somewhere out of our view there and dropped back into 4th. He's being caught now by Sampson and Van Dijk. Here they are, and another car in behind them. That's Tim Hardcastle, I think, the number 6, heading the next group. Yes, up the inside, Van Dijk makes up another place. He's into 4th position now, I think, past the 78 of Hyton, and now Bruno Van Dijk can get his head down and go after the 3 leaders who are still slugging it out ahead of him.
Might just be reading into it, but it's maybe the temperature's causing a problem. We've got side by side there for the lead, Louis Darling and Tolmarsh. I think Darling was going down the inside and got that move done. In fact, this is the Van Dijk battle that we're looking at now. But yeah, Hyton looks like he's struggling a little bit, so maybe there's a bit of heating issue in that car. I could be reading far too much into that, but Van Dijk is continuing his progress to the front of this field. Those leaders aren't very far away, but they've probably only got one more lap to go, aren't they? The time's going to tick down to just a single lap left as they come around this time. And who is out in front? Is that Louis Darling?
It is Darling,
He
yeah.
is indeed. So he did make that move on Tolmarsh in an unusual place once more, but he's got an absolute bit between his teeth. Made it stick.
Tolmarsh went wide coming out of the Jim Clark Essage, which allowed Louis Darling to come through there. So Louis Darling, who started 20th on the grid, has come through into the lead, helped by the stoppage, of course. We've got 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so I think it's last lap we are on to now. So Lionel Tolmash looking to fight back for his second win of the weekend and of the season, but Ben Wheatley's right behind them. He's going for win number 7 of the season. Bruno van Dijk has come through into 4th from the back of the lineup at the start of this race. Down to 5th is Heighton, then Nick Sampson. But Louis Darling with the one of the drives of the season so far in the 270R Championships come from 20th on the original grid, but Lionel Tolmash is fighting back around the outside as they come towards Tower Bend. Can he get the overlap? Oh, goodness me. How did he miss him there?
In fact, that put Tolmash off,
yes,
didn't it? I think
and Wheatley's got the lead.
Yeah, so Wheatley has now gone through and into the lead, but that was a very sketchy lock up there. Absolutely no grip. Shows how fast they're coming towards this camera, and if they get their braking mark just a little bit too wrong, it locked up. No more braking going on, but nevertheless, Wheatley now leads this over the top of Tolmash, who was a bit spooked by that, not surprisingly.
Yes.
Louis Darling locked up, but still maintaining that 3rd place. Here comes Wheatley, though.
Change of underwear needed for Louis Darling after that one. I think they're still at it behind them. Change of underwear needed possibly for our camera operator up there at Tower as well, with that car coming straight towards them. As running wide there.
Tolmash
Is Tolmash up the inside? He's going to get down the inside. Don't hit each other. Oh, goodness me.
Wheatley had to give him room, but he did give him room, and he knew that, Tolmash knows that Wheatley's got a lot to lose.
Here they come then, out of the final hairpin. The checkered flag will be awaiting them. Who's going to win this? Darling's gone wide onto the grass. I think it is going to be Ben Wheatley at the line. What a frantic last lap. And it's Ben Wheatley who takes win number 7 of the season. Lionel Tolmash 2nd, and Louis Darling recovers for 3rd place. Van Dijk 4th from the back, and Sampson Heighton down to 6th, and Bailey Hardcastle speaks, and Gary Cross from the back of the field rounds out the top 10. My goodness.
Wheatley keeping his head there where others haven't. We got a car stopped. Is that
It's Paul Oglesby.
Yeah, so it looks like he's had rear contact there, and that's dangerous as the car's maybe not spotted. But he's got over the line, but he's got had rear damage, so whether he's hit a tyre stack or whether it hit another car, yeah.
Well, I do not know what's happened there, whether there was contact on the hairpin. We'll try and get a replay of that if we can. But what a frantic race that was. I'm looking forward to seeing the highlights of that one.
Yeah, definitely frantic there. And I'd say we'll have to move Oglesby's car out of the way. But Wheatley managed to do what he needed to do. Tolmash tried hard at the end there after having been spooked by Darling's lock-up. But Tolmash didn't manage to make it work on Wheatley, and Wheatley showed his strength there. Van Dijk all the way up to 4th. So a sort of story of recovering drivers, wasn't it? Other than Tolmash, all those drivers coming from the very deep in the field, and Heighton just not able to hold on, and interested to see whether he does have any overheating problems or something along those lines. But Oglesby now going to be able to get out, and I think we're going to get the provisional results of this hectic 270R race.
Yes, that is the word to describe it. What a hectic race it was. Ben Wheatley the winner in the end by just under half a second, with Lionel Tolmash and Louis Darling behind him. How Louis Darling didn't harpoon into the back of Tolmash going into Tower, I do not know. Bruno van Dijk from the back into 4th place, and Louis Darling from 20th up to 3rd. Nick Sampson from towards the back as well, up into 5th place in the number 15. Nick Heighton dropping to 6th, having fought for the lead early on. Then Andrew Bailey, Tim Hardcastle, Henry Speaks, and Gary Cross, who also starts at the back, rounding out the top 10. Next came Django Jones, Jasmine Shaw, Paul Oglesby making it across the line with that damage, and Alex Coombs having rejoined after that tangle early on, finishes 14th ahead of Graham Finlayson, then Brian Joyce, Andy Palmer, Steve Mackay. Harrison Cavers rejoined after the stop to remove his loose nose cone, and Anne Hall rounded out the 20 finishers. Of course, we lost Monty Hind. Well, I think the cars are already in Parc Ferme, so we'll shortly be handing down
I just want a good clean race from the 270s, and we've just not had one yet. I really want them to all settle in and get that done, but let's all wish that we'll try and get news that on Monty, because that was a significant impact into the barriers there. We saw the car, but we did see the driver out, but you can see the drivers all getting pulled down into the pit lane, so they'll be heading towards Sam down in Parc Ferme. It won't be too long to there, but we've also got to recover Oglesby car back to the grid, so there'll be a little bit of a thing. But yeah, the cars are now down in Parc Ferme, so let's go and hear from some of the drivers who took part in that frantic race.
Wow, what a great last lap that was. Well, we've got a very, very happy Ben Wheatley, because obviously that win was, just what he needed after yesterday, and more points in the championship, and it's so crucial at this time in the championship. But lovely drift from Louis. Ben, you must be over the moon with that. That was
Yeah.
Just what you needed.
I think that's probably my best win today. It was just, you could see what was going to happen in front of you. So for me, it was just about, okay, I'll hang back, make sure I'm there when it's needed, and it's hot out there. But yeah, I think defended well at the end, dodged a couple of dive bombs and still managed to come out P1. So yeah, as you can tell, that last lap was I was on it. So yeah, to come back from the disappointment of yesterday and come home with P1, I think in that race, given the safety car, red flag, restart, and everything else. So obviously I was helped with some others ending in the kitty, but yeah, really pleased with that. I was targeting a podium, so to come away with a win from there, it was really good.
Absolutely, just what you needed. Brilliant, well done. I'll let you catch a breath now and have some water. Right, let's have a chat with both. Louis, have it come over as well. That was an eventful last lap. Lovely drift, by the way.
I don't know how I managed to save that. He wasn't braking, I wasn't braking. I was like, I'll leave it to the last second. I put too much pressure on, I locked up, but brilliant race from Lionel, but it was a good race from 20th, so can't go wrong with that.
Oh, I mean, from 20th, absolutely brilliant.
That red flag kind of helped me a little bit, so yeah, but it's a good race, really good race.
Yeah, I saw Louis with going around coming up to Castle. It's like I saw his wheels. I was like, I'll brake now, and I didn't think I could turn in because I thought he was on the inside, but which was just a bit more observant from me probably. But yeah, it was fantastic racing. I almost messed it up at the very end with Ben, but fantastic racing from Ben. Fantastic move right at the very end from him. But yeah, incredible racing.
Yeah, it was great for us, very eventful and very exciting actually. It was a very good race. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'll go and let you have a breath. They're calling for Bruno. He's not parked his car very straight. I think they like you to all be in line along here. But yeah, that was a fantastic race. We all hope Monty's okay, and it was a really big hit to the tyre wall. So yeah, hope he's all right. And thanks to our marshals and for bearing this heat because it is extremely hot out there. So thanks to them for getting everybody back and keeping us going on track. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave, and I think we might have some highlights as well.
So we'll have a look back at some highlights of that incredible race for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. For the red flag, we saw Paul Oglesby run out wide onto the grass. Andy Palmer went for a spin at the back of the field in the 63. And the fight for the lead up front between Lionel Tolmash, Nick Heighton and Alex Coombs. Heighton bouncing off the curb, nearly taking out Alex Coombs. Unfortunately then Paul Oglesby locked up and took out Coombs from the battle for third place into Tower Bend. That giving our camera operator up there their first scare of the race. Thereafter, the battle for the lead intensified with Harrison Cavers, of course, losing his nose cone after a bit of an impact. Then coming into Tower Bend, there was that big lock-up. I don't know how Louis Darling missed the back of Lionel Tolmash there. I thought they were both going to be out of the race, but Ben Wheatley took advantage to get up the inside. Lionel Tolmash tried through the final complex. They almost hit each other, and somehow Ben Wheatley was able to escape and take the win. But on that last lap alone, we could have had all three of them off the road. Somehow they survived it, and Ben Wheatley was able to take his 7th win of the season, to a very vocal celebration from the pit wall we heard in the background. Meanwhile, next up it is the Vertex Watches 310R Championship. As we see the incident there involving Paul Oglesby. It looks like he lost it on his own coming out of the
I think he had to take avoiding action and then had a tank slapper which hit the pit wall on the inside.
Well, that was certainly an interesting conclusion to that race. A brilliant race in the 270Rs. 310Rs up next. James caught up with some of the drivers.
James, it was a bit of a tricky day for you yesterday with qualifying, but actually turned out to be a good end to the day.
It was brilliant end today. Qualifying, I went out, tried something different. I went out on my old Anglesey tyres, thinking that might help. So I normally mack up qualifying, so I might as well do it properly. And managed to mack it up completely. Then got into the race and had some good tyres and got up to 5th, which was fantastic. Caught up with the lead pack, but they are half my age, twice as fit. and they never make a mistake. So I'm quite happy to stay behind them. I'm classed as a pro-am, but they are the proper pro-ams, and I'm just one who, hopefully one day, if something goes wrong at the front, I might get a podium. But at the moment, I just love the racing. It's brilliant fun and great to watch them in front as well.
Yeah, we love that, and of course you're in the fun car with the nice livery as well, which will always take the opportunity to turn heads in the paddock. So in terms of today's races, what's the hopes?
Hopes is to move further forward.
Yeah.
Want to get 5th or higher today, and then see what the reverse grid offers. Hopefully, if I get to the right place and they put out the right number, I might actually start on pole, and then there's only one way I can go after that. So, but no, really looking forward to it.
Well, the best of luck, James. Thank you very much. Fantastic, James Emerson there, the 20 car, the Kermit the Frog. As I said, it's one that's very popular in the paddock when James comes through. We'll come and grab a quick word with Harvey Lawrence as well, who's enjoying a little bit of the shade. I don't blame you, Harvey. It's a hot day out here today, isn't it?
I'm there if you want.
Oh, thank you very much. So, talk us through your race and what's coming up. Whereabouts are you going to be starting?
7th, I believe, today. Yeah.
Nice. So, what's the plan from P7?
Go forward. Yeah, just try stick up with the top pack. Once I'm in there, then I should be fine to get up a few more positions.
And obviously, we've been talking about the heat quite a bit today, and the fact that it's not as windy. What's it going to be like for you out in the car? What is the sort of main difference out there on the track in these conditions?
Obviously, a lot more tiring because you're like absolutely sweating your whatever off, and yeah, just a lot more tiring. Tires tend to go off a bit quick because they spin up, but get a bit hot. But try and control that.
All in all, a good weekend so far?
Yeah, so not too bad.
He's enjoying it, smile on his face. Harvey, thank you very much.
Thank you, cheers.
Ryan, ready for the race? Obviously, again, there was a bit of a different day for yesterday. Talk us about yesterday's performance.
Well, yesterday was really windy, so you had a bit of a tailwind into turn 1 and just a braking point there, and a little bit of a headwind into tower, so you had to adjust the braking points. They might be different today. And yesterday I was saving tyres, so I was on old tyres at the front and new at the rear, and struggled a little bit with understeer through the whole race, but hoping for better things today with some fresh rubber.
Yeah, I'll be good with the fresh rub on the tyres. And in terms of strategy for this race, where are we going to be pushing? What are we looking for?
I think my main ambition is the front 3 or 4, especially 3, are particularly quick. So just trying to stay with them and stay involved in the battle, and hopefully do something towards the end. That's my sort of target.
Fantastic. And you got the umbrella as well. It's a lot warmer today, isn't it?
It is a lot warmer today. Yeah, we're all melting here. So yeah.
Fantastic. Good luck out there, Ryan.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
The cars on track then, ready for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the second race of the weekend. The grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. So it's Taylor O'Flanagan, yesterday's winner, who is on pole alongside Lars Hoffmann, the German. They've divided the season's wins up between them so far. Row 2, Charlie Lower and Philip Bianchi, with Ben Lopez Appleton and Ryan Wilby on the third row. Harvey Lawrence and James Emerson, who we just heard from, are on row 4. On row 5, it's Stephen Lancaster alongside Jeff Price. Row 6, 96 Peter Mott alongside 67 Richard Coop and 66 Oliver Kibblewhite. First meeting of the 310R, having upgraded from 270R, starts at the back of the field. So a relatively small field compared to our other grids this weekend, but no less spectacular, Chris.
Absolutely not. It was a favourite of mine yesterday to watch them going at it. But just quickly before I get into the 310, just news that Monty Hind is safe and well in the medical centre, just calming off apparently a stuck throttle causing that incident. So thank you very much to Vertex. Our Vertex Watches, our sponsor of this 310R Championship, and what a race we had yesterday with them, and I'm looking forward to more of the same. Like you say, slightly smaller abbreviated grid, but that doesn't stop the action being absolutely fast and frantic. And it really is Taylor O'Flanagan, Lars Hoffmann, who are our championship rivals. They start on the front row of these grids, and it's Lower and Bianchi have been their permanent sort of bedfellows throughout the course of this season. Ryan Wilby and Ben Lopez Appleton also there or thereabouts. So it's again sort of shaping up to be a fantastic battle, with Harvey Lawrence taking the AM win yesterday and looking to see whether he can do the same again today. today. But Taylor O'Flanagan has got that slight lead, I think, now after yesterday's race. Might be mistaken on that, but it's very, very close at the top. And by the time we take into drop scores, but this marks the halfway point of the 310R season. So what have they done already? They've got it all to do again. So there's still plenty of opportunity for people to make up places, points, and positions.
Well, I think there's, by my calculation only, there's just 1 point between Hoffman and O'Flanagan in the championship now. Taylor O'Flanagan, the yellow car, has had 6 wins this year. Lars Hoffman in the red and white Motor liveried car has had 4. They've had all the wins between them so far this season. The second row, Charlie Lower, the blue and day glow yellow car, alongside the white and red of Philip Bianchi, the Maltese-born driver. Ben Lopez Appleton in grey on row 3. We are underway with the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, second race of the weekend. It's Lars Hoffman with a great start. The German from the outside the front row takes the lead into Clervaux for the first time. O'Flanagan slots in second place, running a little bit wide. At the back is Richard Coop in the green machine. Harvey Lawrence taking a shortcut through the little chicane there. Side by side with James Empson in the Kermit the Frog car as they make their way through the old chicane out onto the back straights. Hoffman who leads the way. The snake starts to form up then they'll break the toe into Tower Bend as they start to sort themselves out. Bianchi having a look up the inside. It's O'Flanagan who's taking the lead round the outside. Bianchi's there on the inside. Hoffman's been swarmed by the pack here as they go through the right-hander. Oh, sideways there. Who was
Peter
that that's nearly lost it? That was Peter Mott in the 96, and the 67 of Richard Coop had to take avoiding action there. He's dropped to the back of the pack as a result. O'Flanagan from Hoffman, who has a look on the outside on the run through Barcroft down towards Sonny. Bianchi third. Lower is in fourth position, and Ryan Wilby going with them. Well, yesterday Taylor O'Flanagan was able to pull away at the front as 5 cars battled for second, but it looks like it is 6 of the best at the front of the field at the moment.
Yeah, he was opportunistic, wasn't it, for him to stay clear, and just as the battles appeared behind, he was able to just scamper off there and give a clean pair of heels. But Hoffman trying from the outside line to take the inside round this complex. That's going to leave him the outside line for the hairpin, so I think he's going to overall lose this battle, but nevertheless it shows intent to really keep involved, and Taylor O'Flanagan having to really tuck to the inside there to protect. But Bianchi is filling the mirrors of Hoffman, as well as this 310R field, the 4th step of that Caterham ladder. 155 horsepower, and Hoffman's going to a little jink to the left, going to throw him a dummy and go tries for the inside, but it's not going to work. O'Flanagan's going to be able to carry the momentum out and around, but it absolutely shows that they're not willing to let him get out and comfortable out in front. Charlie Lower's just behind Bianchi as well. We've got cars into the gravel. Is that Peter Mott again?
Yes.
He is having more issues, and as we've seen in these other races, really struggling to find the grip out there on the track today in these higher temperatures.
So 4 cars have broken away slightly. Ryan will be heading Ben Lopez Appleton down towards Tower. In the middle it's Hoffman, he's locked up, he's going to run wide. O'Flanagan nearly clips the back of him. Philip Bianchi could take the lead here on the inside. I think he's done it. Yes, Bianchi into the lead. The man still desperately looking for his first win in the 310R category has taken the lead as they head out to the back of the circuit for the second time. Hoffman and O'Flanagan side by side out of the Jim Clark S's. This is going to be interesting as they head towards Barcroft. Taylor O'Flanagan's got the inside, and Hoffman has to see the line there. This is allowing Charlie Lower to close up in the number 21 as well. Then here come Ben Lopez Appleton and Ryan Wilby. It could soon be 6 for the lead. I suppose you could say they're soon going to be at 6s with 7s.
Hoffman down the inside again into the complex, wasn't going that side. Side by side through Barcroft is just impossible, and they made it. I don't know how, but well done to the drivers. Taylor O'Flanagan and Hoffman showing their skill and expertise there. Hoffman leaving enough room, so did Taylor O'Flanagan, so we all get to continue this race. We'll be having a look opportunistically up the inside of Ben Lopez Appleton, but nothing doing. Charlie Lower just having to watch all of this happen in front of him and just hope for the best that he's going to have something to do in a second. But Bianchi still leading over the line this time through. O'Flanagan and this battle we're watching in our screen for Ryan Wilby just protecting from Ben Lopez Appleton. But it is Bianchi over the top of Taylor O'Flanagan. Now Charlie Lower is into that 3rd place, so he made a position up over Hoffman, who didn't have a good exit out of the hairpin that time through. Lancaster leading Harvey Lawrence out here into the battle for the AMs as well.
Yes, Lower got 3rd place coming out of the complex, actually. A bit of a surprise move round the outside of Lars Hoffman up into P3. So Bianchi and O'Flanagan side by side. Lower's going to have a look up the inside. O'Flanagan retakes the lead around the outside. It could soon be more than 6 battling for the lead, because there's Wilby and Jeff Price. He's running well in the 38 car. 3 wide for second into the Jim Clark S's. That's not going to work, surely. Who's going to come out of this in P2? It's Hoffman who's got through. Bianchi, who was leading going into Tower, is now back to 4th. And Lars Hoffman is going after his rival out in front. They're both former Caterham champions, O'Flanagan and Hoffman will be thinking, you got away in front of yesterday's race and won by about 5.5 seconds. You're not doing the same again today, my friend.
He's seeing it happen though, and Bianchi's really been shuffled back because now Ben Lopez-Appleton's ahead of him as well. But they are playing chicken with tyre barriers as they go into that Jim Clark S's. It's not comfortable to watch, and I'm sure it's not comfortable to race, but Hoffman is so desperate to keep that position over the top of Charlie Lower that isn't going to happen. Charlie Lower is just about holding off the back of the panel. I'm not surprised. I think there was some contact last time through between Taylor O'Flanagan and the rear of Hoffman's car as Hoffman locked up. Bianchi onto the grass again, and looks like Ryan Wilby might now get a run of him as they go into turn one. But Charlie Lower looking down the inside of Hoffman as they approach that turn one. You can see how fast they pick up that speed and how much speed they then carry through turn one. But Taylor O'Flanagan's doing what he did yesterday at this point. Taylor and Hoffman just not able to keep up with him in this middle phase.
Could be 8 soon, because James Empson in the green car is there behind this train. There's a gap then to Harvey Lawrence in 9th place. He's a couple of seconds further back, but O'Flanagan's getting his head down, getting his foot down as well, and getting away out in front just as he did yesterday. Lower is up into 2nd place. Bianchi could lose another spot here to Ryan Wilby, the Dayglow orange and grey car. No, Bianchi moves to cover the line off. Side by side for 7th between Price and James Empson is trying to get up the inside into the Jim Clark S's. Next in the order, Peter Mott and Stephen Lancaster. I think, no, Harvey Lawrence ahead of Stephen Lancaster, sorry.
Hoffman ahead of Lower again, so I'm not sure where that happened, but he's got in front of him, so it is changing every single opportunity. Hoffman is really taking those risks into the Jim Clark S's, and I don't think Charlie Lower had anything that he could do to defend, but Empson still maintains his position over the top of Price for the time being, but that battle continues on into the complex. 14 minutes of this race still to go.
Well, we've got 14 more minutes of this frantic battling to go, and we're starting to see a similar pattern emerge to yesterday's race, with O'Flanagan pulling away. See what the gap is as they come over the line this time, and then the next 5 cars fighting over 2nd place. Richard Coop having a go there at Peter Mott, that's for 11th place as they go over the line. 1.5 seconds is O'Flanagan's lead. This is Ben Lopez-Appleton, the grey car, who pulled off the overtake of the weekend so far yesterday at Barcroft to go from 5th to 3rd in one move. Sadly, there was a bit of contact later in the race and he ended up spinning out, but aiming for better fortune today is Ben nearly clipping the tyres there through Clervo. He's got Philip Bianchi on his tail. It's the battle for 4th position, with Hoffman and Lower starting to get away very slightly ahead of them now. Lars Hoffman in the Motor Oils liveried car. Lower, that's close to the grass.
I think he's made it done though. He did make it. He had such a head of speed that just got around the outside there. There was a car width and he used it. There wasn't any more than a car width, but you don't need any more than that. But he's again seeing this Taylor Flanagan. Taylor Flanagan resisted those early pushes. Even though he was pushed back, he managed to make it to the front just in time for the battles to really kick off. And then he managed to pull away those crucial seconds, because he's got a couple of seconds gap, which means that he's not giving as much of a toe to Hoffman and Lower as they are giving to the cars behind, which is why we're seeing them all close up. And it is still Charlie Lower now in front of Hoffman, but we've seen Hoffman overtaking at every single opportunity possible. He knows how important it is, these positions and places, but he's seeing his championship rival disappear off. Ryan will be having to reset after that attempt on Bianchi's position, but didn't quite make it happen.
Taylor O'Flanagan will know that if he wins this race, provisionally he will take the lead of the championship from Lars Hoffman as they got towards the hairpin for what is the 5th time. Just over 12 minutes to go as Richard Coop runs a bit deep there, sideways through the complex, chasing Peter Mott in the battle for 11th position. Oliver Kibblewhite, the 310R newcomer this weekend, at the tail of the pack, just learning his craft in the more powerful machine. Through they come towards Clervo once again, still Lower holding 2nd ahead of Hoffman. Lopez-Appleton looking on behind them. He's desperate for a podium here. To the back straight they go. There's O'Flanagan. He leads now by 1.59 seconds. New fastest lap though for Lower, 1:31.908 for the Dayglow yellow and blue machine, fighting with Lars Hoffman, who's got back ahead for 2nd place there into Tower. Lopez-Appleton is 4th, and Bianchi and Wilby in behind. The gap back to Empson of 2.5 seconds now, so the first half dozen starting to pull away.
Yep, this 15 horsepower more than the 270R that we saw a little bit earlier, as well as a limited slip differential. So they're the main 2 differences between these 2 cars. A little bit of engine work done on this 310R to bring it up to this specification, but they have 155 horsepower per tonne, and absolutely. Sorry, 310 horsepower per tonne, 155 horsepower under their right foot. And Ryan will be trying as best he can to cling on to Bianchi. Bianchi is, as we know from getting the pole positions He is fast in that in his car, but he's just slipped back in the mid phase of this race, just as he did yesterday as well. So he'll want to review that and see what he can do to resist. But it's hard to resist the force that are these two cars. They don't make mistakes, and they are absolutely on the raggedy edge. You know, it really is the fourth step of the Caterham ladder, and these guys have done plenty of years of Caterham action. Again, it's one of those things you can stay in the 310R Championship as long as you like. And Hoffman showing all that skill and willing. He just really needs to every single point. So every single point in a Caterham race or every single position is worth a point, except for the lead, which is worth 2 points over the following driver. So it really is important to get those wins through the course of the season. And Hoffman's been doing plenty of that this year, as we see Charlie Lower absolutely on his rear panel again.
New fastest lap for O'Flanagan, 1:31.741. That time to responding to Lower trying to close in. Lower back up into second. He's just over 2 seconds down now, though. 83 miles an hour average around the 2.1 mile Croft circuit. Bianchi attacking Lopez Appleton to try and take that fourth place back again. He's got to be mindful that Ryan Wilby's on his tail though. One false move and Wilby will be into P5. Sensational shot this is as they go through Barcroft. You really get a sensation of the speed you can achieve down that straight, then through the kink and into Sunny.
Yeah, these cars will be going somewhere 115, 120 miles an hour as they go through that Barcroft area, and then they've got to try and work out how to haul up the car, kill the speed for the Sunny in complex, and then up into here. There is even the left-hander, which is quite a steep bend. They're still carrying an awful lot of speed in fourth gear before dropping it down to third for the second last corner, and then down into second for the hairpin. The 420s might even go down to first gear as they come into this bend, but a really tight end to this lap. It's meant that we haven't been able to do the drag to the start-finish line and make a position up, but Tower and the complex has been where we've seen most overtaking happening. But Lower has now got a little bit of a comfort gap, hasn't he, over the top of Hoffman, and is that going to be sufficient to break the toe enough before they get into Tower this time through? That's going to be the main story of this lap.
Another 0.4 of a second opened out by O'Flanagan on that last lap over Charlie Lower. Along the back straight they go. Lower still holding off Lars Hoffman. Is he going to get the place back again? He usually does on most laps into Tower Bend. Lopez Appleton still holding back Bianchi. Ryan Wilby was having a look there as they went into the right-hander. It's not close enough to challenge Bianchi though, so things settling down a bit at the front of the field. They're 3.5 seconds clear of James Empson in 7th place ahead of Jeff Price. Then Harvey Lawrence in 9th. Price leading the AM split. We mustn't forget the AM class as well, which is being led by Price ahead of Lawrence by 1 second. Steve Lancaster rounding out the first 10 as they come through Sunny in and out. Still Lower holding that second place. Bianchi very close on the back of Lopez Appleton.
Great shots here as we're going around through the Sunny and Sunny Out complex, and you really do get that sense of gaining speed. Or really locked up there by Bianchi up the inside, but again manages to get it all hauled up, and Ben Lopez Appleton would be looking in his wing mirrors breathing a sigh of relief as Wilby's going to have a quick look, but managing to take a move out. In fact, there was a very opportunistic move from Bianchi down the inside there, wasn't there, as he still looking to see whether he can do anything. But yeah, the real concertina effect around the back end of that track where the car's slowing up and speeding up again, but Ryan will be looking down the inside, but nothing's really happening here. I think they'd need a strong headwind before the moves into turn 1 would happen. We haven't really seen any of that this weekend so far.
Just over 7 minutes of this race to go, and Ryan Wilby, after that loss of momentum by Bianchi, is really on his tail now to try and take 5th place away. There goes O'Flanagan. He leads by nearly 3 seconds now, exactly the same as he did in yesterday's race. They have another race at the end of the programme, of course, the 310Rs. Hoffman back ahead of Lower now for second position once again. Lopez Appleton still holding that 4th place. Best he's had this year is a 5th place at Thruxton. Started on reverse grid pole there as well, but dropped back down the order. Here comes Lower again as they charge their way towards the right-hander at Barcroft, and the tighter double right at Sunny. Right up onto the tail, closes Charlie Lower. What's he going to do here on the exit? Is he going to try and get alongside on the run up into the complex? There's Lopez Appleton 4th, Bianchi 5th. Ryan Wilby's dropped away a little in that 6th position, but they're clear of James Empson. So this race is at the moment turning into almost a carbon copy of yesterday.
It really is following the same script, isn't it? And Charlie Lower has made it through that time through. They know at this point, though, that they are battling for second and third. O'Flanagan, unless he makes a mistake, is well clear out the front. And these two are looking like Lower and Hoffman are really going for those podiums once more, with then the battle for Lopez, Apple and Bianchi behind. But absolutely clear indications. There's no technology on these cars, no ABS, no traction control, no fly-by-wire or anything in between the drivers, and all the mechanics of this racing car. 310R, still the Academy car with a lot of upgrades applied to it by the time you get to the fourth year, but it shows how flexible this Caterham package is, and you can still run the same car that you buy and run in the Academy all the way through up into this 310R. But it's a radically different beast at the time you get here, and really is a race-focused machine, as Harvey Lawrence absolutely on the ragged edge as he goes through the chicane and just about holding it inside the track at the exit. And you saw Lancaster and the Dutch Barn Vodka behind as well. As we've got 5 minutes of this race to go. Emson in 7th place. Is he going to get the draw for the reverse grid pole position? We're going to wait and see towards the end of this 5 minutes. Jeff Price also fighting still heavily behind as well. So seeing what they can do in the AM Class Championship, of which Price is currently leading over the top of Lawrence, Lancaster and Coupe. But the battle is still on for the 2nd and 3rd place, with then 5th, 6th and 7th quick in behind them as well. Hoffman just about in front of Charlie Lower. So that gap that Charlie Lower looked like he might be developing has gone away again. Charlie Lower looking around the outside once more into the complex. He's made moves stick around this area, and he's going to go. He's done it around the outside once more. He's got an absolute head of steam over Hoffman into that corner, but great shots again as we head into this complex. Really difficult for the drivers to work out where they want to be. They have to be a bit patient, know when their opportunities are, and Ryan Wimby thinks his opportunity is down the inside. Ben Lopez having to give him a little bit of room. He lost the rear of that car, which means that actually Bianchi's going to have more of a head of speed as he goes down to the straight this time. Everything is backwards and forwards, in and out, left and right, and the drivers are showing how skilled they are to be able to control all those variables.
So just over 4 minutes to go, and the battle between Price and Lawrence is for the amateur class lead. We'll keep an eye on that as well, because there were only half a second between those two as they crossed the line. So Harvey Lawrence looking for his second win in that category this weekend. We keep an eye on the fight for second place. Charlie Lower still has it at the moment. They weave their way along the back straight. What's Hoffman going to do this time? Lower moves to cover. Ryan Wilby now up into 5th position. Bianchi will be frustrated to be down to the back of that group at the moment. Harvey Lawrence tries to take the lead of the AM class from Jeff Price in the 38s. Harvey Lawrence, who's currently clear at the top of the AM points. He's 5th overall in the championship coming into this weekend, ahead of half a dozen Pro-Am drivers.
Yeah, got a podium, I think an outright podium last time out at Anglesey, I think, if I remember rightly. But yeah, we're seeing these battles up and down. Charlie Lower still leading this time through. Is he going to be able to get that absolute position? But Bianchi has struggled again, like we saw a bit yesterday, just been shuffled out of order. Charlie Lower locking up into the, he's really pushing it into the complex and managing to get it stuck, but that's not going to treat his Toyo 888R to get to the end of this race, and it will cause him a few problems if he continues to lock up. But Hoffman's still there or thereabouts. He's there. All the chess starts working now. And what are the tactics? When do you want to be in front? When do you want to be behind? Tower is important, but the complex is also been important for Charlie Lower as well. But here is our leader. We've not seen much of him. He's now 5.3 seconds in front. He scampered away yesterday. He's scamping away again, just as the championship meets his halfway point, doing what he needs to do.
A little bit of damage on the right rear wing there, but it's not slowing him down. Taylor Flanagan.
He's had that since the beginning of the race, I think.
Yes, that was from yesterday, I think. A bit of contact early on. As here come the next 5. Now, are they going to finish in the same order that they did yesterday? Just looking at the results of yesterday's race, it was Hoffman who was second on that occasion. He goes up the inside into Tower, relegating Lower to 3rd. That's where he finished yesterday. Bianchi was 4th in race 1. Ahead of Harvey Lawrence goes off.
He tried to go down the inside. I think he had him lock up in the background. In fact, that's wadding from his exhaust, so I wonder what's going on there. So the exhaust contains a lot of silencing, and that's where his car's going to be sounding awful as he goes. So I wonder whether there was contact between him and Jeff Price as they went into Tower that time. But Hoffman is back up in front of Charlie Lower, just as he was yesterday, and Lower will be trying to go around the outside once more. He's done it twice already. Can he do it again? It doesn't look like it. Hoffman's going to carry the speed this time through. Ben Lopez, Appleton, Ryan Wilby and Bianchi all looking to see where they can pick up. But I think, are they going to be coming to start their last lap? Maybe going to get one more lap out of this. It's going to be very tight as the time ticks down.
Into the hairpin they go, 90 seconds left on the clock. I think we will possibly get one more lap out of this.
It's when O'Flanagan went over the line, isn't it? So it might be that they get one more lap out of it.
We shall wait and see as they come round next time. I think they will, but we'll see what the signal is as they come round next time. Here comes Lower up onto the tail of Hoffman once again. This time the next three are really starting to close in as well. Ben Lopez Appleton, he wants a podium. He only finished 9th yesterday after a spin following a bit of contact. Bianchi's rather lost the draft slightly. He's dropped away a little at the back of this group. Side by side for second place. Look at Ryan Wilby. They could go 4 wide here towards Tower Bend. This is going to be very interesting indeed.
Or something.
Yes, that Hoffman's backed up there. So Lopez Appleton going for the outside. Lowers into second place. Hoffman wants to up on the curb on the inside. They run over that bit of debris from Harvey Lawrence's car as they go towards the Jim Clark S's. Here they come. Which order are they going to come through in? It's Hoffman in third place. Now there's a yellow flag waving there, I think, or was that a debris flag? It was a yellow flag.
It was a yellow flag waving in as they went through the chicane that time. So I think it might have been for that debris, unless Harvey Lawrence's exhaust dispatched itself from the car. But Charlie Lower is in front. We've got 14 seconds on the clock. Are we going to get one more lap? It's going to be important to find out, and it's going to be important for this battle. Hoffman had nowhere to go around the outside, and so Charlie Lower does maintain that lead coming into this final complex. If we're going to get another lap, Hoffman's got one more chance. If not, Charlie Lower's done enough.
Up towards the complex they come now. O'Flanagan's out in front. He's missing all this. He crosses the line. The checkered flag does go out, so O'Flanagan takes the win. Who's going to be second over the line? Is it going to be Hoffman or Lower? They're going to finish side by side. A photo finish for second. We'll have to go to the timing screen for that one. Lower has it by 0.046 of the second according to TSL timing. Lopez Appleton fourth, Wilby fifth, Bianchi sixth. Jeff Price, incidentally, went into the pits at the end of the previous lap. He's rejoined to complete the final lap, but he'll finish last. James Empson is 7th. Lawrence 8th, despite that bit of damage. So he'll win the AM class ahead of Stephen Lancaster and Peter Mott. Coop and Kibblewhite over the line. So Jeff Price hopefully will come through to finish at the back of the field, but he's lost a potential AM class win there. So maybe there was contact between him and Lawrence going into Tower that time.
Yeah, it did sound and look a bit like that. You can see Jeff Price just going through the field there, but another stellar race put on by these 3 10Rs, and here's the provisional result.
So Taylor O'Flanagan taking the win by an even bigger margin than yesterday's race, just over 7 seconds clear, with Charlie Lower coming out on top in a photo finish with Lars Hoffman second, and that provisionally means Taylor O'Flanagan will take the lead of the championship. Ben Lopez Appleton in 4th place ahead of Ryan Wilby, Philip Bianchi and James Empson a bit further back in 7th. Then the AM class drivers, Harvey Lawrence taking the win there ahead of Stephen Lancaster, Peter Mott, Richard Coop and Oliver Kibblewhite. And we're just waiting for Jeff Price to come around, having made a pit stop at the end of the penultimate lap to possibly check for damage. Another frantic race for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. A bit of sweeping up for the marshals too. That bit of debris that came from, we think, Harvey Lawrence's exhaust.
And we've got a whole other race, a whole another 20 minutes of them later on this afternoon. So they will finish off our coverage at around about 5 o'clock later on today. So can't wait for that. And all the Caterham action's been pretty spectacular. But let's have a look at some of the highlights then of this second race for them. Hoffman leading them through the early part. Harvey Lawrence having to take avoiding action and losing out a couple of places early on. Empson making that route up. Side by side for our lead. This was about the only time he came under attack in the race and needed and did solidify his lead. And as the battles then intensified behind him, he was able to scamper off. So it was close at the front until it wasn't, and you can see the gap just starting to develop as Charlie Lower and Hoffman had a race-long battle for that second and third. Ben Lopez, Appleton, Bianchi and Ryan Wilby never very far away and always willing to pick up the pieces. Bit of lock-up, wasn't there, into the into the complex this time through for Bianchi, and just about managed to get it all stopped. And it was a little bit of a loss of speed from Hoffman right at the end, which meant that he got slipped down the order. But this turned out to be crucial with Charlie Lower. You can see the wadding that they all ran over from Harvey Lawrence's car from the contact, and it was side by side for that second place as Charlie Lower just got it all done, and the rest of the cars filing in single order. But the cars are all arriving down in Parc Ferme, and James is down there to talk to our drivers.
What a cracking race. We are being spoilt this weekend. We really are on the second day here at Croft, and you can see our winners, the celebrations out. Handshakes and hugs between the drivers. Taylor O'Flanagan winning in this one. Vertex Caterham 310R. You can see the celebrations there with the friends and family and the team. A bottle of water for Taylor as well. Much needed. It's a warm one out there today, Taylor, isn't it?
Yeah, super warm and pretty feisty at the start as well. So I thought we were in for a bit of a tough one. We managed to break a little gap again, and then concentration. Same as yesterday. Super happy. Yeah, hopefully 3 out of 3, but it's getting feistier and feistier. So we'll see.
I was going to say it's getting warm out here, but the tension's really hotting up on track as well. Pole position, obviously, to the front of the race as well, and the win there. Just talk us through your race.
Yeah, I mean, just tough first few laps. You can see the guys are hungrier than ever for taking over the lead. So we had a bit of a feisty first few laps. Again, just biding my time, waiting to get out in front because I knew we had the pace. And again, managed to slowly get. I can see them working together a bit more, but the cars are super quick today. So yeah, massive thanks to LFP Motorsport for all the work they've done on it. It's absolutely flying. So yeah, super chuffed.
Well done, Taylor. Best of luck for the race this afternoon as well. Later on, we'll catch you up. Well done. Congratulations. We will try and get some more words. Drivers will run away. They're all celebrating with one another as we get there, trying to find Charlie Lower and Lars Hoffman. They are around. Drivers have all disappeared. This is not great, is it? Right, walking down here. 2x2. Guys, grab a bit worse.
These guys are really articulate.
He's really eloquent.
Yeah, sure.
Just talk through your race today.
Race today, it was very tough. It was really hot out there, as you really appreciate. The race before was delayed quite slightly, so we left sweltering in the heat for some time. So once we got out there, cooled down, just take it steady, just to get steady behind these guys as they thrashed it out and brought it home on fourth, which was, just drove it well, and it felt nice. But loads of really top drivers around me, so it was really, really super tight, as you probably saw on the feed. So that's it in a nutshell.
Well done. Congratulations on that one. Fantastic. Right, let's try and find... Where is Charlie? Where's Charlie? Charlie. Where's Charlie?
Over there.
Where's he run? He's run away over here. This is why I can't find people. This is the chaos in Parc Fermé at the end of the race. Charlie. He'd run away. Here he is. We found him now. Charlie, how are you feeling after that race?
Knackered, actually. Yeah, I can't believe we've got another one in a bit.
Understatement, really. Well done, obviously qualifying third on the grid.
Yeah.
We gave that one. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, it was good. Me and Lars were trying to catch Taylor, but the thing's too bloody fast and we just end up getting in the way of each other. I'm sure if I got in front and had some breathing room, we might be able to close the gap. But it was really hard work. Well done to Lars. It was very clean. I accidentally missed fourth gear, went into second instead of fourth, which wasn't good, but I didn't cause a crash, so it was okay.
Yeah, very good. And one more race this weekend. What's the plan going into that one?
Oh, I'm just going to try and win it. Yeah. I think that's the plan. Now Taylor's going to start behind us. It's really tricky. It's easier to lead at this track than it is to be in third and second because number 3 has such an overspeed. Yeah. And you end up just going wheel to wheel into each corner. So it's really tricky to make a move work. So I'm looking forward to seeing him working from further behind me. Yeah. So hopefully I'll keep him behind me.
There you go. Charlie, you might come second in that one, but we are loving the moustache, by the way, as well. That is the winner with the production team behind the scenes. I've got it in my ear all the way through. Where is Lars as well? Lars has disappeared too. Charlie, can you see where Lars is? Sorry.
Lars
I've
is
lost
talking
him.
to his dad.
Where's he run away? He's run away over here. Here we go. We're finding everybody eventually. Lars, here he is. Lars, talk us through that race, finishing off in third.
Yeah, could be better, of course. But it was a tough one, good one. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, obviously, you lost that one position, but it was a tricky race out there today. The conditions are different as well today. How challenging is it out there?
It's quite hot, so yeah, very challenging, and especially with Charlie and Taylor. Very hard fights every time, so yeah.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Lars. So we're moving on to Road Sport next, more of our Caterhams, and for that we are going to head back up to the commentary booth, and Dave is there for you.
Thanks so much, James. Yes, the next race is on its green flag lap. Now fasten your seatbelts for this one, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. This race was the race for these cars was the highlight of our first day here at Croft. They're starting in the order that they were in when at the finish of that race. And it was Brian Thornton, the Irishman, who took his first win of the Road Sport Championship, so he will start on pole alongside Will Harris, the championship leader in car number 14. Second row, Craig Evans and Alistair Morton, with Mitchell Fasanya and Oliver White on row 3. Mitch in his first ever weekend of racing, his first ever motor race yesterday, and he was in the battle for the podium. Row 4 is Scott Helm and Charles Harris, brother of Will. And on completing the top 10, Dan Crawley and Aaron Oliver. We had a 9-car battle for the lead in yesterday's race. The top 9 were covered by something like 3 seconds over the line yesterday. Row 6, we have 36 Chris Buck and 44 Andrew Davison, who qualified well but dropped back in yesterday's race, so aiming to improve here. Jimmy Way in number 38 on row 7 alongside Luciano Caruso in the 88. Row 8, Steve Lorriman alongside our own Sam Parker. Row 9 is Ivan Searle and William Coop. Row 10, Richard Haig and Charles Chapman. On row 11, 58 James Platt alongside number 5 Steve Harris, father of Will and Charlie. The 12th row, number 19, Chris Morling, who had a spin on the last lap of yesterday's race, which dropped him back. Starts alongside Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian, in car number 6. Row 13 is number 13, Liam Baslington, and Chris Hicks, number 52. They both spun in yesterday's race too. Row 14, Alistair Kinnear and Scott Darling. Row 15, Zina Al-Jalili alongside Mark Stancer. And number 2, Tim Newman, will start at the back of this 31-car grid. It's fair to say, Chris, that yesterday the road sports were unquestionably the highlight of day one.
It was a frantic race, wasn't it? And battles and incident all the way up and down through the order, and things going off left, right and centre. But the second step of our Caterham Motorsport ladder there, one step, they were the last year's Academy groups all into this road sport field, and all they do to change their Academy cars to this road sport is put on a rear anti-roll bar and change the Toyo Triple 8 tyres, and it means that the cars go about 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker, but as much as important as that is, the dynamics of it feels much more racy. And as the next step, like I say, on their learning journey, they get 2 races per race weekend, whereas the Academy generally only get a single 20-minute race, so they have plenty more racing throughout the course of the season. They also get to go to Europe, and we're off to Zandvoort next time out, so they get that fantastic ability to go abroad and race as well now that they've got their race licence upgraded. You can see them lining up though. Brian Thornton finally managing to do it over the top of Will Harris, who's still having a fantastic season. Craig Evans-Morton and Fasania, White, Helm and Harris all involved in that. In fact, back down to Dan Crawley, wasn't it, involved in that lead battle. Also, I know that Sam Parker will want to make positions up from 16th. She was a bit manoeuvred off onto the grass and lost positions from where she was running in that top 10. So she'll be looking to make good progress from her 16th place as well, so let's keep an eye on that. But this bumper grid nearly lined up ready for the second and their final race for the race weekend, the Road Sports. 20 minutes of action for them coming up.
Blue and orange car of Brian Thornton on pole position. The green and black is Will Harris alongside him. In white and black on row 2 it is Craig Evans with Alistair Morton, the black car with the orange nose. 5-second board is held out then by the starting marshal. Can Brian Thornton make it 2 out of 2 for the weekend? Will we see Will Harris take his second win of the season, the championship leader? Let's find out. 20 minutes for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsports Championship gets underway, and down towards that first corner at Clervaux, this huge grid, the biggest Caterham grid we've got here this weekend. Thornton's got away well, so has Craig Evans. A poor start by Will Harris. He's side by side for third with Alistair Morton. We've got one car going through the gravel. That's Aaron Oliver, I think, in the number 10. Somebody else out shape. Is that Sam? Yes, it is, with the pink nose on the lime sort of citrus yellow car. Everybody has kept it going there. A couple of cars going through the gravel. Chris Hicks was another one, I think, in the pink number 52 car as they head up towards the right-hander at Tower. Brian Thornton leads. Round the outside into second goes Craig Evans, and then everybody else in the midfield here. Will they all make it round? There's Luciano Caruso, the Rothmans lookalike car, number 88. First group has got away. There's a bit of a hole in the field, isn't there, after that little contretemps on the first corner?
Yeah, I think where the gravel was involved, it's just spread them out, but they were so busy into Tower that time, it was a little bit worried. We've seen locking up stuff happening into Tower as they're a little bit less grip down in there today than there was yesterday, and I was holding my breath, but they all managed to get through nice and comfortably as we head then up. It is still Thornton then out in front, did a great start off of pole position and is still managing to hold his position over Will Harris. The rest of the field all now slowly and just about getting into single file. As I say that, we've got that battle into the third place there. Will Harris just losing out as they went into the right of the complex, and the rest of the field snaked their way through.
Snake their way through, certainly, this huge field of Caterham Road Sports machines. The second rung on the ladder, having moved up. Most of these drivers were in the Academy last season. As up the inside, Chris Morling there in the number 19 car forces a move. I think that was Scott Darling, the 29. They cross the line. Thornton from Evans. Ollie White up into third place. He's going well, getting ahead of Will Harris, who's been shuffled back a bit further as well. I think that's Mitchell Fasania that's gone through, our newcomer this weekend. Now, he didn't race in the Academy, unlike most of these drivers. He's only done track days before this weekend. Great to have him in the championship, and he qualified on the front row yesterday. The weave begins, starting to try and break the toe. We've got one car on the grass. I think that's Caruso, possibly further back. Chris Buck in the 36, the other blue and white car. Thank you, Chris. Tricky to identify the cars in this great sea of Caterhams all the way down the order. There's Steve Lorryman, the car with the Union flag on the bonnet. He's easy to pick out in the traffic. So Brian Thornton it is who leads the way from Evans in second place. Up into third now is Ollie White in the number 24. Fourth is Fasanya. And then in fifth we've got Will Harris, the championship leader. He and his brother have both taken wins this year. Charlie is third in the championship. Scott Helms had 3 wins. He's a bit further back in the order at the moment. Swing their way out of Sunny Out, get on the power again down towards the complex. There's our Sam, there she is, number 7 chasing number 5. That's Steve Harris, Harris Senior, trying to make his way up the order and join his 2 sons at the front of the field. There's Charlie Harris, 96, in the Team Lotus lookalike behind his brother Will. And here comes Mitchell Wasay. Oh, he's tagged the back of the 24, going to tangle. That's going to cause an absolute pile up there coming out of the hairpin. What a shame. We've got Ollie White off, Mitchell Fasanya, Will Harris is involved. I think that's Alistair Morton that's burst the radiator there. Yeah. That will be a safety car or possibly even a red flag.
I think safety car at the moment, but it depends whether they. There's that car's definitely not going to. It shouldn't move under its own steam, literally, because it will break that engine. So we don't want to see that. But that car is going to get to the pit lane, which the entrance was just to the left. Will Harris having to go. That's really bad for his championship. We saw the contact car spin in front, and then the concertina effect just meant left nowhere for anyone else to go. And so the cars are clear, and the track is clear. So I think we will continue without a safety car. Maybe a bit of debris flags and maybe a yellow flag for a couple of laps, just while they all get to see that. The rest of this field, though, all flowing on down. There's Chris Buck with Lorryman just on his tail as they head up, but that has caused a big gap at the front. Then Thornton well away, and I think it is Evans on his tail then, with a gap back to Scott Helm chasing, and we'll be trying for the rest of this race to chase on. But it does look like we're going to get away with that without a safety car, and I think if I was a driver at the front of this field, I'd be quite surprised that I hadn't seen those yellow flags so far.
Yeah, there's Will Harris's car we can see in Parc Ferme. He's pulled in. Charles Harris, his brother, was involved there as well. I think Charlie's still going further down the order. Mitchell Fasanya was involved. Alistair Morton's pulled into the pits. He was the car with the burst radiator that went in there as well. Ollie White was the other car taken out. So we've lost quite a few front runners in that pile-up off the hairpin. It was an optimistic move by Fasanya at the inside of White. He just tagged the back of him, and with the circuit so narrow there through the hairpin, nobody had any room to manoeuvre around them behind. So the lead is with Brian Thornton ahead of Craig Evans. Scott Helm now up into third, a 3-time winner already this season. Andrew Davison has come through into 4th place in the number 44, and completing the top 5, Aaron Oliver in the number 10. Steve Harris still side by side with Sam Parker. They're 13th and 14th at the moment. So the rest of the top 10, Caruso 6th, Jimmy Way is 7th, Dan Crawley is 8th, then Chris Buck and Steve Lorryman round out the first 10. Now, if any of those cars from further down the order are able to get going again, we'll see if they can charge their way through.
The only sort of slight silver lining of the cloud there for Will Harris is this is race 2 of 2, so he won't have to start from the back of the field, and he can reset and just have this as one of his 2 drop scores that they're going to get as part of a road sport this year. As they head up and through then the Jim Clark S's. Thornton, though, quite comfortable in front of Evans. He's been holding that position for the majority of yesterday and also today, so he is, after having what was a disappointing for him testing session and qualifying, he's actually really come to the fore and really enjoying now this Croft circuit after being a bit down in the dumps about it all earlier in the weekend. It's amazing how much a trophy can really help to move your mood up. There's Dan Crawley following on Chris Buck in there, battling as they head into sort of the rear end of the top 10 in this battle here.
Scott Helm in 3rd place. His last lap was 1.1 seconds quicker than the 2 leaders, so he's done the fastest lap of the race, and he's closing. He's 2 seconds off Craig Evans in the Blood Records sponsored car last time through. So let's see if he can catch them up here. There's the number 22, that's William Coop chasing Steve Lorryman. Leaders over the line. Another fastest lap by Scott Helm, 136.194. He's closed by about another 3/4 of a second. There he is. He's going after the 2 leaders. 78.75 miles an hour average around the Croft circuit. Chris Buck in the 36 coming under fire for number 17. That's Dan Crawley. was on the tail of the lead battle yesterday. A little further back today in 9th place. It was 9 cars battling for the lead yesterday, but of course with that pile up at the hairpin, the field a little more divided. There go the first 3. Aaron Oliver going well in 4th position. He was only 10th yesterday after a tangle early on in the race. He fought his way back to 10th. Then in 5th position behind him, it's Andrew Davison in the silver and blue 44 car there, ahead of Caruso and Way next in the order.
As you say, that evaporating gap from 2nd to 3rd is the story at the moment of this, as we approach the middle part of this, or middle phase of this race. But yeah, Thornton still holding on. Evans happy to sit there, but he'll be watching the Helm car getting bigger and bigger and bigger in his rearview mirrors, and he'll suddenly start wanting to push the pace on if he possibly can. But Helm is the guy with the speed in that car at the moment, this Roadsport car with 125 horsepower. No such thing as a slow Caterham. They are the second step of the motorsport ladder, but these are still extremely capable cars that will outdo most things on a track day, I can promise you that. But Thornton is going to be strong defence of that lead, even if Helm does catch up. But Scott Helm knows, with Will Harris out the way, this is important points for him in his championship.
Just under 12 minutes of this race to go then for the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. Helm is quicker again, 136, 126 this time through there. You can see how the gap has come down between the 2 leaders, 2nd and 3rd, where it's important. There is Scott Helm. Help me, it says on his number plate, upside down, but he doesn't need any help here. He's going after Craig Evans. The gap between the 2 of them down to 0.8 of a second now. Aaron Oliver under fire further back from Davison, Caruso and Way, as Brian Thornton defends the lead. The man from Westmeath in Ireland holding off the 86 of Craig Evans from Milton Keynes, just as he did in yesterday's race, to take the victory. Scott Helm trying his hardest to close in. He comes from Clitheroe up in Lancashire. Then the battle before, looks like Davison could have made a move there on Aaron Oliver. They're side by side through the Jim Clark S's. Yes, Davison gets the move done. Good driving there by Andrew Davison. As Brian Thornton continues to lead. It's the right-hander at Sunny Inn. A car's length between the 2 of them. Scott Helm trying to close that gap further.
And has done it. I think by the time we get to the start-finish line, he'll be right with that battle. Oh, another driver going off onto the dust and dirt on the outside of Sunny Out. We've seen that lots today, and in fact these road sports have kept it more in track than I think many of the other series we have. We've been watching a little bit of a last-minute dive from Helm, just seeing what could be done about Evans. Evans 4th in the championship, so he's still also thinking about all the points that he needs, and he wants to keep Scott Helm behind him. But he's watched his mirrors as gradually that gap has disappeared, and as I said, over the line this time through absolutely equal gaps between all those 3 drivers. So has Scott Helm got enough speed in that car, which I think he has, to get past in the draft as they head down into Tower? And will Evans now have to see whether he can do anything about Thornton? But Thornton's car seems really strong on the straights, otherwise Evans would have already tried to go by. But it's all come to a head now. These are the front 3, and they're quite significantly free of Davison in the 4th place.
Brian Thornton had a win here yesterday, his first of the season. Craig Evans had 1 win, that was at Anglesey. 3 wins for Scott Helm this year. Now, what about the battle behind? Trying to go through the middle is Jimmy Way in the 38 car as Aaron Oliver gets through on the inside up into P4. Chris Buck is up behind them. He's got ahead of the Rothmans car. That's Luciano Caruso. Then a small gap back behind them to Dan Crawley and Steve Lorriman. The 3 leaders, though, still together, line astern. They're about 4.3 seconds clear of Davison, who's going well up there in 4th place, making up for dropping back in yesterday's race, having qualified on the 2nd row out of Sunny once again. If anything, Craig Evans is closer to the leader Brian Thornton this time through as they go into the complex. Helm's keeping a watching brief behind now. He's able to close up as they go into the tighter right-hander. Aaron Oliver heads the next group. He's got back ahead of Andrew Davison, who's also lost a place to Jimmy Way. He's got through. Chris Buck attacking as well. Here comes Dan Crawley up onto the back of Caruso. They've got ahead of Steve Lorriman, so it's been all change at the back end of that battle over on the far side of the circuit. Here comes the midfield battle then. The leaders have already gone over the line. There's only less than 0.3 of a second covering the 3 of them this time through. So Scott Helm's getting ready to attack. Chris Buck's getting ready to attack down the inside of Andrew Davison and takes the place into Clervo. He's up into 6th. So Davison's being shuffled back once again. William Coop trying to join in with this as well in the number 22 car.
Parker back up into 13th place there, so where she started yesterday. making those places a bit of attrition there, helping her out along the way. But these battles are intensifying in this mid-pack as these are working out what order they want to be in. And it is the buck around the outside there of the number 44 of Davison, just managing to hold on this time through. But Luciano Caruso looking to see if he's a really move up the inside. Again, not easy up the inside there, but Thornton now over the top of Helm then. Evans drifting into that third place and also distancing himself just very slightly there. So these front two, and I said Evans, getting my words out. Helm had the speed in that car, and he is proving that. I think Thornton's going to have trouble keeping him back.
Yeah, Helm got second place in the early part of this lap. He's now going for Brian Thornton, having dealt with the threat of Craig Evans. You can see Scott Helm, the Lancashire driver, is well and truly on it. Aaron Oliver under fire, and through comes Jimmy Way. I think that is diving through into fourth position. The Gulf liveried car, the blue and orange. Yes, it is blue flag, it says on the number plates. But he'll only be thinking about the checkered flag at this stage. He wants to go after our top three. Jimmy Way, he's got ahead of Aaron Oliver. Here come your leaders
on the grid as well. So that's amazing movement forward by Way.
Here come the leaders down into Clervaux once again. Scott Helm is really on it here. They both clip the curb. Thornton and Helm on the inside of Clervaux through towards Hawthorne. Now can Scott Helm get into the slipstream here down the back straight? Craig Evans looking on from behind. Craig Evans is not far away either, so which side is Scott Helm going to go? He goes out to the left as they head towards Tower. He's going to try and get the slipstreaming move done down the outside, but to the inside comes Evans. Is Brian Thornton going to be able to defend from both of them? He certainly is. Brian Thornton wants to make it 2 out of 2 here this weekend. The man who's always been able to qualify well, but has not had much luck in the races so far this season. And somehow he's soaking up the pressure here with 6 minutes of this race still to go. Can Scott Helm find a way through? Evans still third. Jimmy Way up into fourth. Big squeal of tyres there in the background. Yes. Someone's had a spin. It's the number 2 of Tim Newman at the tail of the field.
So he's found at the complex there, just after turn 1. So turn 2 going around that long right-hander, just lost, maybe clipped the curb a bit too much. But Helm not able to make the move that time. He went to the outside and there just wasn't enough momentum for him to be carried through. So he's going to have to work out how he can carry the momentum to the inside of Tower Bend rather than have to get hung up around the outside. But Thornton's going to do everything he can to prevent that happening. And Scott Helm's got a bit of speed though into that hairpin. He's absolutely nothing between them, a cigarette paper between the two as they exit that hairpin. I think he might have a go into the hairpin the next time through. Thornton though defending heavily to the to making sure that Scott Helm's got nowhere to go. Scott Helm looking to the outside, and he's got the head of steam with him, but he's got nowhere to use it at the moment. Thornton doing a great job of putting him where he needs to do, and all Scott Helm can do is try and pressure him into a mistake, and that's what he'll be trying to do now. He'll be looking to see whether he can get up the inside of Tower, but I think if Thornton knows to defend that, so he's going to stick to that right hand edge, which he does. So he's going to have to do the same thing again and hope he's got the momentum this time.
Here they come up towards Tower. Can he get alongside? The fourth place battle weaving about. Aaron Oliver's back through into P4 ahead of Jimmy Way as the leaders up towards Tower. We'll see on the exit if there's been a move made there for the lead. Aaron Oliver defending from Jimmy Way. Behind them is Andrew Davison, then it's Chris Buck. Caruso is in 8th position behind them. We've lost Sam Parker into the pits, I can tell you. She's pulled off, so problems for Sam in her second race of the weekend. Not been the best of weekends for her. Brian Thornton has been able to defend his lead, meanwhile, as they head up towards Sunny. Craig Evans is just sitting back, maybe looking on, seeing what the two ahead will follow here in the final 4 minutes or so of this race. As the second group heads through, the peloton, if you like, or whatever the motorised four-wheeled equivalent is. It is the Tour de France coming up soon, isn't it?
Not
so
right,
we can
not very long
use
away
terminology
now, yeah.
like that. That's
Drafting just as important in Caterham's as it is in bike racing, and the tactics are similar in that respect as well. Scott Helm trying to use the extra speed he's got around the middle of that hairpin, but nothing to do, and there's a little bit of sort of debris or something there on the exit. I don't think there's anything to worry about as they head then down into turn 1. Thornton's got it all covered off at the moment. It's going to have to be a bit of an opportunistic move from Helm if he's going to make a move. I don't think he's got the actual speed to go around the outside of Tower, but it only takes a slight error and a little bit of a bump like that we saw to the extreme inside of this long right-hander before the old hairpin, and it does look like Thornton's got a run, but he's just not going to have anywhere to use it except for on the outside. And in fact, he's trying to persevere with that inside line, but Thornton is saying absolutely no way. They are going to go side by side once more, but Thornton's been late enough on the brakes to resist so far. Can he do it again?
Helm onto the outside as they go into Tower again. Thornton gets the line right. He holds Scott Helm back. This is allowing Craig Evans to draw back up into this battle. It's going to be 3 cars line astern. Once again, Aaron Oliver in the yellow car, still in 4, but it's all about these 3 for the lead, with less than 3 minutes of this race to go now for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Croft. Second of just 2 races for them this weekend, as opposed to 3 in the other 3 classes. Here they come through, sunny once again. Brian Thornton, can the Irishman hang on to make it a double? He's waited so long for victory in his first road sports season. Scott Helm there in second position. Into the complex once again. Craig Evans trying to close up as well there. Thornton ran a bit deep there into the left hand. There's a bit of dust kicked up as well. Aaron Oliver still 4th ahead of Jimmy Way. Then Andrew Davison under fire from under fire from Chris Buck.
Red flag showing on
the red flag coming out with just over 2 minutes to go. What has happened?
Yep, so again, looks like we've caught that on camera, so we can.
Okay, we've got cars off somewhere around the circuit, clearly. Yep. We'll wait to see who it is that's gone off.
With only 2 minutes to go, so you can see the car stuck in the gravel. Is that the number 5?
That's Chris Hicks, 52, I think, the pale blue machine. And the other one might be Eduardo Pontes, number 6.
Yeah, it looks like a 6, doesn't it?
Yes.
So, and because that is in turn 1, and with only 2 minutes of this race to go, they will not restart. That will be a result from the lap previous. So Thornton, having led every single lap over the line, I believe, in this race, we will be taking his second win out of 2 races, and the only 2 opportunities. Oh, and that's the other Harris, isn't it? He's pulling off around the back, so he's obviously had a problem and decided that he would pull away. So that's it's got
yes,
it's got Harris. But yes, so red flag then, that will be the termination of that. We'll have to go back to the previous lap that was completed by all the runners. The timing system will get that all sorted and we'll get the official result. But Thornton, you can guarantee, has taken that win, and it will be Scott Helm, because he was in second place for the last couple of laps at least, taking second, with Evans in third. So we can pretty much guarantee our top 3, I think, in that.
Yes, Thornton, Helm and Evans will be the provisional top 3 then. We'll wait for the timing screen to reset to the previous lap before we declare the provisional result for you. Chris Hicks is certainly racing in pink because he's racing in aid of breast cancer awareness. That's why it says donate on his number plate. Let's have a look back at 1 or 2 highlights of that race. A couple of cars went wide through the gravel on the first corner, as Brian Thornton, it was who led. Certainly a slightly more tame affair than yesterday's frantic road sports race. Brian Thornton holding off everything that initially Craig Evans could throw at him, but then the problem struck here. Mitchell Fasanya into the back of Ollie White, which sent both the Harris brothers out of the race and Alistair Morton as well. 5 cars eliminated in that pile-up on the hairpin, unfortunately. Fasanya just with an optimistic move up the inside there, clipped the back of the number 24, and we saw Steve Harris hit problems as well, unfortunately, so he decided to go and join our cameraman down on Tower Corner. So the Harrises, no finishes for the 3 of them in that second race of the weekend.
Not a good Harris race, was it? But you can see the rest of the marshals doing their jobs. Again, thank you ever so much to all my marshals. And here are the provisional results then of that road sport race.
Yes, Brian Thornton, 2 wins out of 2 this weekend, ahead of Scott Helm, with Craig Evans in 3rd place. Then Aaron Oliver in 4th. Good battle he had with Jimmy Way. Andrew Davison taking 6th ahead of Chris Buck. Then Caruso, Crawley and Lorriman completing the top 10. William Coote next ahead of Charlie Chapman, Liam Baslington and Ivan Searle.
Harris, I understand, had a gearbox issue, which is why he pulled out behind the barrier, so obviously the car stuck in gear.
So he'll be recovered from down there. Our camera operator might need to signal to the recovery crews where that car is. It's gone to hide behind his camera position. Next up on track today, it's going to be the Northern Sports and Saloon and Sports Car Championship, promoted by the Darlington and District Motor Club. A big variety of cars out of this one. We have had a few withdrawals, unfortunately, after a couple of incidents in yesterday's race. There are a couple of cars with damage.
The frantic road sport race then in the books. Cars are, though, down in Parc Fermé, so let's go down to James and hear from some of the drivers.
So an unexpected end to that race. Always a bit of a strange one when the cars come back in under the red flag, but we still have our 3 provisional podiums. Applause down here for our provisional winner. An eventful race there. We will get a quick word from Brian. We'll come around and find him on the other side. Woo. Celebration, and I'm sure a bit of relief that
I'm
that's
so
done.
glad that safety car came out. I couldn't have held off for much longer.
Oh.
That was a great battle.
Tell us about your race.
It was just a battle from the get-go, and me and Craig were having a great battle, and then I saw a big crash at Hairpin, and I saw Craig coming out, and I was like, great, the two of us will get a breakaway. And then I just see Scott lurking in the background. I was like, oh crap, here's the orange lights coming. And no F-bombs, and all the battles were down in Tower. So yeah, it was clean race and no contact. That's all I want. So yeah, great way to end.
Happy with that one.
Double podium. Happy
There you go.
days. Yeah.
Very happy with that one.
days. You can tell cheesy. I didn't pull it. I didn't flake on this one.
There you go. It's all good. Thank you very much, Brian. Your winner for that one. We will head down this way now. We have got Craig over there. We did also have Scott a minute ago. Scott, where is Scott? Scott was right. In the meantime, we will grab Craig for now. So Craig, obviously, provisionally third on this one. Craig, how do things go?
Provisionally, should I be worried?
Don't be worried. Don't be worried. It's all good. How was it out there today?
It was good, to be honest. Provisionally is fine because I spent most of my race just following the car in front. It was a sort of controlled traffic jam. And I thought 2 minutes to go, we'll have a massive fight and it'll be great. And then the red flags came out and sort of wasn't sure whether the race had ended or not. It was a bit of a weird finish, but it was good.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a strange one. That's why it's provisional, because of the red flag finish. So don't
Okay,
worry too much for
right,
that one.
okay.
What was it like? Obviously, you got Brian and Scott ahead of you at the end of the race there. What would have been the plan those last 2 minutes if you still had that time?
Well, I probably would have had a go. I think Scott was really keen today. His car was a bit damaged yesterday, so I think he had a bit more pace today, and he really wanted to win. So I was kind of letting them two tussle a little bit, and they were starting to. But I thought with 2 minutes to go, we'll sort of go for it. But obviously didn't get the opportunity. But I was really happy, to be honest. I mean, to be P3 on both races over the main.
Well done, Craig. Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Well done. We can get Scott as well. Scott is over here. He'd run away. He's come back again. Scott, P2 in that one.
Yeah.
How was the race?
Difficult, actually, yeah. It was a bit of carnage in turn one, lap one as usual, and then going through the chicane, I guess there's some traffic up ahead, people hitting the brakes. Wasn't expecting it, so I gave someone a little tap I just apologise for, but yeah, that carnage in the hairpin, like right at the start there, just pure luck that I avoided that, so just worked my way back up to the front two. Craig and Brian were both off in the distance, so ran them down, did the best I could, and then that red flag came out. I had like 2 laps left, so yeah, bit of a shame, but I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, conditions quite tricky down at the beginning as well, because we saw on corner one, a couple of people coming off and gravel being sprayed back onto the track.
Yeah, it sounds awful. My windscreen is ruined. It was new yesterday after our first race, so two windscreens in one weekend. But yeah, it was great fun. I think I've heard Will's okay, which is the main thing. So yeah, great race, I think.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
On that one. There we go. What an end to that race. And of course, the racing still continues this weekend. We've got plenty more of them. The next one is that race with all the different cars in. It's a beautiful one. The Northern Saloon and Sports Cars. And we caught up with a couple of those cars just a few minutes ago. Time to speak to Clive Cooksey, who is in the Northern Saloon and Sports Cars. First of all, I've got to say, Clive, loving the car. Tell us a bit about the car.
Had the car about 15 years, 3 different variants of engines. When I won a 2-litre turbo, was a 1.6 CVH when I first got it. Bit of a problematic weekend, lost 4th gear, so we're just out there trying to see what we can do. Paid our money, let's go. See if we can get some bit of action. But other than that, the car's been running great. Probably capable of another 100 horsepower through it, but we're running it quite steady, keep it safe, make it last the season. But until we sort this 4th gear out, then it was fine on Thursday. We fiddled with it.
Oh no!
And now we've we lost it. So quali wasn't great yesterday. The race was what it was, but we're here. We'll go out and we'll have some fun.
Exactly, you can have some fun. And obviously, you guys as part of the schedule for this weekend, it must be really good to be on a race event like this.
Yeah, it's lovely. Because we're not a big motorsport club, we seem to get tagged onto a lot of other people's events, which is nice. It's nice for us, but it's also nice for them because they get to see lots of different machinery instead of just the Caterhams, just the minis. And it's good for everybody. Mix it up.
It is indeed. Best of luck out there, Clive.
Thank you very much.
3.
Cheers now.
Speaking to David Todd, who is the driver of this beautiful car behind us. Tell us a little bit about this car.
It just probably looks better than it goes, really. It's just a standard WRX, pretty much tuned about 330 horsepower. That's about as much as you're getting, really. There's nothing fangled, dangled about it. Standard brakes. It's got a set of coilovers on it and a Gulf wrap.
The livery, that's been turning heads this weekend.
Yeah, well, it always does. This is why I did it, because it does get a lot of attention, doesn't matter where it goes and stuff like that. So yeah.
So starting P8 on the grid for this race, what are your expectations out there?
I don't know, because I've never been this far up in class. We're getting second yesterday, but there's a couple of cars back in that didn't start yesterday, so top 3 would be nice in class, but who knows, we'll just go with it and take time.
A bit of fun weekend here at Croft for you?
Yeah, it has, yeah. Could have done without the sun, to be honest, because I'm a little bit sunburned, but yeah, it's been good, yeah, it's been really enjoyable, so...
The best of luck out there.
Thank you very much.
So just a couple of the drivers and cars in this very varied field for our Darlington District Motor Club promoted Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Now the grid is based on the second fastest time for each driver from the qualifying session yesterday, but a few cars have withdrawn. So in pole position will be Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse SL1 kit car alongside Kirk Armitage's BMW M3. Row 2, Chris Huntley in a Subaru Impreza WRX. Daniel Kell, Sierra Cosworth. We'll wait to see if that's there. That's expired in a cloud of smoke at the start of yesterday's race. Dropped some oil on the track and brought out the first red flag of the day. Row 3, Matty Cobb in the VW Beetle that isn't. More on that car when we get underway. He was yesterday's winner alongside Dave Todd in the Subaru Impreza. We just heard from him. Row 4, Alex Prentice, who I think is leading the championship after a class win in yesterday's race. Various classes in this race in his VW Golf GTI alongside Justin Cox's Caterham. On the 5th row, reigning champion Stephen Rees with his Lotus Elise alongside Sam Cowburn's BMW M3. On row 6 of the grid, 81, Michael Boak, former Rallycross star, in his VW Golf alongside Stuart Middleton in a Honda Civic Type R. Stephen Kells Sierra Sapphire alongside Chris Sparks Honda Civic on row 7. Row 8 is Stevie McNabb's Civic Type R alongside Clive Cooksey in the Fiesta. We've just heard from him. Alan McPherson's MK Indy kit car on row 9 alongside Tom Bowes in a Porsche Boxster. Top 20 completed by James McCann in the first of the Mazda MX-5s in Class M alongside Luke Williamson's Golf. Row 11, Stephen Cragg's in MX-5, Cameron Whitley's turbo diesel VW Polo, ex-rallycross car. Row 12 is John Armstrong. He failed to start yesterday's race in the Porsche, so hopefully the 924 is there, alongside Alan Laidler, another ex-rallycrosser, in his BMW Mini. Row 13 is Paul Lightburn's MX-5, Carl Gudgeon's Renault Clio. Row 14, Emma Smith's Mazda MX-5, and then a couple of cars that didn't race yesterday. David Brewis in his Westfield XTR2, the ex-special saloon racer, and Scott Hubel in his Peugeot 205 T16 replica. I hope that car is there because it's a very spectacular looking machine indeed. It's been with this championship for a number of years. Cars forming up on the grid then. Now yesterday, of course, we had a shunt on the start line. Paul Rankin's Westfield stalled on pole and was hit by a couple of other cars. We've had a few cars withdraw as a result of that from today's race. Paul Rankin's not there. John Wolfett's Spire GTR broke down in qualifying yesterday as well, so he's not there. Thankfully, all drivers okay, but a bit of damage needs to be repaired. So Paul Collingwood and Kirk Armitage on the front row of the grid then. Collingwood in the Eclipse SL1 sports racer style kit car alongside the BMW of Kirk Armitage. Good to see Daniel Kells back out. He's repaired the problem with his Sierra. And there is Matty Cobb, the blue car on the inside. Now, it's listed as a VW Beetle. It's actually a Radical SR8 sports racing car with a Beetle body on top. And it's also good to see that, yes, the 205's there at the back, Scott Hubel. He missed yesterday's race, as did David Brewis. He's there in the green Westfield XTR2. So it'll be a 15-minute race plus 1 lap. Slightly differently they do this, the Northern Saloons and sports cars. So the cars will take in a green flag lap first of all, and then it'll be 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the timing goes to 0, then the last lap signal goes out. So a few cars we may have seen yesterday that we've lost. We mentioned Paul Rankin's Westfield Aero. He's not there. John Wolfett's Spire GTR, they would have been contenders for victory here. We haven't got David Cox's VW Golf, that broke down yesterday. We don't have Max Prentice's Honda Civic and Stephen Reed's Mazda MX-5. They were involved in the start line shunt yesterday. We also don't have Simon Baker, his Ford Focus, the car that Gordon Shedden made his BTCC debut in all the way back in 2001. That broke a drive shaft in qualifying yesterday, so sadly that's not out. Different classes for this one, classes A1 and A2 are for cars running on slick tyres, split by engine size. Then classes B, C and D are for cars on treaded tyres running to different engine size. Class B for over 2 litre and turbocharged cars. Class C is for up to 2 litre and Class D for up to 1600cc. No entries in Class D in this race, though the only entry here was Max Prentice and he's out with damage from yesterday. Class E is for kit cars, just a couple of those here, and Class M for Mazda MX-5s. The Darlington District Motor Club has run this series for many years. You can race just about anything you like. It's great to see such a variety of different machinery out there. Watch for those 2 cars from the back. There's Scott Hubel, the white Peugeot 205 T16 Rally replica. Spectacular looking car that is. And there's David Brewis, who used to run a Suzuki SC100 WizKid bodied special saloon space frame machine with a Formula 3 chassis, but now in the Westfield XTR2 Sports Racer. Watch for Daniel Kell as well in the Sierra. There's Matty Cobb in the Radical Beetle. Paul Collingwood on the front of the grid. I would think that Collingwood and Cobb are likely to pull away at the front of the field in this one. They did yesterday, with Matty Cobb taking the win in the Beetle Radical. That's a tribute to the Beetle Chevrolet of Mick Hill. He ran that in special saloons, the late Mick Hill, back in the 70s. His Beetle-bodied machine was a Formula 5000 single-seater underneath with a 5-litre Chevrolet V8 engine. The car still exists on static display. Going to be a standing start. Let's hope nobody stalls this time. The grey and orange Eclipse Special on the front of the grid for Paul Collingwood. Used to compete in the 750 Motor Club's Sports Specials Championship alongside the navy blue BMW of Kirk Armitage. He was having power steering problems yesterday. Second row, Chris Huntley in the black Subaru and the red Sierra of Daniel Kell. Good to see that's had its gremlins repaired from yesterday. Row 3, Matty Cobb in the Radical Beetle and David Todd in the Gulf liveried Subaru. We just spoke to him, running over 300 horsepower. Alex Prentice on row 4, the black bonnet on the red Golf. Won Class B yesterday, and with the overall points leader going into this weekend, Damien Mackay in his Westfield, not here this weekend, then I think Alex has taken the lead of the championship overall. Starts alongside Justin Cox's Caterham, the black car with the orange and green flashes. Defending champion Stephen Rees in the yellow and grey Lotus Elise alongside Sam Cowburn's BMW M3, the navy blue car. So the green flag waving at the back of the grid then. 15 minutes plus 1 lap is the distance for the Darlington District Motor Club Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Last couple of cars just moving into line before we get the all clear from the marshals. Look at the size of this grid. Look at the variety on this grid. A fantastic field ready for their second race of the weekend. 5-second board is displayed. Eclipse and BMW on the front row of the grid, and off they go. Good start by Daniel Kell down the outside in the Sierra, but it is the 2 specials that take the lead. Kirk Armitage, I think that is coming through into 3rd place. It is the Eclipse and the Beetle, as I expected, who lead the way into Clovo. One car being forced out a bit wide there towards the gravel. There's Scott Hubel in the Peugeot 205 replica, already making T16 replica, already making progress towards the back of the field, but it is Collingwood who leads. Cobb in second. They're going to pull away at the front of the field. Kirk Armitage third. Daniel Kell's Sierra is fourth. Then the 2 Subarus. Then the Caterham of Justin Cox. And then we've got the rest of the pack charging through Tower Bend. Towards the back, there's one of the MX-5s. There's the Clio of Carl Gudgeon, number 37. So these 2 resuming their rivalry from yesterday. It is Collingwood from Cobb. Now, what was the gap between the two of them at flag fall in yesterday's slightly shortened race? It was less than a second between the two of them, but they were 24 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So they're going to pull away, and the rest will battle over the final podium place. Look at Scott Hubel making progress already. He's cut past a swathe of cars from the back of the pack. Dave Todd under fire from Justin Cox, and Chris Huntley side by side with Kell for what is 4th place. And as they complete the opening lap, it's Collingwood leading from Cobb in 2nd. Armitage in 3rd place in the BMW M3. I think we've lost Alex Prentice, unfortunately. I saw a puff of smoke from his Golf. Yes, I think he's pulled off. He's cut across the shorter circuit and gone into the pit, so we've lost the Golf. Kirk Armitage on his own in 3rd place then. 4th is Chris Huntley in the Subaru Impreza. 5th we have got Daniel Kell in the Sierra. Daniel and Stephen Kell in their 2 red Sierras in this one. They run under the name Calamity Racing. It was a bit of a calamity for Daniel yesterday as his car went up in smoke on the opening lap. There go the leaders, the Eclipse SL1 kit car leads the Radical SR8 with the VW Beetle body, a unique home-brewed machine. That one, he's at the inside as they go into the complex. Had a look there for the lead. They're already well clear of the rest of the pack. Kirk Armitage is all on his own in 3rd, a veteran of this championship in his BMW M3. Through the hairpin they come. Armitage 3rd, Huntley 4th, then Kell. David Todd is next. There goes Armitage on his own in 3rd place with the BMW, the North Yorkshireman. Struggling in qualifying yesterday with a few power steering problems. There's the lead of one of our classes. That's the Mazda MX-5 category. Stephen Craggs, the ex-Ford Fiesta racer, and James McCann, who passed Stephen on the way to the class win yesterday. David Brewis has not come through, unfortunately. I think we lost the Westfield XTR2 at the start of the race. It failed to race yesterday as well, that car, unfortunately. Alex Prentice is in the pits, so we've lost our Class B winner for yesterday. So Daniel Kell is now leading Class B. There he is. He's got Dave Todd on his tail. Then it's number 43, Sam Cowburn's BMW. Is that Scott Hubel up behind them? Yes, it is. He's leading Class A2 in the Peugeot 205 T16 replica, of course the famous rally car of the 80s. There's Scott Hubel, who's run that lookalike for many years now in this championship. There's a bit of smoke there behind them. Who's that coming from? So behind Hubel we've got Cowburn, then it's Justin Cox's Caterham. Next in the order, I think that might be Steve Reese's Lotus Elise that might be smoking a bit there. The reigning champion, the leader of Class C. Justin Cox is leading Class E for kit cars. Is that smoke coming from Daniel Kell's car again as well, possibly the Sierra, as the Peugeot draws up alongside David Todd and goes through. He's going to go through Daniel Kell as well, and up into 5th overall from the back of the grid. Yes, Daniel Kell loses out to the Subaru. I think Daniel Kell's in trouble again. That Sierra is not as quick as it was at the start of the race. He's still going though. Is he going to pull into the pits? No, he's not. Collingwood leads Cobb by 0.37 of a second up front, so they're already over 10 seconds clear of their opposition. And there is Scott Hubel. He's even in the old Peugeot Works colours. Look, the T16 replica. Yeah, Daniel Kell is in trouble again. Smoke from the Sierra. This time he pulls it straight over. That's a great shame for Daniel Kell, who's... meanwhile, we've had a challenge for the lead into Sunny, and through goes the Radical of Matty Cobb. So the Beetle Radical takes it up. And he pulls away from Paul Connor. Is Collingwood struggling, I wonder? He suddenly dropped back there from the Beetle at the front of the field, the Special GT car, as you might call it, a modern Special GT, built in homage to the 70s machines. So the first 4 cars all in Class A1. Scott Hubel leads Class A2. Class B is led by David Todd with the demise of the Sierra. There is the Subaru. Or is he? No, he's lost the class lead there because Sam Cowburn has come through in the BMW M3 to take up the lead of Class B. Behind them, Justin Cox in the Caterham. He leads Class E for kit cars, running on treaded tyres. Of course, I think the Class A1 cars are on slicks. Class C is led by Reese. We haven't got any entries in Class D. We know that Class M for the MX-5s is further back and is being led by Craggs and McCann. Dave Todd trying to fight back, not to be confused with motorcycle star Davey Todd, the Isle of Man TT star. We've also lost Alan Laidler's BMW Mini into the pits. The ex-rallycross man is out. David Todd pulls the Subaru past Sam Cowburn's BMW. Takes the lead of Class B. The BMW is sponsored by Strong and Bending. I'd love to know what that means. Cox giving chase in the Caterham. Oh, the BMW's on the grass there, coming out of the chicane. There's the Lotus through the dust cloud. Stephen Reese leading Class C. Then we've got Stuart Middleton's Honda Civic and Michael Boak, another ex-rallycrosser. Used to run an Audi TT, among other things, and a Skoda Fabia. Now out in his Mark III Golf GTI. Lotus leads Class C ahead of Middleton and Chris Sparks in his Honda Civic, a bit further back. We've got 7.5 minutes to go, so we're halfway through the 15 minutes. And then, of course, when the time runs out, we go to the last lap. So 15 minutes plus 1 lap. There's Stuart Middleton, second in Class C. Behind him is Boak, and then we've got Chris Sparks Honda. And then Stephen Kell in the surviving Sierra. Scott Hubel is closing on Chris Huntley. This is for 4th place. They're in different classes. Chris Huntley's in Class A1 for the bigger capacity cars. Hubel's got the Peugeot up onto his tail. Scott Hubel's been racing that car in this championship for many years now. Up front, Matty Cobb has pulled away to the tune of 1.8 seconds from Paul Collingwood, I can tell you. The battle for the lead. Kirk Armitage is still third. He's all on his own in his BMW. He's 15 seconds off the lead battle, and he's 19 seconds clear of these two. So you've got nobody to race with, the BMW man. That's the Porsche Boxster in Class A1 of Tom Bowes. Not seen much of him this weekend. He's running down in 5th in class and 17th overall. Just looking at some of the variety here that you get in this championship, the Darlington District Motor Club Northern Saloons and Sports Cars. Oh, that's one of the BMWs out. Is that Kirk Armitage that's pulled over? I think it is. Yes, Sam Cowburn has blue wheels. He goes through in the foreground. So yes, our 3rd place man's out. Kirk Armitage has pulled up. So Chris Huntley will go up into 3rd overall. Or is it Scott Hubel now? Yes, Hubel's got ahead of him. So up to 3rd goes Scott Hubel. Chris Sparks with a bit of smoke coming from his Honda as well. They're dropping like flies in this race, unfortunately. Chris Sparks giving chase to Michael Boak's Golf, but that Honda is certainly smoking. Almost up alongside him there. Well, there's Coburn's BMW in 6th position now, ahead of Justin Cox. So Coburn 2nd in Class B, chasing the Subaru of Dave Todd. They lap the Clio of Carl Gudgeon. Four and a half minutes of this race to go. Plus the last lap, of course. So Matty Cobb has pulled away from Collingwood now. Nice to see that John Armstrong's out there. He didn't take the restart in yesterday's race in his Porsche. Scott Hubel in 3rd place. He's best of the rest now, really, with the 2 specials of Cobb in the Beetle and Collingwood in the Eclipse well out in front. There's Chris Huntley. He's 4th in the black Subaru. There's John Armstrong in the Porsche 924S. Not sure if that is a 9.24. It looks a bit more like a 9.44 to me. Well, there is our leader, Matty Cobb. But that certainly isn't a VW Beetle in name only and, well, in body shell only. Extraordinary creation, that is. The modern-day tribute to Mick Hill in the Beetle Chevrolet back in the 70s, who raced alongside the likes of Jerry Marshall in Vauxhall Baby Bertha with the Holden V8 engine in it. The DF VW, which is the Volkswagen Fastback with the Cosworth DFV in it. And of course the DAF V8, which was campaigned by Mike Wilds among others and was created by Tony Hazelwood, who sadly passed away just a few days ago at the age of 87. Collingwood is now 7 seconds back in second place, and Cobb's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:25.282. Scott Hubel in third, leading Class A2, having started from the back. He missed yesterday. Didn't take part in qualifying, was allowed to start from the back, as David Brewis had hoped to do, but sadly, David only completed the green flag lap in the Westfield XTR2. It's not been a good weekend for Westfields, unfortunately. As Paul Rankin was hit off the grid in yesterday's race when he stalled from pole position. There's Dave Todd, continues to lead Class B in 5th place in his Subaru. Of course, yesterday's Class B winner, unfortunately out of the race, Alex Prentice, pulled off at the end of the first lap. These modified saloon cars, they may be fast, but they can be fragile. 2 minutes on the clock, plus 1 lap. I think we may have lost Sam Cowburn's BMW as well. I thought I glimpsed a car parked by the pit lane exit on the pit straight. I think that might be the BMW there. But he hasn't come through on that last lap, so I think we've lost the BMW as well. So Cobb, Collingwood and Hubel's our top 3, then Huntley and Todd the 2 Subarus. Justin Cox is now up to 6th overall in the Caterham. 7th is this man, Stephen Rees, in the Lotus Elise, leading Class C, the yellow and sort of camouflage liveried machine, isn't it? Stuart Middleton's Honda is 8th. There he is, just behind the Elise. That's for the lead of Class C. Michael Boak is 9th in the Golf, and Chris Sparks' Honda is 10th. So we're in the closing stages now, less than a minute on the clock, plus 1 lap. Matty Cobb's going to win in the Beetle. He scored a double at Alton Park a few weeks ago as well. It's going to be a double for him at Croft at the home circuit of the Darlington District Motors Club. We're only about 15 minutes drive from Darlington here at the Croft circuit. Scott Hubel coming up to lap the Golf of number 113. That's Luke Williams. He's running in 19th overall. There's Cameron Whitley in the VW Polo, the turbo diesel VW Polo. It's his former rallycross car. Used to run in the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship. They're racing at Blyton Park in Lincolnshire today. There's the MX5 class leader, Class M. That's James McCann in number 13. Took the class win yesterday past Stephen Craggs, as he has done in this race as well. Another car dropping down the timing street. Chris Huntley hasn't come through. We've lost another car. They really are dropping like flies in this race. So we've lost Cowburn's BMW. Now we've lost Chris Huntley as well. Here's a midfield scrap. We've got number 7. That's Alan McPherson's MK Indy ahead of the Porsche number 25 of John Armstrong. Not to be confused with the rally driver of the same name. There goes the leader. Now he's eased his pace off a bit. In fact, they both have, Cobb and Collingwood. Their best laps in the 125s. Their last laps were in the 132s. So I think it's going to be last lap this time for Matty Cobb. out of the hairpin. There's 1 lap to go for Matty Cobb in his extraordinary creation. Yeah, we've lost Chris Huntley from 4th place, so Dave Todd is now up to 4th overall in his Subaru. Justin Cox is 5th, and Stephen Kell's Sapphire Cosworth into the top 10 overall. Leader comes up to lap the Caterham of Justin Cox, who's now 5th. So 4 cars on the lead. There's Collingwood in 2nd place. He's 6 seconds down. So their last laps, the 2 leaders, were in the 1:27s. Before that it was 1:32, so presumably there were yellow flags out somewhere. They've now lapped David Todd's Subaru, who's 4th, so we're just going to get the 3 cars, I think, finish on the lead lap here. The 2 specials and Scott Hubell's 205 T16 replica. Great run through from the back of the grid to 3rd. But here comes the Radical Beetle SR8. I'm not quite sure what to call this car, but it certainly is impressive. It certainly is radical, isn't it? He's able to almost coast home out of the final corner, comes in behind one of the MX-5s. And it's a double win here at Croft this weekend for Matty Cobb in his special GT car. 2nd goes to Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse. Justin Cox has got ahead of Dave Todd out of the final corner, up to 4th overall. They both win their classes. Here comes the Lotus of Stephen Rees over the line. He'll take 6th and he'll win his class as well. So we've got 5 class winners in the top 6 places, as long as Scott Hubel makes it home in the Peugeot in 3rd. Steve McNabb gets the Honda Civic in front of Stephen Kell on the last lap as well. So it's waiting for the last few cars to come home. In a race of attrition for the... it's been a weekend of attrition, sadly, for the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship. Well, here comes Scott Hubel. I can see a board reading 10-second penalty there as well. Is that being displayed to somebody? It's just on the reverse of another board. I couldn't quite tell from that angle. Here comes our MX-5 class winner. Waiting for James McCann to come home. The Peugeot across the line to take 3rd overall. Just 3 cars on the lead lap in that one. Here comes Cameron Whitley. Across the line in the Polo. Behind him, James McCann. Last man across the line, he wins Class M for MX-5. The car with the penalty, it's a 5-second penalty. It's gone to Stephen Kell, we presume for exceeding track limits too many times. He gets a 5-second penalty. That drops him 1 place to 12th in the results. We'll bring you the provisional result in a moment then and wait the cars to come into Parc Fermé. Matty Cobb, we know, has taken the win. So Matty Cobb takes the win ahead of Paul Collingwood by 3.2 seconds. Cobb eased off a bit towards the end of that race, I think. Scott Hubel from the back of the grid in the Peugeot comes through to take 3rd and wins Class A2. Justin Cox, 4th overall, wins Class E. Then David Todd in 5th in the Subaru wins Class B. 6th, Stephen Rees in the Lotus wins Class C ahead of Stuart Middleton's Honda. Then Michael Boak's Golf, the Hondas of Chris Sparks and Stevie McNabb. Alan McPherson's MK Indy. Stephen Kell got that 5-second penalty, dropping into 12th. Then Clive Cooksey's Fiesta. Tom Bowes in the Porsche Boxster was next home. 15th was Cameron Whitley in the Polo. 16th went to James McCann. He won the MX-5 class ahead of Stephen Craggs. The other finishers, Luke Williamson's Golf, John Armstrong's Porsche, Paul Lightburn's MX-5, and the final finishers were the Clio of Carl Gudgeon and Emma Smith in her MX-5. Couple of cars to be recovered from the circuit after that one before we present our next race, which is for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. And we'll shortly hand down to James in Park Fermé to catch up with our race winner.
Great race again this weekend for the Northern Saloon and Sports Cars, and it was Matty Cobb who finished the race at the front once again. We spoke to Matty yesterday. Matty, can we grab a quick word from you? Yeah. How's it out there today?
Warm.
Yeah. It's a lot warmer today, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. No, it was a good race. Enjoyed that. Just had to be a bit careful at the start. We've been a bit behind. Very good. Thanks to the marshals again. They do a great job out there, and the flags were brilliant.
Yeah.
And well done to Paul as well. Good race.
Yeah, it was a good race between the two of you. And as you said, starting P7 on the grid, you managed to get up there. It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was. The tyres seemed to. We must have got them better than now, because they were much better then. I felt more I could feel what they were going to do compared to yesterday. But no, it was brilliant.
Well done. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Fantastic. Right, let's have a quick chat with Paul, as we said, who came in second. Paul is down here. Paul, well done. Second place in that one. Talk us through your race.
Good start again. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep Matty behind for many laps. He's just too fast down the straights. I just can't live with it. So that was my race, really, following Matt after the first 2 or 3 laps.
And today, was it harder out there? Was it easier out there? Obviously, a bit of a change of temperature, clouding now.
Very slippy. It felt very slippy today compared to yesterday.
Yeah. But a good weekend all in all?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, yeah.
Had fun out there?
Yeah.
Well done. Congratulations again. Fantastic. Right, now we need to find third place, which is going to cause a problem, because trying to find him down here, they've all come in a different order, as is the nature. But, I mean, take this opportunity once again to enjoy all of the different cars that we have got in this class. This is what is brilliant about the Northern Saloons and Sports Cars. And where's my driver gone? He's run away. Where has he gone to?
Scott. Hello.
He's over here. Scott, he's made it there. Scott, talk us through your race, finishing P3.
Is it P3? I don't actually know where I finished on grid.
Well, there you go. You're on the podium, Scott. Congratulations.
Great,
Thanks. How was it out there?
It was good. It was actually quite fun. After missing yesterday's race and starting from back at grid today, it were good. I wasn't quite expect it to finish where I did, so, well, no, it were good.
Nice. And how was the track out there today? Obviously, as we said, there's been a real change in the weather, and also quite a lot of gravel being brought up from corner one as well.
It wasn't too bad, actually. There was a couple of places, I think someone had been having a bit of a spillage, which nearly caught me out at one point, but we managed to save it, so we're all right.
Oh, well, there you go. Congratulations. And congratulations on the podium.
Cheers, thank you.
Always nice to be the bringer of good news at the end of a race. Well done to our top 3 on that one. Moving on, though, into the second half of today, we're getting towards the business end of the weekend. We move on to the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and we spoke to some of the drivers a little bit earlier on.
Okay, Chris Welch in the 420R Championship. Are you enjoying Croft so far?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it's a marvellous car.
Yeah.
And this track is just, and the weather.
I know.
And we got a load of great mates, and you come and interview us, and and all the marshals and everybody, they smile, they help us. Nothing's too hard for them. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Excellent. And that race for you, how was it?
I spanned twice, so it didn't go too well. But I was trying to send it and catch up, and it just, you know what it's like.
I do.
It went slightly pear-shaped, but there we go. We'll try our best, and one more to go.
Exactly.
And it'll be warmer then, so that'd be great.
It certainly will be. Well, thank you, Chris.
Okay,
enjoy that last race.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. Thanks.
Right, so Harry Senior in the 420R Championship. Harry, that was obviously starting at the back's never ideal, but you came through pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I had the bit between my teeth, as they say. I kind of thought the front 3 would break away. I know they were substantially quicker than all the cars behind them, so I kind of thought 4th was the best I could achieve. So, pretty pleased.
Yeah,
it was a bit eventful, with certainly with Justin, who's... I can understand, me and his son are in a title fight, so if I was him, I wouldn't let me past either. For me, a bit over the limit. some shenanigans on the in lap as well, which I wasn't too pleased about, but I'm sure the clerks will look at that and make their decision. But yes, a very entertaining race. Me and Donkin had good fun, I think.
You did. It definitely looked that way. You were almost helping each other to just get through the pack because, you're both very fast.
Yeah. I think we both spoke before the race. We knew that it was going to be a climb back for both of us, so we said we'd work together, not step on each other. If one of us seemed faster, we'd let that person kind of carve the gap, and the other one would just follow through. And I think we swapped a couple of times, so had a couple of moments, had Darren spin in front of me. So, yeah, it was chaos, but we made it.
You did. You survived pretty well, I think, and it gives you a good start for later on.
Yeah, exactly where I need to be for the last race, so, hopefully should be a podium. Given the pace and quality and things, so yeah, we'll see.
Thank you.
So getting ready for our third and final race of the weekend then for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. The grid based on the result of the race we saw earlier on. So it is Matt Armstrong and Henry Heaton on the front row. A tale of two Harrys on row 2, Harry Cook and Harry Senior. There's another Harry on row 3, Harry Landy alongside Paul Donkin. Dale Head and Craig Story line up on row 4 with James Hall and Mark Kendall completing the top 10. Sixth row of the grid will be Darren McCormack alongside Gary Curtis in 62 and 22. Row 7, number 16, Stephen Metcalf, and 68, Chris Welch. Justin Armstrong, number 23, some contact in race 2, saw him finish a lap down for a pit stop. Lines up alongside Tom Eden, who failed to finish the race earlier on. And completing the field will be Chris Fraser. Hopefully he's there after going off on the first corner of race 2 earlier on at midday.
Last chance to see our 7 Championship UK cars out then this race weekend. But looking forward to the race, has been great, and definitely Henry can't take on that Harry name because there's just far too many of them at the front of this grid for us to cope with. Green flag lap then for this, the top flight of Caterham UK Motorsport, 180 horsepower, 6-speed sequential gearbox, slick tyres. You will see them considerably more aggressive in the attitude of these cars out on track, and the speed difference between these cars and even the 310Rs, which is a step down from this, is quite significant. But Matt Armstrong having a good race weekend for his championship, a first and a second. Henry Heaton also having a first and a second. Can they, and who is going to take this final win of the day? We saw Senior and Donkin coming back through the field, didn't we? And they're now back right in the mix. Donkin with that new engine, Senior with the bit between his teeth, trying to keep hold of Matt Armstrong out in front of this championship. But yeah, they've put on some superb racing this weekend, and looking forward to this next and final 20 minutes race for them before we next see them out at Zandvoort, when we're going to be all there 26th, 27th of July. So do make sure you join us live on the streams, or if you're lucky enough, why not come out to the beach seaside resort of Zandvoort and come watch the racing for real. It's fantastic stuff. Colourful grid then of these cars coming down towards us. Very skilled drivers. Got some stories. Chris Fraser obviously had that lock up into turn 1 just as he got his car all fixed. He did make slight contact with the barrier, but he'll be looking to make some progress through in that AM Championship as well. So looking forward to this.
I've just thought of something. As the next round's at Zandvoort, will they be swapping Dutch Barn Vodka just for Dutch vodka?
Maybe. I don't know what to say to that. But thank you ever so much to Dutch Barn Vodka for all the sponsorship that they have gone with us over the last couple of years, and into the top flight of Caterham Motorsport. So wish Chris good luck on his pursuits all the way through the field. We've seen that happen earlier on today, and like I say, Henry Heaton, local Yorkshireman, looking to see whether he can make it 2 from 3 this weekend. And Matt Armstrong looking to resist that. Obviously, we saw some of that needle, didn't we, between Senior and Justin Armstrong. So hopefully that won't spill over into the race this time, and we can just get some nice and close racing, as we've seen from all the Caterham action over the course of this weekend. Really good, fun racing to be watching. They've got a staggered grid here, so they've got a little bit more breathing room off of the line, so they can get these cars away. Let's see who's got the temperature in the tyres, into the brakes, who's ready for this race, who's going to take it. Can Donkin do it from that 4th or 5th place on the grid? Can Senior make the recovery drive and put more points on the board for him? All these stories yet to come, and we're going to find them out in the next 20 minutes.
Last few cars coming into line on the grid then. The red and blue of Matt Armstrong on pole, the metallic sort of turquoise coloured car alongside is Henry Heaton. Harry Cook in black and gold on row 2 alongside the light blue and red of Harry Senior. Paul Donkin in red and white on row 3 alongside Harry Landy's blue car. 5-second board is displayed. Here we go then. 20 minutes for the Dutchman Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Away they go down towards Clairvaux for the first time. They've all got away cleanly. Let's hope they all get round at the first corner. Great start by Matt Armstrong. He's already clear in that first corner. Harry Senior round the outside into second place. He's got ahead of Henry Heaton. So the two championship contenders out in front, side by side. James Hall banging wheels with Dale Head. Everybody else away clean. Justin Armstrong a little bit sideways. Already Chris Fraser's gained a couple of places. He was frustrated after going off on the first corner earlier on. Had to start at the back this time. And here they come up towards Tower Bend, and Heaton under fire from Harry Cook for third place. Justin Armstrong pulls out. He's going to have a lunge down the inside, finds his way blocked by Mark Kendall. Fraser makes up another place past Steve Metcalf in the number 16 machine. So they've made up 3 places already from the back of the grid. The Dutch Barn Vodka car as the Jim Clark S's sees Harry Senior attacking for the lead on the back of Matt Armstrong, but Armstrong holds him off. Third place is still Henry Heaton, a fine sight as they come towards Sunny. Fourth, it's Harry Cook. Then in completing the top 5 is Paul Donkin. Landy is next, Craig Story 7th, then Hall, Head, and it looks like Mark Kendall rounds out the first 10.
So only one set of slick tyres for them over the course this weekend, so they'll start getting a bit tired. We heard earlier on that they started losing their grip at about after lap 3, so we're going to start seeing them sort of struggle a little bit. And I did see some of the cars drifting. There's Chris Fraser on his pursuit through the field, but Senior is absolutely, I didn't even see him through the Jim Clark S's. He was so close to the rear of Matt Armstrong's car and really looking like he's going to try and push forward. And we've seen them scamper away these pair into the distance on a couple of races this season so far, which is quite rare in Caterham racing. So they know how to work with each other as well. They know how important those points up in 20 minutes time are going to be for their championships as they're just tipping over that halfway point before we get into the European round. As they head round. Chris Welch we heard from before, and it is look like Harry Senior is going to take another Craig Story, I think, out on the gravel. In fact, someone else was that Chris Fraser, also out on the gravel and grass. A little bit of a puff of a lock of wheel for Harry Cook. They are struggling to get those cars stopped as they head down into Tower. Justin Armstrong down the inside of 35 then of Kendall, so he has got another position done and looking to see whether he can get up across the gap that he's got in front of him. Harry Senior does lead them through the Jim Clark S's and out into Sunny this time.
He's pulling away there as they go towards Sunny in for the second time. Harry Senior, he's had 4 wins already this season, including a couple at Brands Hatch in the final race there. He snatched the win right on the finish line from Henry Heaton. Dale Head running wide there as they came through Sunny. Harry Cook up into third place, so Heaton goes down to fourth. Paul Donkin making it 5 for the lead. The next battle is headed up by Harry Landy. That's the battle for the lead in the AM class as well. You can see them sliding around a bit more as they lose grip from these slick tyres. There's Mark Kendall under fire from Darren McCormack a bit further back as they go over the line. A couple of cars' transponders not working, I don't think, there, because yes, Senior and Cook have dropped down the order on our timing tower. Did they come through? They're watching the
keep an eye out because
midfield.
There's no saying that. Yeah, I was going to say we're not saying, but no, he is definitely
yes, they are there.
So
it's a transponder glitch,
and absolutely trying to shake and throw Matt off of the toe going down. In fact, there's another. I think that was Justin Armstrong out wide, out in the background. So that's not going to help his progress through the field. And Dale Head's going to be sufficiently ahead of him. Story defending from Harry Landy there, just in front. Able to hold back Harry Landy in that battle in this AM Championship. So Story takes the lead in that one, but Senior is still taking the lead over the top of Matt Armstrong in the Pro-Am Championship, looking like he really wants to push on down the road, but I don't think he's going to have the speed to be able to shake Matt Armstrong. Yet to be seen though, because we don't know that for sure, and he obviously has slightly newer tyres because he didn't do the whole of that first race, so that is another factor that he will have slightly newer slick tyres on his car than the cars around him. Harry Cook, can he make this the first win of his 420? He's been on the podium multiple times. Henry Heaton slipping back in these early orders, and Paul Donkin with his new engine in there looking like he's able to nicely keep up with the group now.
There's a battle further back. Darren McCormack, Chris Fraser, and just in front of them is Mark Kendall. This is the battle for what is 11th place, I think, between these three as they come up over the line. Senior led at the line from Armstrong by just under half a second at the battle at the front of the field. The timing glitch has sorted itself out. Craig Story leads the AM class ahead of Harry Landy, and James Hall, he's had a consistent weekend further that, looking for another top 10 here. Up there in 8th place, the sort of citrus green car. Here come your leaders, just dodging that bit of dust on the circuit on the outside. So it was put there by Justin Armstrong. He's still in 10th place. 5 of them line astern now as they go through Tower. Here's the battle in the class headed up by Story in 6th. Hall having a go at Landy. There's Justin Armstrong. Then next in the order is Dale Head. There's Chris Fraser still making his way through the order. He's got ahead of Mark Kendall now in the 35 car. We're only a quarter of the way through this final race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and Matt Armstrong is closer this time to the back of Harry Senior as they head through Sunny. Harry Cook's giving a watching brief, staying ahead of Henry Heaton. Paul Donkin going with them. These 5 pulling away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, and they were desperately, as well as avoiding the dust and dirt on the outside, they were desperately trying to cling on to the toe of that Senior car. He has got significantly more speed out of that hairpin, or the early complex, than the other drivers, and maybe as a want of that slightly fresher tyres. But they are absolutely having to cling onto his, on these traction zones out the corners, they're having to cling onto his toe, which is what they're doing. So we watch Story and Harry Landy in their continued battle. And like you say, James Hall learning these cars, learning to be consistent, but he's got Justin Armstrong now, a driver who's been riding these 420s for many a year now. He's fairly new to the slick tyres, but getting very much showing the pace that he's got to come back through this field and up to the front of that AM class where he is regularly stationed.
Just under 14 minutes of the race to go now. Dale Head being closed down by Tom Eden, who started from the back after failing to finish earlier on. Paul Donkin having a look up the inside into Tower. Didn't quite get alongside Henry Heaton for P4. Still the order remains unchanged as they head towards the Jim Clark S. It's still Harry Senior who sets the pace after a difficult weekend so far. But Matt Armstrong getting closer in behind him. That's where it seems that Senior has the straight line speed slightly. He's able to pull away down that back section of the course. Cook in 3rd place, Heaton 4th, Donkin 5th, so no change, although they're close together. The top 5 separated by just over 1.5 seconds. They're 4.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
They're being strung out just by the sheer pace of Senior out front. The fact that he's been able to maintain that lead for the last 3 laps shows how fast that car is, because by once you'd see it overtake nearly every lap, and we have done through the course of this race weekend. Mark Kendall slowly slipping back, isn't he, through the order. Senior now diving to the inside again, trying to shake that toe, so don't give Matt Armstrong any sniff. And Armstrong, I think, is happy for that to happen, because they are just slowly and gradually creeping away from Cook, who's going to have to look in his mirrors, because here come the 2 Yorkshiremen, Henry Heaton fighting with Paul Donkin. Donkin looking like he's got a nice run. Can he make that stick? Henry's still going to have the toe of the Cook in front of him, so he is going to be a little bit defensive, or we'll have some defensive tactics. See Donkin pulling out of the slipstream there, which is a sure sign that he's also looking to keep his car nice and cool. Story still leading the AM class, but Justin Armstrong's firmly with that battle now.
James Hall's had a moment somewhere. He's dropped back from that group there, the yellow car towards the back. He's lost 6 places on that last lap, so he's had a bit of a lose somewhere. We've also lost Chris Welch, 68, into the pits. A weekend to forget for him, sadly, as the leaders out on the back of the circuit once again. And these 2 definitely pulling clear now, with Matt Armstrong effectively pushing Harry Senior clear of the rest of the field. Not literally, of course. There's Cook in 3rd place. He's been Mr. Consistent this year, but still yet to get his first win. He's been in the top 4 of I think every round this year of his debut Caterham 7 Championship UK season.
Certainly been up there battling, hasn't he, and firmly in that battle, and just hasn't managed to hook it all together. But such is the pace of Senior and Matt Armstrong, no one's really had a good look at the front of the field, but he's been one of the best at getting that done. But rather than Matt Armstrong pushing Senior along, I'd rather say that Senior's pulling him along and away. He's say super speed in that car at the moment, but not done from Cook, and he's closed in as they go into Clervaux that time. And the 2 Henry Heaton and Paul Donkin still fighting away in that battle for 5th place, but it's Henry Heaton, 4th and 5th, so they are still holding on to that, but they're slowly starting to have that little gaps appear, but they're not going to have to happen. Story still leading the AM class.
Henry Heaton under fire. Here comes Donkin having a quick look again as they come into Tower Bend. Didn't quite manage to get alongside, just can't get the nose down the inside there as they head up towards the Jim Clark S's. Still Harry Senior in the light blue car, who leads the way out of the S's down the back of the course, and Armstrong closer again. They go through the right hand flick at Barcroft, then into Sunny, onto the brakes. Up with them now is Cook. He's getting closer. Look to the back of Matt Armstrong this time through, and Heaton's more preoccupied with the attacks of Donkin behind him.
You see all the cars moving around far more now as they just wobble and trying to find the limit of what these tyres will give them for the remainder of this last 10 minutes of action they've got to see this course. But where Senior has now seen that all compressed back together again then, so Cook has sort of solidified, and where he's not been having to defend from Henry, he's able to get to concentrate back in. But again, Senior pulls to the inside to try and shake that toe. Toe's so important in these Caterhams, and is desperately trying to not give any advantage, and the others I think are being quite welcome to that and letting their engines cool down. The temperature and the air temperature out there is high, and as I was going to grab a coffee earlier on, you can really smell the temperature in the air as these cars are all working hard out there on track, and everything about them is running hot at the moment. But let's say the action is also running hot. Again, he dives to the inside looking to break that toe, and in fact he managed to do that, and in fact they're all just diving for some clean air, aren't they?
They certainly are, yes, just trying to find the optimum line. Had a change for the lead in the amateur class, meanwhile. It's Justin Armstrong has taken Craig Story. Up they come towards Tower Bend. Story trying to fight back Harry Landy in third place. So Armstrong has completed his charge through to take the lead of the AM class. This is the battle for 6th overall. Next in the order, there's Dale Head ahead of Chris Fraser, who's run through the field, is taking up to 11th from the very back of the grid. Now it is definitely 5 of them line astern for the lead, waiting for an exciting conclusion here of the weekend for the Dutchman Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Henry Heaton having a brief look there at Harry Cook as they went into the complex. Donkin is still on the coattails of the number 10 behind them into the hairpins. Anybody going to make a move this time? No, they're not. Still Armstrong and Senior, and in fact Armstrong has taken the lead over on the far side of the course there. He looks away for a split second at the battle further back, and it changes. That's the way every time, isn't it?
And I think Senior will be slowly slightly a bit gutted about that, because he's put an awful lot of effort into throwing them all off, and he still hasn't been able to do it. And as he said, out the back of the circuit, Matt Armstrong, for the last couple of times, you can see how they're on the power from Tower Bend all the way through to Sunny in, Sunny out, flat out for them. So it's there's a lot of toe to be given, and I think he's going to find it easy to get back in the lead. But what he does know is it's going to be a tactical battle to the finish. He's got to figure out where he wants to be, and then you've got the risk. In fact, that's Harry Cook just fighting off Henry Heaton as well. So the moves are starting to happen. Harry Cook does hold on for now. That's going to slow them down slightly, and there is that little gap between them and the group in front at the moment. So Duncan's still trying to hold on. You can see it's sort of paired up, hasn't it, out the back of the track here as Harry Cook's just holding back the advances of Henry Heaton at the moment.
Yes, the first pair have pulled away slightly once again. Senior's got the lead back again into Tower as we expected. Harry Cook still holding that third place. Paul Donkin just perhaps biding his time here, waiting until a little later on to make it move. There's still 7.5 minutes of this race to go. These 5 way clear, everybody else nearly 9 seconds up on the battle for the AM class lead, which is next. Justin Armstrong leads that ahead of Story and Landy still. Out of the hairpin. Over the line they come this time. Who's going to make any moves down into Clervaux? Donkin was thinking about a move on Henry Heaton for P4. Senior back in the lead then, looking for his 5th win of the season. Harry Cook wants his first. Now he's right up with Matt Armstrong there coming through. He needs to get the toe here going towards Tower. There, over the line go some of the runners a little further down the aisle. James Hall still going after his little misdemeanour perhaps earlier on. Tom Eden has come through from the back chasing Craig Story. Harry Landy's got past Story there into second in the AM class.
Yeah, this AM class battle is absolutely fierce as it is out front. We separate the drivers for Pro-Am and AM just by their previous championship results, or number of times they finished on the outright podium, so that's how we distinguish. So if anyone's won a Caterham Championship or any championship, they will go into that Pro-Am champ, and that's where we see, and you can see the speed difference between the front of the field and the AM. Some circuits it enhances, and sometimes, especially as we get towards the tail end of the race weekend where the tyres get harder to drive, you see these championship drivers really do solidify why they are classed as that Pro-Am. These are 5 of the best out front here, all winning championships in their own right throughout their Caterham careers. And you can see the significant gap now back to that fiercely contested AM Championship. Justin Armstrong's been in the lead of it, but Harry Landy is absolutely not letting him go. There's nothing between them. Craig Story has led this. In fact, I think they've all led it at one point or another, but it's currently Justin Armstrong on that fight back through, leading that class.
Here come the leaders into Clervaux with 10 laps completed. Harry Senior has led the majority of them, still holding back Matt Armstrong. The fastest lap of the race is with Harry Cook. He's done 1:24.697 a little earlier on. His last lap was a 1:25.5. Now, what's Matt Armstrong going to do this time? Which side's he going to go to try and attack Harry Senior? Is he going to go to the inside? No, he's not. He sits in behind the race leader. It's all about knowing when to make your finishing move, if you like, isn't it, in a draft like this?
And having the capacity to do it as well, because as I know from sitting in these kind of queues, sometimes you are just clinging on, other times you've got something in hand, and sometimes when you've got something in hand and you think you'll save it to the last lap, you find that everyone else had it as well and you don't do it. So it is a little bit of, like I say, we call it chess on wheels, high-speed chess on wheels, because it really is a thinking man's game to how do you actually succeed at Caterham racing. But again, these are all drivers that have found out how do you do that over the course of their careers, and therefore all the tricks in the book that you kind of hold and try and keep close to your chest, everyone knows them, and so it's just about that sort of fight that you can have. But Donkin at the rear of this battle, he's going to be thinking to himself, I've got to start making a move forward. If I'm going to look to try and win this race, I've got to make a step forward, and if he doesn't manage to make that step forward, it might just be that he doesn't quite have the speed in the car today. Henry Heaton pulling right to the inside. I think they're all searching for that clean air, fresh air into their radiators. I think they've all probably got warnings on their dashboard saying everything's running hot at the moment. But Harry Senior has been the man that's led the majority, all but one, I think, of these laps, maybe a couple out at the beginning of the race as well, but he has led nearly everything, and he looks like he is in the firm seats to try and take that win today.
So there'll be a couple of laps to go this time around for Harry Senior. Can he take his 5th win of the season? Will it be a 6th win for Matt Armstrong? The only men who've broken their dominance, Paul Donkin at the opening round at Snetterton, and of course Henry Heaton yesterday. As who was that run
Senior
wide?
was their leader, so he was absolutely pushing the limit there.
And he is right on the limit, as is Matt Armstrong behind him. They're still nose to tail as they head down towards Sunny for what is the 12th time, and Matt Armstrong coming from a long way back there. He got the tighter run through there. Maybe he's sensing that Senior's tyres are just beginning to go off. They pull clear again of a change for third because Henry Heaton has gone through there up into P3. I thought Harry Cook ran a bit wide coming out of Tower there, so that might be where Heaton got the move done. Paul Donkin will attack as well. It's up towards the hairpin they go. Harry Senior is under pressure now. Henry Heaton locks up. And, Harry Cook's got a problem.
I think he maybe broke a drive shaft there. Something he sort of kicked sideways, didn't it? And then his lack of power, so maybe a drive shaft gone for Harry Cook. That'd be a shame for his race. Yes, I think he might, unless it was just a slide that he had to gather up together. We'll wait and see. But these two now are well clear of Henry Heaton, so Henry Heaton got that signal to pull. No, he's good. So it was just he lost the rear of that car as he went through the hairpin, and now is back fully up to speed again. But it was had to catch the slide.
The way it suddenly slowed, I wondered if he jumped out of gear there, perhaps the number 9 car. But he's back in 5th. I hope I haven't jinxed his run of top 4 finishes, as I mentioned it earlier. He's going to try and fight his way back up now. Paul Donkin is now free to have a go at Henry Heaton for P3. They should get one more lap out of this. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock as the leaders head towards the Jim Clark S's, and Matt Armstrong is closer again this time around. He's not going to make a move into Sunny, surely. We've seen the Minis do that, but I haven't seen it in these machines yet.
He must have done it earlier to take the lead, though. It's because it's the only bit we didn't see, so I think he might have snuck down the inside of Barcroft with just the toe and really taken Harry Senior by surprise. But Henry Heaton's kicking up the dirt and dust, even down as he's going sort of onto the end of the straight. He's pushing the limits, but also maybe starting to find his car and himself are tired in this relentless heat out here at Croft. Donkin now the one looking like he's putting pressure on Heaton rather than the other way around. They know how important it is, but they're coming onto the final lap, so I think they're just battling for 3rd place right now.
Yes, I don't think they're going to catch the 2 leaders, so Matt Armstrong will see that last lap signal. That's his signal to go all out attack and try and catch Harry Senior for his 6th win of this 2025 Caterham 7 Championship UK season. Can Harry Senior get back to winning ways after a no score yesterday when his drive shaft broke on the grid? Here they come then.
He's got to run.
Matt Armstrong has got a run. He's in the slipstream. Here he goes. He goes to the left. Is he going to take the lead on the outside going into Tower? He's got him. Brilliant from Matt Armstrong. We said he'd seen that last lap board. He knew he had to attack now or never. Now, can he hold it to the end of this race? Harry Senior is going to have a go at the inside, possibly into the Jim Clark S's. They're side by side. He's never going to get round there, surely. Goes wide onto the curb, loses a bit of momentum. That could be the deciding factor in this race. Up towards Barcroft and Sunny for the final time. Is it going to be 2 for the weekend for Matt Armstrong to extend his championship lead over Harry Senior? And Senior's not finished yet. He's right on his tail as they head up towards the complex for the final time. He's going to be on the outside for the left-hander. He's going to try and go up the inside into the tighter right-hander. He switches back across. He's trying to get the line for the hairpin. It's going to be very, very close between these two. Here they come into the hairpin for what will be the last time in this Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK race weekend. Harry Senior's in the slipstream. He's going to have to pull out and try and go alongside as they come over the line. Here they come. It's going to be a photo finish. I think Armstrong just got it. Third goes to Henry Heaton and fourth is Paul Donkin. Armstrong wins it by 58 1,000ths of a second. Phenomenal.
Absolutely fantastic racing, and for the AM Championship, it looked like Justin Armstrong does take Landy and Story in that AM Championship. So great battles at the front, great battles further back. So fantastic from the 420s. And yeah, we're going to see them back in Zandvoort, 26th, 27th of July. But I think Matt Armstrong absolutely acted blocker up that last lap. Did exactly what he needed to do. Had the run into tower and managed to block the onslaught of Senior. But Senior and Matt Armstrong really are coming of age. This group, this year, showing the skill and control that they have in those cars. Heaton and Donkin had a great battle for that third in the end, and Cook, after that issue at the hairpin, the penultimate lap, just fading a little bit, but he'll be back at Zandvoort to try again. Justin Armstrong, good fight back. Landy, really good, solid weekend for him this weekend. Great for him to see that. And Story, again, all that speed that we have in qualifying, he's just got to try and hold on to it to move on through. So fantastic action from the 420s.
It really was, yes. We'll await the provisional results in a moment as the cars make their way round towards Parc Fermé. They've had a brilliant weekend in all three races this weekend. Matt Armstrong the winner by 0.058 of a second, taking win number 6 of his season. Harry Senior has to settle for second, with Henry Heaton completing the podium. Paul Donkin in fourth, and Harry Cook, bad luck to him, dropping to fifth. He did get the consolation of the fastest lap. Justin Armstrong bounces back to win the AM class ahead of Harry Landy and Craig Story. Then was Tom Eden, Dale Head, Chris Fraser from the back of the grid, Mark Kendall, Darren McCormack, James Hall started off well in the top 10 but faded to 14th. The other finishers were Steve Metcalf and Gary Curtis. We lost Chris Welch into the pits early. Well, that concludes the action from the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Thanks as always to Dutch Barn Vodka for their sponsorship of the championship. Next up on track we should see the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship for their final race of the weekend. But Sam is down in Parc Fermé and is ready to talk to our top two protagonists.
Oh, that was a fantastic race. What an end finish for these two guys. Like, it was so close. And I think if the finish line had been a little bit further down, Harry may have just got Matt. But they must be super hot now because it is roasting down here. So they'll be glad to get out of the car. But I think they all probably enjoyed that. So I'll wait for them to take all their kit off because obviously it's making them even hotter. So there you go. Good handshake from the two of them. Yes, they've got... Matt's just taking his time. Matt, goodness me, that was amazing. But you know, they made you work for that, didn't they?
Yeah, I got a bit of a sweat on, so yeah, definitely made me work for it. It was a good race, so I knew Harry was really fast, so I just thought I'd stay behind him and cook my tyres in race 2, so that was the plan, and thankfully it worked out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, it did work. That was brilliant. Like, across the line, were you thinking, oh no?
Yeah, because I messed the last corner up terribly, so I thought he might get me, but he was too close to get a tow, so yeah, my mistake actually was a good thing in the end.
Brilliant, that's always a good thing, isn't it? Well done, Matt.
Thank you.
That's come. I'll go around this way. Harry, fantastic. That was a brilliant race for us to watch, and so close between you guys as always, but you've got to be happy with second after the last few races, this weekend so far, and obviously you wanted that win, I know.
Yeah, it would have been nice. Had a odd vibration, I think, after some contact in the last one, just we replaced a couple parts, but clearly something else needs changing, so we'll have a look at that. But I was quick. I think Matt admitted I was probably over a lap quicker than him, but he kind of sat behind me, and I had the tyres to, maintain us a gap to the other guys I saw, so he wasn't even having to really sit in my toe. He played it smart on the last lap. I had a rubbish exit coming onto the straight towards Tower, but it was a good race. Shame, so close. Would have been nice, but not a bad recovery, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. Next up is Zandvoort. So you're looking forward to that one?
I mean, I didn't go amazing there last time, but plenty of testing to do, so hopefully we'll get my head around it before race time.
Yes, excellent. Well, looking forward to that one. Thank you. Well done. Great weekend for you. And let's look for Henry. He's over there. Watch it. That's it. It's very hot by these cars. Let's walk over. I bet you need to just get the suit off, don't you? It's so hot out there, though, isn't it?
It's a little bit. That was the hardest work of all three races. That was really hard work. Really hard work. You probably saw on the live streams that the cars were pulling out. Certainly, Paul behind me was pulling out of the toe, and I was struggling with temperatures as well. That's a tactic that we use to try and get a little bit more clean airflow through the cars. And then because if the temperatures get too high, then the power starts to drop off. So Paul had a little go at me at the end. Obviously, he got his car into the sweet spot, and we had a little battle. But happy to come back with third place, because I had to really force my way through up to third. I put a move on Harry going into Sunny, which is a very fast part of the circuit. So
brave.
Slightly, yes, brave. Yeah, it worked. Just about managed to get through there in one piece, and it was a little bit clenched in the driver's seat, but happy to come home with third. So great weekend. A first, a second, and a third. 3 podiums. Fantastic. Yeah. I'm delighted with that.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, and well done.
Thank you, Sam.
That's great. Right, next up is the Edge 270R Championship, but we have some interviews from a little earlier to show you first. Andy Palmer races in the 270 Championship. Andy, how are you finding Croft circuit?
It's interesting, the very first time I ever sat in a Caterham was here 2 years ago, and I got absolutely raped in the race. So this is my return to see if I can at least hold my head up high, and my first race of the weekend, because I was unable to race yesterday. So I start from the back, but should be fun.
Yeah, well, it's a great race. How do you find it overtaking? And because obviously there's only really a couple of safe options for overtaking around here, isn't there?
Yeah, that first corner is where everybody tries to jump everybody, and so you end up with a lot of people in the kitty litter. But there's an opportunity up the hill, but not that many opportunities. But it's quite quick.
It is. Yeah, it's got a mixture of everything, hasn't it? Technical stuff as well as fast.
Yeah, I love it from that point of view. It really is. The technicality. And are you brave enough to hold it where everybody says it's flat, or do you lift? It's always the question.
It is, and that is the question. Yeah, it's who's brave enough, I think.
Yeah, well, that's really about Caterham racing, isn't it? It's all about bravery and keeping it clean and just keeping just enough gap between people. But we should have a good race here. It's beautiful weather for it.
Yeah, perfect, brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So 3 races to go here at the home of motorsport in northeastern England, here at Croft Circuit. The Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship lining up the result of race 2 earlier on, determining the grid for race 3. So it is Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, now a 7-time winner this year, on the pole alongside Lionel Tolmash, with Louis Darling and Bruno van Dijk on row 2. Now, 3 of those drivers had to come through the field, of course, earlier on in race 2. Now they're all together at the front. This should be an absolute cracker. Row 3 is Nick Sampson and Nick Heighton, along ahead of Andrew Bailey and Tim Hardcastle. Henry Speaks and Gary Cross rounding out the top 10. The 6th row got number 8, Django Jones, alongside 48 of Jasmine Shaw. Then 18, Paul Oglesby. Hopefully he's repaired his damage from earlier on. Likewise, Alex Coombs alongside him. Row 8, Graham Finlayson alongside Brian Joyce. The 9th row is Andy Palmer and Andrew Mackay. Then on row 10, Harrison Cavers made a pit stop to remove his loose nose cone earlier on. Starts alongside Anne Hall. And of course we won't be seeing Monty Hind, unfortunately, at the back of the field. His car written off in that accident in race 2.
But just confirmation that yes, he did go to the medical centre to be checked over, but he was okay, and it's a stuck throttle which caused him to have that accident. But let's, like you say, all the cream has risen to the top, and Ben Wheatley is currently on that pole position. Lionel Tolmarsh, so Ben Wheatley in the blue and dark blue with Lionel Tolmarsh. But we've got the 5-second ball. We're going to get this race underway then.
Here we go then. Wheatley against Tolmarsh at the front of the field. Revs are beginning to rise, and away they go. Decent start through the middle by Tim Hardcastle there, the blue and orange car, but it is side by side down to the first corner. Lionel Tolmarsh on the outside, trying to come through the middle is Louis Darling, but it is Ben Wheatley who has just about got the lead there on the inside, just clips the curb on the inside through Clervaux. I think Louis Darling may have lost the place there to Bruno van Dijk, who's come through on the outside, but a tyre squeal further back, but everybody's made it through all okay. Watch for Harrison Cavers coming through from the back in the blue machine there. Now is Paul Oglesby there, the green machine? Yes, he is. He has repaired from the end of race 2 when he hit the barrier coming onto the pit straight. Up the inside comes Lionel Tolmarsh. Battle is joined once again. He takes the lead from Ben Wheatley. There is Oglesby in his repaired car. Well done to him and his team for getting that one back out. The RS Motorsports Run Car. Everybody round the first half lap okay. They come towards the back of the circuit. It's Tolmarsh who leads the way from Ben Wheatley in second. Louis Darling, is he there in third? No, it's Bruno van Dijk in third, sorry. Louis Darling down into fourth place. And Nick Sampson, I think that is, who's come up into fifth place from the in the number 15 car. He's had a decent opening lap. Tim Hardcastle in seventh behind. I think that's Nick Heighton in the 78.
Yeah, Sampson had a great start to the season. Was away for a one-race weekend, but is now back with us, and he's had a struggled here a little bit at Croft, but as has everybody. But they are in this final race all back together again then at the front of the field. There's Coombs, also another driver that we've seen at the front of the field, but has had to fight his way back through to earn his space, and he's still got a little bit of work to do with cars around him. There's Henry Speaks up behind Oglesby. There's absolutely nothing between those cars as they head off down this straight then. A lot less wind this today, so the toe's acting in a different way, but it is still Wheatley out front. He clipped that curb quite heavily on the last time through, and that did upset the car a little bit. The position made up by Sampson that time through, as the rest of this field still pretty much nose to tail. As we watch the 73 there of Joyce just rounding out this sort of front group. They head and thread their way through. Again, more dust being kicked up at the exit. There's lots of dust across the whole circuit there at a point. It's looking like Darling's trying to get down the inside of Bruno van Dijk that time through. Didn't manage to make it happen, but Sampson is going to get involved in that battle as they keep that going. But Wheatley, in fact, it was Tolmarsh across the line first, but it is Wheatley as they went into turn 1 who still has retained that lead.
So Ben Wheatley looking for win number 8 this season after his victory in rather fortuitous circumstances in race number 2 earlier on. Lionel Tolmarsh looking for his second win of the season. Bruno van Dijk looking for his first in 270R, and Lionel Tolmarsh cut that corner very fine there, up onto the grass there, over the curbs on the inside. But he's still up there behind Ben Wheatley. Van Dijk in third, then it's Darling and Sampson side by side for fourth. They're being reeled in by Nick Heighton. And there's a small gap back to 7th place. Looks like it's Django Jones now up into 7th. The better run from the number 8. He collided with Louis Darling off the line in race 1 yesterday and has been struggling a bit. So Paul Oglesby diving up the inside there takes the number 23 of Gary Cross. Henry Speaks in there too.
I think we'd say by force he drifted off the apex, so it's a little bit locked up there, so I don't think Gary Cross would be particularly pleased with that. But Van Dijk leading this behind Wheatley at the moment. In fact, Tolmarsh, ahead of Van Dijk, then Darling, then Sampson, Heighton, Jones, Hardcastle and Oglesby, the battle we were seeing with Henry Speaks just on that as well. So all these names we're used to seeing at the front there. There's Coombs on his fight back through, 14th place behind Cavers, so they've still got more, in fact, work as the race is developing. They're not moving forward at the moment, but they look like they might get Hardcastle as they go down. But it is Wheatley still in the lead, as we've seen many times this year. Tolmarsh still trying to cling on, and the guest driver kind of positioned with Van Dijk as well. So 2 guest drivers second and third, before Darling, who's the person who really wants to get up with Wheatley and try and solidify some championship points as this racing gets tough. So again, side by side, that's Tolmarsh and Van Dijk, and now we've got side by side through with Darling trying to force the issue there as well. Lock up as they went into sunny in that time, but all under control so far.
They're battling so hard that Ben Wheatley is going to be able to start to pull away as a couple of cars run wide. That was Sampson and Heighton in 5th and 6th places. Sampson has a quick look there down the inside of the 4th place man, Louis Darling, there into the complex towards the hairpin. There goes still Ben Wheatley, who shows from Tolmarsh in second. Oh, he's been hit by Bruno van Dijk, clips the back of him there. Bodywork flies. Now it's removed the nose cone of Bruno van Dijk's car, the rear wing from Lionel Tolmarsh. I don't think it's going to slow them down too much. It will affect the aero and handling of Van Dijk's car, certainly. Now he hasn't got a nose cone.
Bonnet also looks like it's flapping slightly
yes.
on the front wing, so he, as long as those clips remain on the front, he should be okay, but he'll be significantly slower when he's not in the slipstream because the wind gets under the bonnet and it causes all sorts of brake forces, but when he's in the slipstream it shouldn't cost him too much. But that was just a miscalculation of how much he needs to get on the brakes to avoid the rear of Tolmarsh, who was just happily on the apex of that corner and got clobbered. So maybe Tolmarsh didn't take the extra speed that he was expecting through that, but nevertheless Tolmarsh will continue on, and it is now Bruno van Dijk who's got a bit of a flapping front wing and a bonnet, no nose cone to deal with as the rest of these battles continue on then, with Cavers and Coombs fighting with Henry Speaks on their attempt to get back through the field.
Yes, I think Harrison Cavers from the back of the grid, remember, is up into about 11th place now, so he's having a very good run through the field. Ben Wheatley continues to lead. Here comes up the inside, that's Louis Darling into, that's not a passing place very often in Caterham's, into Sonny Inn. He's up into second on the brakes there ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh. Is Tolmarsh being slowed by that bit of damage, I wonder, to his left rear corner?
I'm not sure though, I doubt it. I think we've just seen Louis Darling prepared to put his car in places that other people aren't expecting, and it's working for him. Ooh,
Nick Sampson, yes, nearly clipping the back of Tolmarsh as they come out of the complex. Behind them is Nick Heighton getting aboard now in 5th place. Now is Van Dijk still there in behind them? He was 6th as they crossed the line last time through. We'll see if he's still in that battle further behind. Yes, there he is, just behind Django Jones, who's up into P6 now. 7th is what looks like an old American hot rod now, doesn't it, with that front bodywork missing. Bruno van Dijk's car. He's got Tim Hardcastle closing behind him, then Paul Oglesby and Henry Speaks rounding out the top 10. There's Andrew Bailey coming under fire from Cavers, who's into 13th place to be precise on his run through from the back of the field. The lead gap is 0.85 of a second. One car that hasn't come through on that last lap is Stephen Mackay, number 65. We may have lost him. Well, Van Dijk, despite that front end damage, is not slowing him down, so hopefully just cosmetic for the number 3 car. Tim Hardcastle coming up on the back of the number 3 now to try and gain another place. He'll have the aero advantage. Meantime, Nick Sampson has gone ahead of Nick Heighton. It's up in 2. We'll work out when we can see the cars ahead of them. Lionel Tolmarsh has dropped back behind them. I wonder if he has got possibly slight suspension damage there, so he's lost another spot there. Sampson up into 3rd place, Heighton 4th, Tolmarsh is down to 5th, still Wheatley and Darling 1 and 2.
I just doubt it. I think he's just been mistreated a little bit over the last couple of laps and maybe trying to get back in that queue and get ready. But you're right, we'll keep an eye on that just in case he is suffering. But it wouldn't normally cause a problem just to have the rear wing removed, and I don't think there was any other contact other than with the rear bumper. So we'll see whether that has cost him, because like you say, he has dropped back a couple of places which you wouldn't necessarily expect given the speed that he had. They all grab another gear. You can see the front of the car sort of dip and then re-rise again as they go through the 5-speed manual box on these Caterhams as quickly as they can, and it's so important to get that gear change done so quickly, otherwise you can lose tenths of a second around a lap unbelievably. It's really important to get that change done. But there is Tolmarsh with Son's rear wing, but he is heading off and still trying to see what he can do about Heighton just in front of him. And then Sampson, who's in that 3rd place at the moment. Our leaders between Wheatley and Darling going side by side, so Darling come across nicely towards Wheatley, and actually now Wheatley now does take the lead a little bit deep into Tower, but gets it all stopped, has the sweep around the outside, and I think Wheatley's willing to say at this point, okay, well, I'll let you do that, and let's go and work a bit together. I'm happy that at the moment you're not gaining too many points on me, even if you do beat me, but I'm going to get you on the last lap regardless anyway.
The fastest lap of the race by Louis Darling, 1:33.415, as Wheatley had a good look back again there coming up towards Barcroft. Louis Darling, his battle is joined well and truly between these two. Louis Darling looking for win number 3 of the season. He had a double at Thruxton. There's Nick Sampson in 3rd place ahead of Nick Heighton. Tolmarsh down into 5th position. Well, his personal best lap was on the last lap of the race, Tolmarsh, so he's not suffering with any major damage there. Django Jones going well in 6th. Bruno van Dijk, not surprisingly, has now pulled into the pits with that front end damage. So Hardcastle is 7th, Oglesby 8th, Speaks 9th, Gary Cross in 10th as we come up towards half distance.
The calculation in Wheatley's mind about whether he works with Darling has completely evaporated because Samson has immediately, as soon as they started battling, come back together, so he will no longer have that little bit of a truce, and he will try and persist with this move around the outside. Darling will try and not let him, and in fact Darling wants to squeeze him into the brutes of the car behind, and is what has happened. So Heighton also looking like he's going to get that move done because he's down the inside of the chicane. You definitely don't want to go side by side. Wheatley's knowledgeable enough to know that's not going to be work out for him, and he's still got 10 minutes left, so that calculation quickly went against Wheatley, and there was unfortunately nothing he could do when he was on the outside of all those cars. They just absolutely filled any gap that he was trying to get his car back on the inside, so he's going to have to get it all again. Heighton still down the inside, and he's now having to protect from Tolmarsh, who's still got speed in that car. Debris signs as they go up through the chicane this time. That's Heighton just off onto the grass and losing out time and space there, isn't he? So yep, Samson leads over the top of Darling here as they go through the back of the circuit, so it's all change.
It certainly is, yes. That was a little bit cheeky there by Louis Darling, taking Ben Wheatley out wide, leaving him on the wide line through Clervaux, and dropping him back from what was the lead. He's down to 5th now because Tolmarsh has got through as well, past the 53. That shows if you lose the slightest bit of momentum in a battle like this, you go backwards. We've got yellow flags out there. Somebody's off.
2 cars off, so we've got...
safety car coming out.
Yeah, so we've got 2 cars into the barrier at least there.
Try and work out who they are as the pack comes through next time around. Black and green roll cage
Is that
there.
Henry Speaks' car? It might be, mightn't it?
It may be the orange and blue.
And who was around Henry Speaks last time we saw them? So it's,
is it Paul Oglesby again?
Maybe it could be Oglesby, couldn't it? Yeah.
We'll see as they come across the line, because they'll come across the timing line. Whoever's missing.
Yeah, Oglesby is going down.
Oglesby and Speaks, they've tangled.
Yeah.
There they are.
They've not had a good race together. This, in fact, the whole race weekend, I would say. So they've got words to talk to each other about, haven't they? And looks amicable at this point. There's nothing they can do. They're both in the barrier. There's a safety car out on track, so we're going to have everything pushed back together. And Samson is there out in front. He's made his way through the middle phase of this race to the front of the field, ahead of Darling, and then Heighton. Tolmarsh was also ahead of Wheatley as they went across the line, so Wheatley not had a good lap, and it's in a pretty bad timing. Head down towards then under safety car conditions. See the SC's flashing boards in the background with the Marshall and the physical board as well. So most, I think all UK circuits now, we've got these repeater actual display boards, but you can see it's down at Tower then, so they've clearly had a tangle as they've got onto the brakes, a disagreement and bash of wheels, and they've ended up in the barrier and the left-hand edge there. So not a nice place to be, but both drivers out, both drivers okay as they...
Yeah. Poor old Paul Oglesby. He had a win at Thruxton earlier this year, but he's already had 3 non-scores before this weekend, so he's well and truly written out of championship honours this year. Damage in race 2 today, then, and off in race 3. No score there.
Gets very real very quickly, doesn't it, as well, because it all costs money every time you have contact or barrier damage and all those kind of things, so they'll be thinking about that as well. So yeah, it's easy to watch and be excited by, you know, some accidents and bumps and bashes out on track, but for a driver it's quite a serious thing in your pocket. But as they go through, Samson will be, I don't know whether he'll be wishing this time down quite quickly, but they've still got 2 cars to move out, so it's going to take a while, and they've only got 6 or 7 minutes left on the clock, so it's going to be quite tight as to whether they get a racing lap out of this.
Yeah, 6 minutes 45 left on the clock as the BMW Mini safety car leads them round.
We've got no space in the schedule either, so they will have to do this under safety car. There's no chance of a red flag and 5 minutes left because the schedule, we've got a tight curfew at 6 p.m. for this circuit here at Croft, and so we need to get all the racing done before that time. There is Henry Speaks sitting down on the floor chatting away to Oglesby, who stood up there. Both looking really disappointed and dejected, and why wouldn't you? You were racing and now you're not.
Yeah, frustrating weekend for both of those drivers. So Nick Sampson with the lead, looking for his first victory. He missed the previous round up at Anglesey. He's had a no score at Snetterton after some contact as well in race 2 there. So
pretty sure he's another driver that's come through from the academy as well.
Yes.
So skipped out that Roadsport step, which is never an easy thing to do, but he came through to Snetterton and really did have a great period where he just sort of looked solid at the front there, and he's kind of repeated that a number of times this year. He wasn't with us last time out, but is back and immediately back at the front there. We have now got the recovery vehicles then down at Tower, ready to try and move these cars off. They're working as quickly as they can. Again, that gives me the perfect opportunity on behalf of all the drivers and everyone to say thank you to all the volunteers that make these weekends happen. They'll be moving those cars as quickly as they can to a position of safety. We know from earlier on you can tuck them around the back of this barrier, and that is out of a firing line at that point. But 5 minutes still on the clock. I think we might just get maybe one more racing lap. It's going to be close.
I think Richard, our cameraman up there, I think is on that post. He's collecting Caterhams up there behind the barrier. Marshals are collecting the wings that come off them, but our cameraman up there gets the whole car.
Well, I think Wheatley is going to be a bit disappointed with this finishing position because he's not going to have very much opportunity, if any, to move it forward. But Sampson will be hoping that they don't get all these cars put away because this will be his first wing, and regardless of whether he'd want to take it as a win behind the safety car, he would very much take the trophy home with him. That would be certain. He's not going to give it back. But there is the Oglesby looking like he's got a little bit of positive lock on the front wheels.
Yes.
Number 18 there, going to have some more work. So he's had rear right damage from the pit wall, rear left damage from the pit wall, and now also needs to have some front left damage to fix as well before the next time we see them, which will be at Zandvoort on the 26th, 27th of July.
Yes, looking forward to that one, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix, of course, right on the coast of the Netherlands. And they move on to Alton Park in Cheshire, and then the finale at Silverstone on the international layout a bit later this year. So 3 Caterham Motorsport meetings to go. We'll have all the coverage for you right here on BARC TV. Next week, we're back at Thruxton in Hampshire. The British Truck Racing Championship resumes, plus support. So keep your eye on the website barc.net for all the info on that meeting. I'll be with you for that one.
23rd of August for the Snetterton is the next time we're going to see the Academy out on track, and we've also got the we're calling the Snetterton Grand Prix for the Caterhams, where people can team up with drivers, and actually there's going to be an endurance race with many of the drivers out there, with I think in excess of 20 cars taking part in that endurance race. So looking forward to that on the 23rd of August at Snetterton. It's the same weekend as the 2CV 24 Hours, I believe.
Interesting. I'm not sure I'm going to be covering that one. We'll have to check my diary.
But if you're in that area, then why not get out on the banks and go and support some of that spectacular racing? You've seen what the racing in Caterham can be like all throughout the course of this race weekend. And if you're lucky enough to be able to get to Zandvoort, why not? It's brilliant if you've never been on the coast up there in Holland. It's a fantastic place to go and watch motor racing and go and partake in the evening on the beach with the sunsets and maybe a nice beers as well to cool off.
I think I'm busy with motorcycle commitments, unfortunately, that weekend. But one year I will get to the 24-hour race at Snetterton for the Classic 2CV Racing Club. Very special event indeed, that is. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, so it looks like we are going to finish
maybe
under the safety car, possibly.
We either get one lap or it's going to finish under the safety car. It's going to be awfully close, isn't it? They are going to be trying to clear those cars as quickly as they can. Can the safety car get them round in time for that 2 minutes, or are they going to cross the line? Even if the safety car pulls into the pits, there's no overtaking until that start-finish line. 2 minutes to get back. I don't think they are they, with the pace that we've got at the moment? So I think we may well be finishing under safety cars. Disappointing for the drivers, but Sampson certainly won't be thinking it's disappointing if he can take that win. Darling will be happy that he's taken that second place and, more importantly, got the points over Wheatley. But I think Wheatley, over the course of this race weekend, has been tough for him. But I think he may be still doing enough to solidify what is a quite spectacular lead he's got in that championship.
Well, yes, he had a 44-point lead coming into this weekend, and he's taken another win as well. But Nick Sampson, that will be his first ever 270R victory, his first victory since his academy days, I think. Louis Darling will help his championship challenge with a second place here. And Nick Heighton all set to complete the podium. That will be, I think, the third podium of his 270R career.
They did go quite heavily into those barriers, so even if they move the cars, it might be that they've got barriers to repair. So it could just be that, and the fact that the safety car, has the safety car sped up? I'm trying to look and take a look. We've got 1 minute and 5 to get back to the line, and I can't see the safety car in that picture, which maybe points to the fact he's got his lights out.
Let's have a look.
His lights out.
It's hard to tell on the Mini there. I think we're going to get a one-lap sprint.
If we get back to the line in 50 seconds, and that's not necessarily going to happen, it might be that they are just going to get the checkered flag given to them, but it's going to be awfully close, that's for sure.
I can't see any flashing lights on top of that BMW Mini, so I think we are going to get a one-lap sprint here. I was wrong. I've thought we were going to finish under the safety car. We will get a sprint finish. Here we go then. Nick Sampson was all set to take his first 270R victory, but it looks as though, yes, there's going to be enough time left to have one more lap. Well done to the marshals and the recovery teams. Here we go then. It's a one-lap shootout for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. The green flag waves and they charge down towards Clervaux. Nick Sampson's made the start. He's got the sprint into Clervaux. Second place is Darling. Nick Hyton in third. Now Ben Wheatley's going to be the one to watch here. Nick Hyton, a bit of smoke there as he runs out slightly wide. Django Jones is in there as well. Now they'll be on slightly colder tyres, of course. They've really got to thrash their way around this final lap. Here we go then. The number 69 of Louis Darling is ready to attack. Like Graham Finlayson gets a wheel on the grass further back. Louis Darling is ready to attack as they go towards Tower. From the outside, that's Harrison Cavers. Now, where's he up to? 9th place as they cross the line. He's made up another place there around the outside.
So we've got a swap of the lead, though. So Darling is in front of Sampson.
Yes, he has.
So they made that switch as they went into Tower that time. Darling's a bit wider going through the Jim Clark S's, though, but he's going to means he sort of defends automatically into this Barcroft. So he's got the lead at the moment. Absolutely nothing between these cars, though. A little bit of a nudge there as they went through Sunny in and now into Sunny out. He's got another opportunity, Sampson. Has he going to see that race victory taken away from him?
Wheatley's up to third as well. Django Jones has come through into fourth. Where's he come from in the number 8? That's an excellent restart by Django. Big lock up from him into the complex. Up the inside comes Nick Sampson. He's going to retake the lead in the complex. He's done it. Superb move from Nick Sampson, but fighting back on the outside is Louis Darling. Ben Wheatley's going to try and nip up the inside of both of them into the hairpin for the final time. What a sprint for the line this is going to be. Nick Sampson moves across. Darling's going to move to the inside. Are we going to get another photo finish here? Up to the line. It's not going to be a photo finish because Sampson has won it. Great drive, well judged by Nick Sampson. Darling second, Wheatley third. Django Jones gets his best finish in 270R in fourth. And completing the top 5 was Lionel Tolmash ahead of Nick Hyton. Harrison Cavers, well done to him, 7th from the back of the grid after his pit stop earlier on in race 2. Then Hardcastle, Cross and Bailey rounding out the top 10. That was a breathless finish. Well, I thought we were all done and dusted under the safety car.
And Wheatley made up a couple of places at the end there. So for Scott Darling, that's a double. He didn't take the win and he's lost points to his championship rival. But nevertheless, kind of glad to see that Sampson held on to that. It wasn't looking likely, and he did a really good job around that complex to make that happen. Really not an easy thing to do, so very skillfully done, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have a happy winner there. Darling did everything he could to deny him, but didn't manage it this time through. But a new winner then in the 270R class for Sampson.
Yes, very well judged indeed there. Congratulations, Nick Sampson in the number 15 car, the man from Chichester in Sussex. A first ever Caterham 270R championship victory by 0.2 of a second ahead of Louis Darling. Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, in third. Django Jones, great restart from him to come through into fourth place. Tolmarsh fifth ahead of Hyton. Cavers from the back up to 7th. Then Tim Hardcastle, Gary Cross and Andrew Bailey completing the top 10. Next home were Alex Coombs, Jasmine Shaw, Andy Palmer and Graham Finlayson. Then Brian Joyce in 15th. Stephen Mackay was 16th, and the final finisher was Anne Hall in the 62. We lost Henry Speaks and Paul Oglesby, of course, and Bruno van Dijk pulled off with that front end damage. We'll shortly be heading down to Parc Ferme. A slight change to the timetable. We've seen the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race incidentally has been moved to the end of the programme, so it'll be the 310Rs up next. So we'll look back at some highlights first of all of our 270R third race of the weekend. It was Ben Wheatley who led the early going, with Lionel Tolmash doing a bit of grass tracking in pursuit along with Bruno van Dijk and Louis Darling. Nick Sampson was back in 5th in the early stages. Then Bruno van Dijk hit the back of Lionel Tolmash and damaged his front end, would eventually pull off into the pits to retire. And that was the start of Nick Sampson's charge through towards the front of the field, really. Race had to be put under safety car, of course, when Paul Oglesby and Henry Speaks went off at Tower Corner. Darling making a rare move down the inside into Sunny Inn to take Tolmash for second place, and then the lead round the outside into Tower out of the slipstream. Sampson by that stage was up into third place. And then Louis Darling taking the fight to Ben Wheatley, with Sampson getting involved as well. And that was when Louis Darling sent Ben Wheatley rather cheekily wide at the entry to Clervaux. Then Nick Sampson attacking on the restart on the back of Louis Darling, and able to come through at the complex to take the victory on that one-lap shootout sprint to the line. There is the move for the lead that won Nick Sampson his first ever 270R victory. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and celebrate with our new winner, Nick Sampson. He'll be talking to Sam Parker very shortly.
Wow, that was great racing, and unfortunate about the safety car, but I was a bit nervous about the one-lap race at the end, because, you know, sometimes that can be a bit scary, but yeah, it was great. Fantastic race and driving from you, Nick. Well done. First win in 270R Championship.
Yeah, first one ever. It's good.
Yeah.
Very good. Very happy. Yeah.
And very well deserved. You know, you've been so strong, haven't you, this season, and it's paid off now.
Yeah, I mean, we had the pace all weekend, so it's nice to get what I think we deserve, really. Quickest car, so yeah, really good, really happy, obviously.
Yeah, well, let that soak in. It'll take a while, probably. Well done. Right, let's go and speak to Louis. Louis and Ben are both over here, so let's go and have a word. Louis, you nearly got it, didn't you? I thought it was. I bet you were thinking, please don't finish on the safety car. I need one more chance just to get him back.
I'm glad they gave us one more lap, but yeah, I'm not the happiest of it, to be honest. Nick was pushing me out coming into Sunny In, but I'm not the one to complain, so well done to him. But hey ho, I got 2 podiums this weekend, so it matters, good for points, so
exactly.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Ish. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
And Ben,
Hey.
another podium, which is great. I know it's not a win for you, but still great points for the championship and great racing.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, to be honest, we had a bit of a game plan, and it sort of fell into place. So, obviously, we're always going to go for the win, but not at the cost of a bent car. So, so actually, to come away with a podium, I'm really pleased with, and third place. So, I had a good safety car restart, and obviously capitalised on some mistakes ahead of me. I'll be glad to see the back of Croft. I've just not gelled with it. So yeah, onwards and upwards to Zandvoort, I think.
I mean, from our point of view, you're driving fantastic around here, and you're obviously very quick, but sometimes it just feels like it's not been the best of weekends, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not been the best of weekends for me.
Yeah.
I've obviously got high expectations of myself, and obviously some of the results this year have mean that bar's sort of set. So I kind of come in disappointed if I don't end up being the perfect weekend. So probably should stop being a bit harsh on myself. But
I think we all are. You know, we all want to improve and do better.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And the thing is, you have a good weekend the round before, and you want to go and repeat it. So look, I'm looking forward to Zandvoort. I've never been there before, so yeah, I'd be pleased to see what Zandvoort's like and get around the banking and everything. So yeah,
that's it. I've heard lots of good things about Zandvoort, so I'm
not been
keen.
yourself?
I haven't been either,
No.
so I'm looking forward to just learning it on that first test day.
Yeah, I know, same. I think I'm going to need the Thursday and the Friday. Normally I don't do Thursdays, but I think I'll need the Thursday and the Friday. So if you're making a trip over there, you may as well go the entire way, right, and do Thursday as well. So
Exactly, and apparently it's right by the beach, so it's like a beautiful setting, and it's probably going to be
it's
very
as hot
hot.
as it is today, you'll see me in the beach straight after the race, because yeah, it's been hot today. So I've asked the lads at CTS to get a paddling pool for us for Zandvoort, just in case. But it was some ice, so yeah. And just mentioning CTS, they've done a fantastic job this weekend again. So yeah, just it's on me for not capitalising on the pace in the car.
Well, yeah, literally, don't be that hard on yourself. You've done fantastic this weekend.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well done, Ben. Right, next up is the last Caterham race of the weekend, which is the Vertex 310R Championship. So I think we've got some interviews to show you before we go to the grid. Anne, Croft Circuit, we do like it here, don't we?
Yes, we do. It's a lovely part of the country. It's a great track. Trying to remember it from 2 years ago in Academy. So after a couple of days of testing and yesterday's race, it's good. I'm really enjoying it.
The test days are good fun, aren't they? I really enjoy the test days. I think because there's not the pressure isn't there, so we get to just go out there and have fun and enjoy the track.
For sure, yeah. I think I have to say I do prefer the test days. I'm not that competitive, as you can tell, but I still have a lot of fun, and the test days, yeah, really useful leading up into the weekend. But racing is fun too, as long as it's not too eventful like we had this morning, and as long as everyone's okay. No, it's good fun.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy this last race.
Pleasure, will do. Thanks, Sam. We'll see you next time. Hopefully it's Zandvoort.
Yeah, we'll see each other at Zandvoort, definitely. Thanks, Anne. MTR Championship. Nick, so Croft Circuit, are you enjoying it? 'Cause obviously we came here too last year for Academy.
Yeah.
How are you finding it in the 270?
Yeah, it's good. Last year I crashed on my first quali lap, so I've done better than that so far, which is nice. It was a bit of a shame, race 1 crashing with Ben, but I didn't think it was my fault. There you go. It happens, and then race 2 we're in 5th, so we'll be all right. Yeah, should be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, it's quite eventful, your races normally, aren't they? But the racing is so close and so good for us to watch.
Yeah, it's quite tricky to overtake. There's a lot less of a tow today because there's a lot less wind. So it'll be interesting. I mean, Ben's pretty quick. He'll probably drive off again, I reckon, and then it'll be fight for the rest of the podium, I think. So.
Well, it just depends. If there's not much fighting behind Ben and you all stick with him, then that's the key, isn't it? But they try and telling everybody that when the red mist comes down after the lights go out.
I can guarantee there will be, 100%. They will not concede to each other. I can guarantee that.
No,
yeah,
no.
It will be interesting, but I think we'll do all right. Yeah.
Yeah, your pace is strong here, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Final Caterham race of the weekend. It's the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. It's a partially reversed grid from the result of race 2 earlier on. The top 9 have been flipped around. So 9th place earlier on was Stephen Lancaster. He's on pole alongside Harvey Lawrence. Second row, James Empson and Philip Bianchi. Then we've got Ryan Wilby and Ben Lopez Appleton on row 3. Lars Hoffman is normally good at these reverse grid starts. Watch for him from row 4 alongside Charlie Lower. And Taylor O'Flanagan on a hat-trick going into this race. He's on row 5 alongside Peter Mott. Row 6, Richard Coop and Oliver Kibblewhite, and Jeff Price, who retired from race 2, will start from the back in our penultimate race of the weekend here at the Croft Circuit. Let's quickly give a mention to some of our commenters. Hello to Bethan Lloyd, she's watching down in South Wales. Hi to Dan Bartlett, Alpha Draco, Paul B, and well, I think most of our commenters are waiting for the mini challenge race. That's been moved to the end of the programme. That's coming up after this race. But thanks for all your comments and thanks for tuning in this weekend. We've already got cars forming up on the grid then. So, and Chris, how long before Lars Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan get through the front of the field this time? It's going to take them longer to angle, see?
It's quite a significant reversal of the grid, though, isn't it? So it's really going to be quite tough. Green flag then at the back of the field, the 5-second board. We're going to get the third 20-minute race for the 310s up and running.
Okay, here we go. We're already completed the green flag lap. They're on the grid and ready to go. Stephen Lancaster on pole. Harvey Lawrence alongside. Away they go. Charlie Lower trying to get through the middle there in the blue and Dayglow yellow car. But who's going to lead into Clervaux for the first time? It's about 4 or 5 abreast for second place, but it's Harvey Lawrence who's got the lead. There's a bit of bumping and boring and a bit of wheel banging. Philip Bianchi's come through to second. Someone's taken a shortcut. That was the 96 of Peter Mott. He's been a bit all over the place all weekend, it has to be said. They've all made it through the first corner okay. It is Harvey Lawrence who leads, Bianchi second. Already Lars Hoffman, I think, is up into third place there. Taylor O'Flanagan a bit more caught in the traffic, but it won't be long before he's up there with the leaders. Bianchi's going to try and charge down the inside. Hoffman around the outside. I said he was good at these reverse grid starts, Lars Hoffman. It won't be long before he's in the lead, I think.
Yeah, but Harvey Lawrence absolutely trying to sustain out there in front because he was trying to throw the tailing and chasing pack off there. A little bit of maybe a wing missing from Harvey Lawrence. He's now got Bianchi up the inside of him as they go into Barcroft, so he's going to have to capitulate. Ryan will be just behind him, but Harvey Lawrence, don't forget, he's got his battle to have in the AM Championship, so he doesn't want to get Ryan will be past him. But Charlie Lower not too far back either. Where is Taylor O'Flanagan? Taylor O'Flanagan has had to take it a bit easier off the line there. Didn't have the run through that the other drivers did, so he's got work to do. A double winner so far in the 310R Championship. He's going to have to see whether he can do anything to get back. I'm sure he can, but the other drivers will be pretty pleased to see them in his rear view mirror for the first time this weekend. Empson, we spoke to him earlier on, looking like he was trying to go for the reverse grid pole, but didn't quite work out for him. He's now just behind Charlie Lower, and Harvey Lawrence going to get shuffled back a bit further now.
First 2 have broken away very slightly then as we complete lap number 1. Hoffman ahead of Bianchi. Then the battle for third is headed by Ryan Wilby. Then Charlie Lower. Harvey Lawrence was down to 5th place. He's got James Empson on. Well, James Empson has got ahead of him there, so Lawrence is 1 place further back in the clutches of O'Flanagan now. The rest of them file their way through Clervaux behind the whole field, covered by 4.5 seconds. Here come the leaders. It's the German against the Maltese-born London-based driver Philip Bianchi. Bit of dust being kicked up there towards the back. Oh, there's a bit of debris there. Somebody's lost a wing. Yes, it is off the Harvey Lawrence car. They will have to go wide to avoid that. Hopefully a marshal can dash out and pick that up.
Should have enough time, although there's not marshal post just there, is there, which is going to be a little bit complicated. But it is Hoffman now in front again, just where he's used to being, and he's got Bianchi with him. But they looked like they might go as a pair to go and pull clear of the rest of them, but they've not managed to do that. Ryan Wilby has dragged Charlie Lower with them, and then it is Emson, isn't it? Then we've got the Harvey Lawrence and O'Flanagan still behind. So yeah, O'Flanagan's still not able to get past Harvey Lawrence at this point.
So the reverse grid format, meaning hat-tricks are very rare in the 310Rs. We've seen Ben Wheatley do it this year in the 270Rs at Snetterton and Anglesey. Can Taylor O'Flanagan do the same here and take another win to extend his narrow championship lead, which he's taken over Lars Hoffman with that win in race number 2? The Mottl liveried car leads the way then from Bianchi in second. Ryan Wilby up there in third. Charlie Lower is on his tail. Then a small gap back to Emson and O'Flanagan. The other driver to have featured on the podium this year, Hugo Bush, of course, at the season opener at Snetterton, but he's not been out since. Through Clervaux they come in the afternoon sunshine here at the Croft circuit. 38 of Jeff Price has got ahead of Peter Mott. He started from the rear of the grid. Harvey Lawrence still leads the AM category in there. I think Taylor O'Flanagan, has he got past him now? He certainly has. He's going for Emson now up the inside into Tower. The number 11, the Carbon Creative car on the inside, goes through up into P5.
Yep, so he's making that gradual progress, and clearly no yellow flag. They've all seen that debris now in the middle of the road as they all fly through this Jim Clark S's and then into Barcroft. Charlie Lower seeing whether there's anything he could do about Bianchi, but it's all come back together at the front, just as it was and as we were, as it has been for the whole race weekend for these 310Rs. Except for this time, they haven't got Taylor O'Flanagan scampering away out front, which is exactly what they wanted. Lancaster, also another new rear wing. You can tell the parts truck has only got black rear wings on there as they go through, but it is Taylor O'Flanagan. It's a Hoffman out front. Taylor O'Flanagan still deep in that sort of 5th place with Ryan Wilby, who's never an easy man to overtake, so he's got a bit of work to do. Ryan Wilby looking to see if there's anything he can do about Charlie Lower, who will be seeing whether he can do anything about keeping Taylor O'Flanagan behind him in this race.
Charlie Lower up to third then, and he's reeling in the 2 leaders, having dealt with Ryan Wilby. Got plenty of time to go in this Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship race. Through towards Clervaux once again. Hoffman from Bianchi. Lower in third place. They're all stacked up line astern. There's Stephen Lancaster, the man who started on pole in this race. He's down into 9th position. Jeff Price rounding out the top 10 as they make their way onto the back straight once again. Battle further back in the rear of the field between Oliver Kibblewhite and Richard Cooper. Side by side there. Up the inside goes Charlie Lower, sends it up the inside of Philip Bianchi, but he doesn't quite manage to take the place away, and O'Flanagan's going to make the move on Ryan Wilby at the same time into the Jim Clark S's as well, up into P4.
Yep, it's taken him a couple more laps to get to this front group, but he is now there, and it is this front 4 that we've seen there comfortably out in front of the rest of the field. But it's Hoffman still leading them around. Bianchi really fast in that white and grey and red car. Charlie Lower just behind him. Taylor O'Flanagan now is next in queue, so he'll be looking to see whether there's anything he can do, but they will certainly not be giving him an easy run of it through. But Hoffman still bumping over those curbs and using every single inch of this Croft circuit to try and maximise his speed. Bianchi still unable to do anything about him, and Charlie Lower unable to do anything about Bianchi.
Bianchi had 2 podiums in the last round at Anglesey. He's desperate for a first victory in the 310R Championship. What's going to happen here for third place? Because O'Flanagan has got Charlie Lower in his sights. He goes to the outside, then tries to switch back again, but he's not close enough at Clervaux. Behind them in 5th position is still Ryan Wilby. Then we've got James Emson and Harvey Lawrence, who still leads the AM division. Train swings its way through Hawthorne. 11 cars almost together, covered by less than 6 seconds. Up towards the right-hander at Tower. Still that bit of debris in the road there as round the outside comes Taylor O'Flanagan. They're right up with Bianchi now as well. It's 4 for the lead almost. Hoffman still has the lead. Here comes Wilby back into the equation as well in the 88, but he'll be on the outside for the entry for the Jim Clark S's. Philip Bianchi got the better exit there, I think. He could try and make a move here. No, Hoffman pulls away again as they go towards Sunny, and here comes the Dayglow yellow nose of Charlie Lower's car into the picture. He's on the tail of Bianchi now for second place, taking the darker yellow of O'Flanagan with him. And James Empson could try and attack here on Ryan Wilby into the complex. Has a look up the inside. Hoffman holding off Bianchi still for the lead. 7th behind this group, we have Ben Lopez Appleton, who's come through ahead of Harvey Lawrence, now up into P7. So it's the Pro-Am drivers holding the top 7 places now with just over 12 minutes to go. Bit of dirt being kicked up there by Ryan Wilby and James Empson as they fight it out. The lead is 0.17 of a second, and Philip Bianchi's having a look on the inside as they go down towards Clervaux this time. He doesn't get the overlap on Lars Hoffman, who just about holds his advantage, but any false move by any of the top 4 and there will be a dramatic change in race position.
Ryan will be losing the rear of his car, so clearly his tyres are overheating a little bit and the balance is moving to the front, so therefore the rear is stepping out on him a little bit, but now it looks like Ben Lopez Appleton's going to get in that. Oh, there's a yellow flag, so that wheels now, Arch has now been pushed into the actual overtaking position. That's why there was a yellow. In fact, Charlie Lower, hopefully no one's overtaken, can see that yellow flag, but just moved into an annoying place. Normally the wind of the cars passing it would just move it off that racing line, but it doesn't look like they're able to. It's getting slowly closer to the marshal's post, and maybe they can have an opportunity to go and grab it, but it's a little bit too far for them to do it comfortably, so they've had to leave it there. And at the moment, yellow flag's covering that, but that's going to take away one of the overtaking opportunities. Going to mean that Lars can relax a little bit out front with Bianchi right on his tail there. A little bit of a gap back where they had to dart either side of that wheel arch, and Charlie Lower now losing a little bit of time and having to defend back from Taylor O'Flanagan.
Still under 11 minutes of this race still to go there. The little gap has opened out there between the top 2 pairings here, if you like. They're separating into duos here, although James Empson is starting to go after the 3rd place battle there with Charlie Lower holding off O'Flanagan. You saw Lower lock up there into the hairpin, so his tyres are starting to maybe deteriorate just a little. Over the line they go in this final Caterham race of the weekend here at Croft. Don't forget we've got the mini challenge still to come after this. Is Bianchi going to have an attack again into Clervaux? No, he's not. Again, a little bit of a twitch there. Lower's tyres are definitely starting to go off here. That's a yellow and blue number 21 car. Ryan Wilby has dropped a couple of spots on that last lap. Empson up to 5th. Lopez Appleton is 6th. Harvey Lawrence now having a go for P7 as the leaders head up the straight there. Has that wheel arch been cleared? No, it's still there. The yellow flags are still out. Bianchi thought about a move there, but he thought better of it on seeing the yellow flags. The green light is on just on the entry to Tower, so it's tricky to decide, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 90-degree angle from that light across the track itself, perpendicular, which dictates when you can start overtaking. But it would be as you're going through the middle of that corner, and therefore it's a tricky one to judge. But they're trying for moves other places which aren't necessarily going to work. Charlie Lower always sets his car up really much more loosely than everyone else. He really likes to have it, the front wheels absolutely going where he points and dealing with the rear end. So you'll always see his car wagging its tail quite happily, but it seems to be how he loves to drive the car. It's not a car setup that I would have ever chosen for myself, but he can make it work and makes it work quick. And Hoffman has managed to resist, hasn't he? Because he's one of the key overtaking opportunities is just not there at the moment. So he can relax as he gets onto the back straights. He'll be looking as far down the straight as he can to still see whether that yellow flag, because remember the yellow flag doesn't happen until you go past it, so if someone has got alongside you, you might lose a position before the braking zone, but at the moment he's able to defend into there, so doing quite nicely.
Here comes the cavalry charge. Taylor O'Flanagan is up into P3. He's got ahead of Charlie Lower. Now he's going after our 2 leaders up the inside there. A bit of wheel banging, Ryan Wilby and Ben Lopez Appleton. That could have ended in disaster, but so they hold it together with Harvey Lawrence just behind them. Still, Lars Hoffman leads away. He's so good at these reverse grid races, Lars Hoffman. The German holds on ahead of Philip Bianchi in 2nd place, down towards Tower. I think the yellow flag may have been withdrawn there. I can't see any.
These drivers are of such a high standard that they're even willing to leave a wheel arch there. It can be dangerous because if it gets under your wheel, it can cause you to then not be able to do your braking. It's going to be like ice underneath the front wheels. But they have taken the decision that they've all seen it, they are all aware of it, and now let's let them get back to battling. So amazing decision by the clerk to let that happen, and that's the the skill level that they're showing to avoid that, and then now to have the knowledge of where it is. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan up into third place. It's just that relentless step by step by step. He's getting closer and closer. He's got 8 minutes to see whether he can do anything about making that move as they come into the tail end of the race. Bianchi has been a persistent force in every single race, but we've already seen him sort of drift away just slightly at the end. He's able to be there for nearly the majority of the race, and then just loses out as we come to the tail end of the race. But it is that Taylor O'Flanagan yellow car. Can he do anything about the two cars in front? He's already dispatched with Charlie Lower. He doesn't seem to be able to put the fight back to him at this stage.
He's just a new fastest lap of the race, 1:31.572. That's half a second quicker than the two in front of him. It's almost as if he's saying, nice lead battle you're having there, you two. It's a shame if somebody interrupted it, but that's what I'm about to do. He's got Charlie Lower up there with him. He hasn't dropped away. There's Ryan Wilby still ahead of Lopez Appleton. Now they're up to 6th and 7th now, so Ryan Wilby's back up into P6. James Empson trying to keep on the coattails of our leaders as well. Stephen Lancaster, the pole sitter in this race, is 9th ahead of Jeff Price. Up the inside, Philip Bianchi's going to try and take the lead. He has taken the lead, so he's noticed the yellow flags have gone, and he was straight up the inside there to take the lead for the first time this weekend. Now, has he been able to hold it? Hoffman's fighting back up alongside. They disappear briefly out of our view at the S's. Yes, he's through, back up into the lead, and there's O'Flanagan following him there in the number 11. Yes, he's got through, so Bianchi went from second to first to third in the space of 2 corners.
So he tried that inside line inside of the wing and did a dive bomb down the inside, but he lost all the momentum as he went outside. That's far, it's too tight an approach with that wing in the way, so he's going to hope that that's moved out of the way. But that's another Taylor O'Flanagan opportunistic move. Charlie Lower seeing whether he can do anything about. Bianchi can't do at the moment, so Hoffman overall kind of a winner in that he's put another car between him and Charlie Lower, who is fighting in the championship obviously with but Taylor O'Flanagan still in the best seats from this weekend after having a great Anglesey weekend as well.
Now Charlie Lower ready to fight back on the tail of the number 16 Philip Bianchi. Is going to try and go up the outside, now switches to the inside as they come down towards Clervaux. The championship protagonists have got away in front of them slightly. Is it going to be a hat-trick? He's got plenty of time, Taylor O'Flanagan, to attack here on the back of his arch-rival Lars Hoffman. Squeal their way through these sides, really losing their grip now as they make their way out of the chicane. Empson a few lengths further back. He's about a second off Charlie Lower. There is the green machine. Here comes O'Flanagan. He could have a go here at the inside. This could be the move for the hat-trick. Side by side out of Tower. Has he got the overlap?
Both of them.
No, he hasn't. They're still side by side. What's going to happen into the S's here? They're still side by side. Who's going to back out of this? They're absolutely together. Look at this brilliant stuff through the chicane. O'Flanagan up the inside. They think it's all over. It is now. He's taken the lead.
That is just spectacular driving from the two of them there. There was millimetres between them. There was no way that Hoffman should have been able to hold on around the outside. He did. Taylor O'Flanagan gave him just enough room and they made use of it. But Taylor O'Flanagan is at the front of this field again. Can they do anything about holding on to him? Well, Bianchi fighting up the inside is not going to help. Then Hoffman had to get off the brakes there, and he's got a wagging rear wing arch there as well, which is going to be a bit of a distraction to him maybe in his rear view mirror, and he'll be able to feel it if it does start dragging on that tyre. But at the moment, looking good. Bianchi's again trying down the inside, nothing to be done. So they're all having to defend and attack all at once. Nice noise there, Dave, as Taylor O'Flanagan leads. Charlie is going to see them disappearing off and doesn't want to see that happen, but it's happening. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Sorry, that attack from Bianchi came out of nowhere. It caught me off guard there. He's fought back very nicely. Well, if Lars Hoffman loses that rear wing, doesn't matter. There's another one on the track at Tower he can pick up and replace it. Here they come then, just over 4 minutes to go. They go through Hawthorne. Is he going to try and fight back here? Is Lars Hoffman going to be close enough on the run into Tower? Meanwhile, Ryan Wilby has caught James Empson for 5th position. He's got 3 pairings fighting it out. Hoffman up the inside, retakes the lead. Bianchi side by side with Lower. We're in for a cracking last couple of laps here. And side by side, Ryan Wilby gets sideways, nearly bangs wheels with James Empson as well. And the man with the best seat in the house right now is Ben Lopez. The best seat in the house is Ben Lopez Appleton.
Sorry for talking over you, but there was another side-by-side through Jim Clark Esses as Taylor O'Flanagan just had the momentum, even though he didn't come out of the hairpin in the lead. He is now back in the lead. He's got the momentum. He doesn't want to give up. I think that rear wheel arch has departed as well, so that's another thing not to talk about. So sorry, for talking over you. Back to you, Dave.
Oh, goodness me, we can't hardly keep up with this. It's really getting intense in these last few laps of the weekend for the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. O'Flanagan back in the lead then from Hoffman, Bianchi. Is Bianchi going to have another go up the inside? He has a look. Charlie Lower behind them. This is drawing Emson and Wilby up to the back of them as well. Hoffman sideways coming off the hairpin. He's throwing that car around. Bianchi's going to have a go down the outside. Which side is he going to go? Is he going to switch back again as they come up towards Croft? He's tried this before when they were fighting for the lead, but it's allowing O'Flanagan to escape this time.
I think that bit of dusty moment might have been the death knell for the win of this race. I think Taylor O'Flanagan's got that done, although the toe will draw him back, but he's having to concentrate far more in his rear view mirror than out the front of his window, or he hasn't got a windscreen, so out the front of his car. The toe is so significant though today that it's not going to help, and that wheel arch is not helping the line into it, but Taylor O'Flanagan is going to manage to hold on, and that means that he is going to have the best opportunity he can. He's going to hope now that Bianchi really does start hassling the rear end of Hoffman's car, and it's about whether that happens as to whether Taylor O'Flanagan's going to have an easy ride into the line or whether he's going to have a complicated race. They are onto their penultimate lap then. The next time across the line will be their last lap, so only a couple more laps of Caterham action here at this Croft, 2 miles around, but it is Taylor O'Flanagan who is back in front, and Hoffman is absolutely not wanting him to stay there.
Bianchi's preoccupied now with Lower trying to take third place away, so it's going to be between the two championship protagonists for the win then, I think. Is Taylor O'Flanagan going to take win number 8 of the season, or is it going to be number 5 for Lars Hoffman? This is where O'Flanagan could really establish himself as the championship favourite here this weekend. James Empson holding off Ryan Wilby for P5. Bianchi holds the inside line through the hairpin to hold off Charlie Lower. Up to the start of the last lap of the weekend for our Caterham racers. A wonderful weekend it's been here in the northeast of England. Taylor O'Flanagan leads by half a second over the line this time from Lars Hoffman, but has he done enough to break the toe down into Tower? That could be the critical point. I don't think he has, I think there's still some moves to be made here on this final lap of the race. Here they come into the back straight very shortly. What's going to happen on the road to Tower? Is Lars Hoffman going to get into the slipstream? Here we go.
Yeah, he's just about got the momentum, hasn't he? And Taylor is having to go to the inside. He's going to defend to the inside. Hoffman's going to get the better line round the outside. He'll try and carry that momentum. He's really late on the brakes. I can't say it. Charlie Lowe has lost the momentum now. He's not going to get over the top of Bianchi. We got side by side, but Taylor O'Flanagan is not letting him go round the outside. He has resisted unto the most important part of this track. And is there anything Hoffman can do into the complex this time? If there's anyone can do it, Hoffman can, but it's Taylor O'Flanagan currently in the best seats of the house.
Here they come then into Sunny for the last time. Hoffman thought better of a move down the inside there. There wouldn't have quite have been enough room. Bianchi's ready to capitalise should anything happen to the two in front of him in these last couple of corners. Running wide onto the grass is Charlie Lower. That's lost him his chance. Here comes Hoffman. Is he going to get alongside into the complex? He's right on the tail of Taylor O'Flanagan. We could have a drag race to the line here between possibly 3 of them. Is Hoffman going to dive bomb up the inside into the hairpin? No, he's not. He'll try on the exit. He taps the back of Taylor O'Flanagan. He's going to get into the slipstream. He's got to pull out and get alongside. Here they come, up towards the line. Is it going to be O'Flanagan for the hat-trick? Is it going to be Hoffman? They come up over the line. It's a hat-trick for Taylor O'Flanagan. 3 out of 3. 9th on the grid, through to victory. And the top 4 covered by 1 second.
Well done to Bianchi for getting that podium finally. He's deserved one this weekend and he's got one. Taylor O'Flanagan though, another fantastic. It's a rear wheel arch there, a little bit damaged from earlier on, and it's the rear panel of his car a little bit dented. But also well done to Harvey Lawrence for another Am class win over Lancaster and Price in that 3rd place. And the Caterham action may have been it's been superb over the course of this whole race weekend, and I'm sad it's over, but we will be back with you at Zandvoort, as we said, on the 26th, 27th of July, and also we've got the Snetterton race for the Academy on the 23rd of August. And as we're going to be signing off relatively shortly, or I'm going to be signing off relatively shortly, I just want to say thank you again to all the marshals out there for BARC, the Caterham Motorsport team, 24/7 BARC TV, fantastic you've been with us all weekend, and it's been brilliant. Some of the pictures and the action we've brought you this weekend have been absolutely superb. So yeah, and also to Dave and James and Sam, it's been a pleasure as always.
Chris Hutchinson, great to have you along. Thank you very much indeed for your input over the Caterham action this weekend. The Vertex 310R result then of race 3, a hat-trick for Taylor O'Flanagan, taking the win by 0.22 of a second over Lars Hoffman, with Philip Bianchi, well done to him, getting onto the podium at last ahead of Charlie Lower. Ryan Wilby won the battle for 5th with James Empson. Ben Lopez Appleton in 7th. Harvey Lawrence takes another win in the AM category ahead of the pole sitter in that race, Stephen Lancaster. Then Jeff Price, Peter Motts, Oliver Kibblewhite and Richard Coop, the final finishers. Just over 30 seconds covers the field. O'Flanagan got the fastest lap as well. A quite brilliant race to round off the Caterham action this weekend. We have got one more race to come from the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. I know plenty of our commenters are waiting for that one. Let's have a look at some highlights of that epic race. It was nearly 5 wide into the first corner. It was Harvey Lawrence who got the best getaway. Stephen Lancaster, the pole sitter, was just swallowed up into the pack. As in the early stages, there goes the wing from Harvey Lawrence's car as Lars Hoffman and Philip Bianchi moved up to challenge him. There is Harvey Lawrence's wing that formed a bit of an extra chicane for the rest of the race there. I hope he's gone round to collect it. The yellow flags were out briefly for that as the battle was soon joined. Lars Hoffman leading the way until Taylor O'Flanagan came through. And these two side by side, this is one of the best bits of racing we've seen this weekend. Side by side through the Jim Clark S's and through Barcroft. That is so fast through there. Brilliant driving from both of those racers. Really summing up this weekend here at Croft. Lars Hoffman tried his hardest along with Bianchi and Charlie Lower to challenge for the win, but Taylor O'Flanagan from 9th through to take the victory. A deserved hat-trick for the man who now leads the 310R Championship. Absolutely wonderful racing, to say the least, from the 310Rs. Let's head down to talk to them in Parc Fermé with Sam.
Wow, what a fantastic race for the Caterhams to finish on. That was spectacular from these guys. As you can hear, that's Taylor's family and friends. Very, very delighted for his hat-trick this weekend. And obviously more points in the championship. So he worked hard to get that as well. So absolutely well deserved. You know, and it's difficult to get past these guys. It's difficult to overtake here, but also Lars and Phil are exceptionally good drivers as well. Taylor, wow, fantastic. All three, that's so good. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, super chuffed for that one. Once I got into the top 4 or 5, I was like, I'm quite happy to just get home clean now. But opportunities slowly arose. So it took some quite feisty moments. But super happy. The car's been lightning fast all weekend and just felt like it's one of the weekends where the wind's with you, so very happy. Yeah,
well deserved. I mean, it was such good driving, and to get past Lars and Phil, it's not easy, is it?
No, and even further down the field, Croft's such a hard circuit to overtake. So I just sort of had to wait my moment, but super chuffed for that.
Yeah. You wouldn't know it's hard to overtake the way you drove today.
You see from how out of breath I am compared to normal, it's hard work, but
absolutely.
Good stuff.
Yeah, well done. Thank you. Right. There's Phil. Where's Lars? Lars might be... Lars is behind me. Lars? No, don't go anywhere. Well done. I mean, so close. That was, it was almost yours, wasn't it, really? But Taylor's sometimes very difficult to keep at bay.
Well, it's not all about Taylor, but if you have to fight with some others and cost your time, and the gap you have to P3 and P4 was good, but then it was away, so then we had to fight. It is what it is. It's racing.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. Still great position, great finish. And then Phil is... They keep walking away from me. Thank you, everyone, for telling me where he is. He's walked up the back this way now. So let's go and they're having a look at Harvey's car, and must be some damage on Harvey's car. Phil, congratulations on the podium. Well deserved. I mean, that was obviously you're running in second place, weren't you, for a fair bit there, but Taylor was making his way through some way or another. But that was brilliant. Great racing from you.
It was non-stop from the beginning. Wasn't surprised when I saw Lars in my mirrors after lap 1. He made up some places, and then I saw Charlie, and then I saw Taylor. So before I knew it, usual bunch, and I just had to defend for my life, basically try and keep the position. So it was a bit hectic, but it worked. So maintained podium at least. So.
Yeah, very well deserved.
Yes,
well done, Phil.
Thanks.
Right, so the minis are on their green flag lap. So it's the race up next. We've got some interviews for you. So we'll see you then.
So, Josh, a good day for you yesterday, obviously moving up in the championship after that race. Tell us about your day.
So it was a good race. The first lap wasn't my best I've ever done, but after that we showed us pace. We moved up the field to P4. Then last few laps we tried moving forward, we come, but we showed great pace. We carried like on playing, slowly making his way up championship and gaining a few points on championship leader as well. So it was a good day.
Yeah, really positive. And obviously today, the weather's changed. It's a little bit warmer. It's a little less windy, although the wind is starting to pick up. So how will that make a difference out on track?
Warmer obviously might add a bit more grip. Change the setup, different setups might work. Then in regards to the wind, just be a bit of tone and slipstreaming basically, so it won't be as powerful. But that won't affect us anyway. We're fast, so
fantastic. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Harry Smith with us now. Harry, talk us through your day yesterday. How'd it go?
I mean, it was okay. We struggled in qualifying. We had ABS issues towards the end, and then we couldn't put the laps together at the start. So not really where we wanted to be after Frux, and we had a really good qualifying there. Race yesterday was okay. We had not the best of starts, but we picked a few cars off. Settled in 11th on the back of a train. Made a few moves, but really just trying to bring the car home. Bit of damage preservation. But today's a different story. It's full attack today. Hopefully, give some good results.
Yeah, I was going to say yesterday all about the strategy and trying to do what you can. In terms of today, what is the plan? How hard are we pushing on this?
It's going to be 100%. Yesterday the goal was to try and get a top 10, try and pull something for the reverse grid. We were just outside it, unfortunately. But yeah, not a bad starting position. I think everyone knows how close minis are, so hopefully we can put on a good show.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one out there. Good luck, Harry.
Thank you.
Time for our final race of the weekend then. We'll take you through the grid first of all, then we've got an update on race 2 from earlier on. So this grid was set by the fastest times in qualifying yesterday. Olivier Algieri is on pole alongside Alfie Garford in the 88. Second row, Louis Capezzoli and Josh Wilby. Ashley Gregory and Cam Richardson on row 3. Fourth row is Reese Hurd and Alex Keynes. Then completing the top 10, Leo Purchase and Louis Fleet. Row 6 will be number 40, James Sherrington, and 96, Ronnie Smith. The 7th row, 81, Luca Osborne, alongside 46, Paul Manning. The 8th row, Craig Morgan in 51, alongside Monroe Renard, 69. Row 9, 78, Kieran Roberts, and number 10, Harry Smith. The 10th row, Henry Foote, alongside Cameron Wood. And the final row will be Simon Sweetland and Gabe Fairbrother. Watch for him coming through. Had problems in qualifying yesterday, so has to line up for this race at the back, because qualifying sets the grid for races 1 and 3. The partially reverse grid race is race 2. Talking of race 2, there has been an amendment to the results. Olivier Algieri took the flag in first place. He was given a one-place penalty for gaining an unfair advantage when passing Gabe Fairbrother earlier in the race. Therefore, he is penalised to second. The win, therefore, goes to Alex Keynes in race number 2 in car 62. Second is Olivier Algieri. Ashley Gregory in third. Harry Smith also got a one-place penalty, down to 7th behind Louis Capezzoli for gaining an unfair advantage earlier in the race, according to the bulletins I'm being sent through from Stacey Lauday, the clerk of the course for the mini challenge this weekend. So that's an update on the result from earlier on. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Lots of Louis Capezzoli fans making the return to the championship after a couple of years. Alex Keynes inheriting his second win in the championship this year earlier on. So Olivier Algieri is on 3, looking for his 4th win of the season from pole position here. He's had a real roller coaster season so far. My thanks go to Chris Hutchinson. He's got a long journey back to the south of England, so he's headed off. I'll be solo for this final race. I'm pretty exhausted, I have to say, with a cracking weekend of racing in the heat of the northeast of England. And I'm sure all our camera crews and everyone else are as well. It's been very hot weather. They've been attacked by insects all day. But full credit and a big thanks to all our camera operators out there on circuit. So Olivier Algieri in the black and white car on pole, Alfie Garford in the black and turquoise Wera Tools liveried car alongside. Let's take a look at the championship points heading into this race. They have been updated online. Alex Keynes leads the championship on 389 points. He's 42 points ahead of Gabe Fairbrother. Ashley Gregory is third, a further 17 points back. Then Josh Wilby and Leo Purchase. That's your top 5 in the championship. Alfie Garford leads the Rookie Cup with Olivier Algieri in second and James Sherrington in third. The Graduate Cup is led by Josh Wilby, and Graves Motorsport lead the team championship. So third on the grid, Louis Capezzoli is going to be the one that I think most are watching here. The grey car, the returnee. Here we go then, the revs rise, 15 minutes, our last race of the weekend gets underway here at Croft, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, down towards Clairvaux for the first time. These mostly young saloon racers. And look at the lead that Olivier Algieri's got already. He's off like a rocket at the front of the field. It's Garford in second place and Capezzoli in third. One car through the gravel there. On the outside, a bit of contact. Who's that being pushed out wide? I think that's the 96 of Ronnie Smith. Contact with Leo Purchase on the inside. They've survived that. And one or two cars cut the chicane there. That's about 3 cars did that as the race continues though with Algieri away and clear ahead of Alfie Garford in second. Capezzoli is in third. Josh Wilby, none the worse for his off in race 2, is fourth. It's Ashley Gregory completing the top 5 as the pack funnels its way through Tower Bend for the first time. Paul Manning there on the inside in the 46. Kieran Roberts, who went off at Tower in race 2 towards the back of the line, got ahead of Cameron Wood in the 43. Out into the back of the circuit, out in the country for the first time. Then side by side there, Leo Purchase and Ronnie Smith still after their bit of contact early on. But look at the lead that Algieri has got already. Up the inside, going for second place is Capezzoli. That's forced the car of Garford to go wide onto the grass there. He's still on the outside line. That's going to allow Josh Wilby and Ashley Gregory to attack. Reese Hurd's blue car is in there as well. And then Alex Keane's the championship leader. Ashley Gregory in the middle as they go into the complex. This is very tight indeed through there. They've all somehow survived that. Very, very close indeed. Alex Keane's in the green and yellow car. He's got the 15 of Cameron Richardson, the newcomer, on his tail. As they come through to complete the opening lap, it's Algieri who will have the lead as they cross the line, but what's the margin going to be? Richardson went wide there. He's alongside Louis Fleet. As they start to sort themselves out, the lead is over 2 seconds already. Algieri ahead of Capezzoli. Still side by side here, Cameron Richardson after running a bit wide there in the 610. Louis Fleet in the black and green Team Avago car. They've got Leo Purchase behind them. Paul Manning under fire from the number 81. That's Luca Marinoni Osborne. He's not had a lot of luck this weekend. As Algieri pulls away, Capezzoli in second position. Alfie Garford is third. As they charge up to Tower once again, this final race of the weekend here on BARC TV at Croft, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, race number 3. Luca Marinoni Osborne up the inside, attacking Harry Smith. He's had a pretty fraught weekend, has had a couple of penalties so far this weekend, was penalised 1 place in race 2 earlier on. A couple of cars lean on each other further back. Through the Jim Clark Essex, up towards Barcroft, then Sunny in and Sunny out. Reese Hurd coming under fire from Alfie Garford. So Garford's lost another place there, back to 4th position. Josh Wilby is behind that. That's what Reese Hurd there. Apologies, that must be Capezzoli's car ahead there. My apologies. Yes, Capezzoli in second. There's Algieri out in front. The sun confusing me, glinting on the cars there. There is Reese Hurd with Alex Keane's behind him. Then Ashley Gregory and Cameron Richardson through the head. Over the line for the second time. Algieri has extended his lead to 2.7 seconds. Done the fastest lap, 1:39.871. That's 0.2 of a second outside Alex Solly's lap record from last year. He went close to it with a 0.762 in race 1, so he's only been a few hundredths over the lap record, our race leader. There's Ashley Gregory. Led for so long in race 2. She's in 7th position at the moment. Algieri continuously looking to make up for losing a second win this weekend in race 2. Alfie Garford giving chase to Capezzoli. So Algieri leads the Rookie Cup split. Josh Wilby leads the Graduate Cup split. It's the Westbourne Motorsport car that leads the way. 51 of Morgan up the inside there, attacking Louis Fleet. That's for 12th position. There's Kieran Roberts in the ex-Matt Hammond car. Won the title a few years ago. It's calming down after the frantic opening exchange. We come up towards 1/3 distance. This is the battle for second. The 99 of Capezzoli, the Accelerate Motorsport run car. in the Weira Alliance Racing Academy car of 88 Alfie Garford, battling for second place. Josh Wilby fourth, Rhys Hurd fifth, Alex Keynes in sixth position. Lots of your comments coming in I've seen, but I can't read them out at this stage because there's so much going on out on track. Ashley Gregory under fire, that's from Cameron Richardson. Behind them Leo Purchase. Richardson has a look up the inside into the hairpin, he up on the curb there. Purchase behind them, then Ronnie Smith in the 96, there he is, the white and turquoise car. All 22 starters are still on track. Algieri leads by 3.2 seconds now. He is absolutely blitzing this race. Through Clervaux they come. There's Purchase under fire from Ronnie Smith. They've been together since this race started. James Sherrington behind them. Somebody going through the gravel there in the background. I think that's Simon Sweetland, number 4. Indeed it is. The Max Tune car rejoins at the tail of the field. Here comes the battle for second. It's a race for second place at the moment because Olivier Algieri is dominating proceedings out in front. Leading by about 10 car lengths by the time they got to Clervaux for the first time. Out into the country once again. And Olivier Algieri having a quite superb weekend. He came home in front in race 1, he was in front in race 2 but was penalised. The man from Llandudno in the north of Wales, still only 19 years of age, had some guest outings last year, first full season in the Mini Challenge. His ambition is to race in British touring cars. Louis Capezzoli back in the championship, holds that second place in the Accelerate Motorsport car, diving up the inside there. That's Cameron Richardson past Ashley Gregory. Here comes Ronnie Smith as well, attacking Leo Purchase. 3 wide into the hairpin. That's not going to work. There's contact. Round goes Leo Purchase. The 171 car sent spinning. Yep, 3 into 1 doesn't go at that point of the circuit, unfortunately. We've lost Leo Purchase. Hopefully he can get going again. There's Capezzoli in second place. It's the number 88 of Alfie Garford in third. Comes from Stamford in Lincolnshire. Just 16 years of age. Graduate of the Fiesta Junior Championship last season. His ambition is to score a podium, he said at the start of the season. Well, he's on for a podium at the moment. So CJ Morgan coming under fire. Bit of damage there, bit of contact with Gabe Fairbrother, who's coming through from last on the grid, and CJ Morgan skips the chicane there. Mind the tyre stacks. There is Cam Richardson ahead of Ashley Gregory. Now where's Leo Purchase? Did he manage to rejoin after that spin? Yes, he's in last place. CJ Morgan now under fire from Luca Osborne. Somebody kicking up the dust ahead of them. Well, Algieri leads by 3.5 seconds ahead of Capezzoli, Garford and Josh Wilby in fourth. Rhys Hurd rounding out the top 5. The midfield heads through the Jim Clark S's. Top 10 heads its way through Sunny out. Paul Madding heading this train of cars. There's Harry Smith, a little further back in the pack than he was earlier this weekend, in the number 10, the reigning junior saloon car champion. And somebody going straight on there, who's that? It's Ronnie Smith, the 96. I'm not sure what happened there. It looks like something may have broken in his steering, I think. Now he needs to be careful here on the hairpin. If there's damage to his steering, he may not make it round. No, he's made it round. Not too sure what that was all about. I don't think there was any contact there. There may have been just before he got to the complex, but there wasn't anybody near him. He bounced over the grass there. 1:39.682, new fastest lap from Olivier Algieri, and that's a new lap record. 1:39.682 for Olivier Algieri. That's 0.08 of a second inside Alex Solly's record from last year. There he is. 76.37 miles now. That's a new lap record for the Mini Challenge Trophy here at Croft. Capezzoli still second. They're stacking up behind him now. Look, there's Garford in third. Wilby, Hurd and Keynes. Then a gap back to Richardson and Gregory. James Sherrington and Paul Manning now rounding out the top 10 after that moment for Ronnie Smith at the complex. Out on the far side of the course, about 5.5 minutes of this race to go, and running a little wide there, dropping a wheel onto the grass. That was Capezzoli. Here comes Alfie Garford. He might be able to snatch second here with a bit of luck. Up on the outside into the complex. Josh Wilby's poised to pounce as well. 5 of them line astern. Great fight here for second, but all the time they're dropping back from Olivier Algieri. Somehow Capezzoli able to hold that second place. Through to complete their 6th lap. Less than 5 minutes of this race to go. Everybody, I think, is still running further back. Yes, last runner is Simon Sweetland. Still, Algieri leads and leads the Rookie Cup. The Graduate Cup is led by Ryan Wilby. As the pack charged its way through Clairvaux. There's number 138. That's Henry Foote in the race car consultant's car. And somebody running out wide there. I think that's Ronnie Smith. Yes, he has broken something. And Ronnie Smith, number 96, is pulling over. That car presumably sustained some more damage when he went off at the complex earlier on. So Ronnie Smith's race is over. Last year's Rookie Cup champion. Through goes the midfield. There's somebody else slowing there on the outside. Is that Luca Osborne again? Oh, he's having no luck at all this season, Luca. His car has slowed. He really is the hard luck story of this year. Luca Marinoni Osborne, the Berkshire driver, was 9th in the championship last year, was one of the title favourites going into this season, but he's out of it. Still this battle for second rages on as the sun just beginning to set here at Croft in the late afternoon. There's Ashley Gregory holding off James Sherrington, and in 8th place at the moment. There is Luca Marinoni Osborne, slams the door in anger. He's had no luck this season at all, has Luca. He's constantly having mechanical bad luck. Meanwhile, up the outside is Josh Wilby. He's trying to steal 3rd from Alfie Garford. He won't get through there. That could allow Reese Hurd to attack up the inside. He's left the gap on the inside. Wilby keeps his foot in. And here comes Alex Keens, trying to make it 3 wide. Oh, this is going to be close through the chicane. They're going to have to cut across there. There were yellow flags out there as well because of Ronnie Smith's stranded car. They just saw the yellow flags and backed off in time there, I think. Yes, they're in the same order. So I don't think there'll be any penalties handed out there. Alex Keens had to back off there to avoid going past both of them and risk a penalty for passing under yellows. Goodness me. There's a couple of minutes left to go now for Olivier Algieri. There's yellow flags out at the Jim Clark S's as well because there's a thoroughly fed up Luca Marinoni Osborne pulled over on the side of the road. Here they come then down into sunny in and outs once again. Time is winding down. Laps running out. My voice is running out. Been a brilliant weekend here at Croft. And Olivier Algieri is all set for a double win. It would have been a hat-trick had he not got that one-place penalty in race 2, giving Alex Keens his 2nd win of the season. Alex Keens will still be leading the championship. See the 95 car, Josh will be a bit battered from where he hit the tyre wall at the complex in race 2. The team are able to get the car back out, so well done to Team Avago. Across the line they go. I think we're now into our last lap. Final lap of the weekend here at Croft. Are we going to see a change for second? Is Capezzoli going to be able to hang on? There's Ashley Gregory. So unlucky in race 2 earlier on. Led to the last lap, but then Algieri went diving through and Alex Keens getting through as well. Well, there's Algieri. We've hardly seen him all race long. He's so far ahead. Leads by nearly 6 seconds now. Can Capezzoli hold off Alfie Garford for that 2nd place? Out towards the Jim Clark S's for what will be the last time. Alfie Garford said his ambition this season was a podium. He's had 2 2nd places already. Can he steal 2nd from Capezzoli here? They're not going to catch this man. What a weekend for Olivier Algieri. He's going to lead home on the road all 3 races. He's going to take his 4th race win of the season here in race 3 at Croft. Just a few seconds left on the clock now. Will he get another lap out of this one? We'll wait and see. It's 10 seconds as he comes through the complex. I think it will be checkered flag this time. He comes into the hairpin. The checkered flag is being prepared. It's going to be a double win this weekend for Olivier Algieri for Westbourne Motorsport. Here he comes, up towards the line, takes the checkered flag. Now who's going to be second? Is Capezzoli going to hang on? He certainly is. A fine return for Louis Capezzoli. 3rd for Alfie Garford. 4th is Josh Wilby. He wins the Graduate Cup. Reese Hurd is next, then Keynes, Richardson, Gregory in 8th, Sherrington 9th, and Gabe Fairbrother from the back of the grid up to 10th. A photo finish there between Harry Smith and CJ Morgan. Smith gets it by 41 thousandths of a second. Leo Purchase has not had a great 3rd race. He's off at the complex. And we'll finish at the back of the field. Just a couple of retirements there. Poor old Luca Marinoni Osborne. Great shame for him, and we lost Ronnie Smith with some damage as well. Well, that couldn't have gone any better for Olivier Algieri. Leading all the way, a win by over 6 seconds and a lap record as well. Only a few thousandths inside Alex Solly's mark from last season. He wins by 6 1/4 seconds from Louis Capezzoli. What a return to racing for him. Alfie Garford in 3rd, ahead of Josh Wilby. Then Reese Hurd completing the top 5. Alex Keynes will keep the championship lead with 6th place, ahead of Cameron Richardson. Then Ashley Gregory, James Sherrington and Gabe Fairbrother, your top 10. Paul Manning next, ahead of Harry Smith and Craig Morgan. They finish side by side. Kieran Roberts in 14th, and it was Louis Fleets and Henry Foote in 16th place. Monroe Renard 17th, Cameron Wood 18th, Simon Sweetland was 19th, and the final finisher, Leo Purchase. We lost Marinoni Osborne and Ronnie Smith. Well, quite superb weekend here at Croft for all our classes, all the Caterhams, the Northern Saloons and Sports Cars, and the Virtue Mini Challenge. We'll have a quick look at some highlights of that final race of the weekend. There was a bit of bumping and boring on the first corner between Leo Purchase and Ronnie Smith as Olivier Algieri just drove off into the sunset, really. Perfect race driven for him. Good battle for second with Louis Capezzoli holding off Alfie Garford, who ran wide onto the grass at one point. Looked like he might lose out to Josh Wilby. Ashley Gregory having a battle with Cameron Richardson a bit further down the top 10. Leo Purchase in there as well until a bit of contact saw him spin out. Simon Sweetland did a bit of rally crossing through Clervaux. Not been the best of weekends for him, sadly. There was contact into the hairpin between Ronnie Smith and Leo Purchase, and Purchase went spinning down to the tail of the field. Ronnie Smith then later retiring with some damage as a result of that, which he found out about, I think, when he went through the complex. I think that might have been some suspension damage for the 96 Cup. Now we see Ronnie pulling off to the outside. That was his race over. And the battle for 3rd place saw Josh Wilby threatening Alfie Garford at one point. And Reese Hurd able to get up the inside, leading to a 3 wide moments through Hawthorne. Hurd in the middle, Wilby on the outside. Alex Keynes trying to go up the inside of both of them, but then suddenly they saw the yellow flag for Ronnie Smith's car and wisely backed out of it. Well, I think we can shortly hand down to the Parc Fermé with James Pearce to talk to our race winner.
Final race of the weekend, and what a way to finish it as well. Our top 3 over here. And what a way to finish the weekend. Louis, Alfie, and of course, as you can see down there, Olivier with the win. Celebrations for him. It's been a fantastic weekend. We will go and get a quick word from Olivier. Olivier, we'll grab a quick chat with you if we can. I'll let you take the helmet off if you want to, and get out into the cool air. It's been such a warm day here at Croft today. for all of our drivers. And after that performance, he deserves to be out there. As you can see the smile as well. Olivia, what a gap, 6.2 seconds at the front of that one. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of judicials after the last one, and yeah, I knew I had to do a good job then, so I got off the line well, like I did in race 1 yesterday, and just kept consistent, try not to look in my mirrors, and then got on with it. Yeah, really happy.
Yeah, perfect way to finish the weekend for you.
Yeah, really perfect. I was a little bit behind in points coming into this round, and I knew it was one of my favourite tracks, one of my strongest tracks, and yeah, I managed to get the job done, so over the moon.
Congratulations, well done, Olivia.
Thank you very much.
No worries, well done to Olivia. Our winner, Alfie Garford, has just moved over to the side. We will grab you, Louis, in the meantime. Made it up into second.
Yeah.
Starting P3 on the grid on the way out there. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, obviously started P2 yesterday. Obviously had a mistake that cost me, so was eager to make up for that. So got a good start, tucked into third, and managed to get past Alfie. And me and Alfie tried to work together. Obviously, Olivia's so quick, so obviously that quickly fell away. But no, it was just about keeping consistent. I think the grid's so strong this year, regardless of position. The pace is so high, so it's a full constant focus for the entire race. So first weekend back after 3 years, happy to get P2, hopefully go one step better next round. So yeah.
Best well done for that one. Congratulations once again to Louis. Second place for him today. And then Alfie Garford is over here. Third place. Great weekend for Alfie, of course, a rookie in this class as well. Alfie, can we grab a quick word for you, Alfie? Alfie, good performance out there. P3, second P3 of the weekend, actually. A good race.
Yeah, really good. Bit of a hiccup in race 2, but to come back and get another podium, more points, couldn't ask for more. So, yeah, Olivia was just a bit too quick this weekend, but we'll try again at the next and see what we can do.
Yeah, and a good battle between you and Louis through that one as well. Obviously, you did lose the place, but brilliant to see you two out there on track.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit of a decision self-consciously myself. He's not really in the championship as he's a guest for the rest of the year, so it was a sensible decision just to sit behind and pick up the points, think long term. So yeah.
Fantastic. I'll let you go and cool down because I know it's been a hot one out there. Yeah. Well done to Alfie finishing P3 in that race. The final race of what has been a fantastic weekend here across 17 races over 2 days. It's been warm, it's been windy, we've been infested by bugs the whole time as well. Big thank you to the team behind the scenes who you haven't seen. Our camera operators out and about around the circuit, to Danny and Hass, to Richard, to Catherine, and to Sean as well. They have been brilliant behind the scenes. To Elliot in our ear, creating the artwork and giving us the stories. To Dave and Chris, and to Sam as well. Pleasure to work with you all this weekend. Big well done to all of them, and we'll hand over to Dave Goddard to give us the final words of the weekend.
Thank you to James Pearce, first of all. It was, I believe, his first go at presenting motorsport this weekend. He's done a variety of other sports, but he's done a cracking job on BARC TV for the first time. So well done to James. Thank you to Sam as well down in Parc Fermé. Thanks to Chris Hutchinson. He's already hit the road for his long journey home. So big thanks to him for joining us for the Caterham races this weekend. Huge thanks to all our volunteer marshals being out there in the hot weather in their orange overalls this weekend. Also all the medical staff, the recovery crews, race control staff, timekeepers and everybody else here at Croft Circuit for making this event possible. We couldn't go racing without all of you, so a big thank you to you all. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment, to their teams and backup crews in the paddock as well. And thank you to our camera crews. They've, as James has just said, been out there in the hot weather, getting sunburnt, getting covered in bug attacks and goodness knows what else this weekend. So thank you very much to all of them. Thanks to Elliot, our director, as well, for overseeing the operation. And that's about all for this weekend here on BARC TV. We're back next weekend with Thruxton, or should that be Truxton, because we have the British Truck Racing Championship in action. We've got the Brick Car Endurance Championship in action too. The Mini Challenge Club Sport category, something a little different there. We've got the Monoposto single-seaters. We saw them at Silverstone earlier this year. And a couple of guest classes too from the 750 Motor Club joining us. The BMW Car Club and 750 Formula. So something a bit different at Thruxton next time out. That's all coming up next weekend, the 5th and 6th of July. Here on BARC TV. We hope you can join us for this one. So on behalf of all the team here, on behalf of Sam, Chris and James, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Croft Circuit on BARC TV. We'll see you for Thruxton next week, but it's goodbye till then.